Dear colleagues, in a matter of minutes we are going to see Ministers of Energy, so just in a matter of minutes we are going to start with announcement.
Madam President, great to see you again. Let's make a picture. We can take a mask off and we keep social distance. President Zelensky looking forward to visiting Moldova in a couple of days. We were lucky since the United States changed the date of the visit. It allowed us to stay in Kiev. Yeah, so I think it's a very fortunate.
Dear colleagues, may I have a moment of your attention, please? The meeting of the Ministries of Energy of Ukraine, the United States and Germany has come to an end, and we are ready to start in a matter of minutes. Good morning. We have a tripartite meeting recently with the Ministries of Energy and Economy of Germany, the Ministry of Energy of the United States, and we were able to discuss in much detail those matters and the threats that we see in the implementation of the Nord Stream 2 project. We discussed the matters dealing with the reforms of the energy sector in Ukraine in terms of decarbonization, in terms of innovative technologies that we plan to implement. As regards the Nord Stream 2, we came from the position that has been already declared and announced by the President of Ukraine. And this is about us not being able to allow Russia using their gas as a weapon. We have discussed in detail the security of natural gas supply into Ukraine and gas transit across Ukraine, as well as guarantees and steps that will make guarantees to Ukraine in terms of preservation of their transit potential. We had a particular discussion on the third energy package, and we discussed the matter of eliminating Gazprom's monopoly on the market, as well as a number of steps that can be realistically taken to make guarantees for Ukraine in terms of transit preservation. The key point here is the energy security of Ukraine and the countries of Europe. On a separate note, we discussed the synchronizing of the energy system of Ukraine with that of the EU. And we also mentioned how important it is, particularly for Ukraine, in terms of decarbonization and those processes that we intend at the moment to implement in terms of energy transformation in Ukraine. At this point, I'd like to pass the floor to Peter Altmaier.
Madam President, no mass, sorry. same issue, unfortunately. 300 years ago. Thank you. We deeply appreciate it, and my president appreciates it. You will have the opportunity to meet him. Please come in. Thank you. You can take your mask off, we keep social distance to make a picture.
Yeah.
Please come in, my president is waiting for you there.
Это все вместе будет. When strangers are coming, they come to your house, they kill you all and say, we're not guilty, not guilty. Where's your mind? Humanity cries. You think you're God, but everyone dies. Don't swallow my soul, our souls. Welcome. Thank you so much for your concern and support. Thank you so much for listening. This is such an important song for me. Thank you so much.
What is Crimea? A unique Ukrainian natural region. Equal opportunities for political, religious, and cultural advancement. High potential for the development of agriculture, tourism, and business in our country. Crimea is a home to more than 2 million people who have planned their peaceful future here. These plans were ruined by Russia. It stabbed Ukraine in the back when the Revolution of Dignity was nearing its resolution. Once again, within a period of less than 100 years, Crimean Tatars were subjected to repressions, and many of them were forced to leave their homes again. Russia commits crimes in Crimea with impunity. They impede the freedom of navigation, kidnapping and torture of people, force demographic change in Crimea, crackdown on free speech, restriction of freedom of conscience, environmental degradation, and the transformation of once was a prosperous peninsula into a huge military base. Missile systems deployed in Crimea are capable of reaching targets far beyond Ukraine. So, who will be next? Crimea is not a military base. It is not a prison. Crimea is Ukraine. we initiated the Crimea Platform to unite the world around a common mission to restore global order and security. We invited you because it's time for action.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Crimea Platform inaugural summit. For the welcoming speech, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba, is invited.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we started this first inaugural summit of the Crimea Platform with a song by Ukrainian star, a Crimean Tatar, Jamala, who won the Eurovision contest with this song dedicated to the forced deportation of Crimean Tatars by Stalin. It is our great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you at the Crimea Platform today. Let's begin writing history together right away. With great pleasure, I open today's event, and without any further ado, I invite His Excellency, President of Ukraine, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, to take the floor. Panie Prezydent.
Дуже дякую. До самого початку, майже тільки що, за декілька секунд до початку, міністр закордонних справ пан Кулеба мені сказав, що мені навіть не віриться, що це відбувається в Україні, що тут стільки країн. Я розумію, що тут стільки наших друзів, тому я хочу всім подякувати.
How many friends we have with us here. I'd like to start by thanking all of you, because just owing to you, we can have this event. Thank you so much.
Високоповажні глави держав, урядів,
Dear esteemed heads of government, of the nations, of
члени,
cabinets of ministers, of parliaments,
шановні посли, шановні колеги, партнери,
members of government, dear ambassadors, colleagues, our partners,
та панове.
we are all our friends.
23 серпня 21 року
Today is 23rd of August of 2021,
дія, перша з часів окупації українського півострова,
and this is the day when we have a particular event.
винесена на найвищий міжнародний рівень, і я щиро вітаю всі 46 делегацій, учасників
I'd like to extend my heartfelt welcome to all 46 delegations and their participants to this first summit of the Crimean Platform. Welcome.
Ви знаєте, я був би щасливий бачити вас в Україні і в Києві
I would be really glad
не через такий,
to see you in
не тільки через
Ukraine,
такий привід,
in Kiev,
але
not just on this
що
occasion,
зробиш 7
but
років
also
тому в центрі Європи,
on other
моєї
occasions, but
держави,
well,
Російська Федерація анексувала і окупувала частину
for 7 years,
нашої
my
території, нашої
nation that lives
незалежності,
in the heart of Europe is living through the annexation when Russia annexed
квадратних кілометрів.
a
Це
part of
більше,
our territory,
ніж деякі країни
27,000 square
Європи,
kilometers,
ніж деякі країни
which is more than some
нашу
countries of
територію
Europe.
одна держава, одна із держав-гарантів безпеки України згідно
And
Будапештського
our
меморандуму.
territory was annexed by one of the nations signatories to the Budapest Memorandum.
Щойно ми чули пісню 1944. 1944.
And it is not
Співачки Джамали, яка нам нагадала про
a chance that we've heard the song 1944 by Jamala. She reminded us of those tragic events of 1944, when more than 200,000 people, nearly all of the Crimean Tatar population in the Crimea, was deported.
перших 3 років депортації. Здавалося б,
Many of them
що
perished
подібні
within
жахливі
first 3
події,
years of
що
deportation.
вони неможливі, що такі поняття, як мир, як суверенітет,
One
як
would say
територіальна
that such horrible
цілісність
events are simply
держави –
not
це
possible.
даність, якій ніхто і нічого не загрожує. На жаль, ми
That the limits of the
помилилися, і це
states
питання
are
важливе
sacred
для
and
всього
no
світу.
one
І
can do
український Крим
anything like this.
був гарантією регіональної стабільності, і зараз це, можна сказати, це порохова діжка.
The
Від початку окупації Москва втричі
We used to think of the
збільшила
Crimea
свою
as a part of the zone of stability, but now it is more of a powder keg.
Із всесвітньо відомого курорту, а сьогодні Крим перетворився на
With Russian presence on this our peninsula, the territory of the Crimea, long known as a recreation area, has turned into a military base.
Системно порушуються права. Найголовніше права та
The Crimea has turned into a territory where most basic rights and freedoms of humans are regularly violated.
Нам навряд чи вдасться повернути Крим. Також окупація Криму ставить під сумнів ефектність і
The occupation of the Crimea
міжнародної системи безпеки, принципів територіальної
brings
цілісності
doubts
та
as to the
недоторканності
efficiency of the
кордонів.
whole international security
Без
system
відновлення довіри
in terms of particularly
до неї
inviolability
жодна
of
держава не може бути
borders,
впевнена, що не стане
which means that not a single nation can remain sure
частини
that it
території.
will never become
Політичні
a victim of next occupation of a part of its territory.
Незаконне утримання понад 100, на сьогодні понад 100
Repressions, illegal arrests. We have more than 100 political prisoners in the Crimea,
експропріація власності,
encroachments against the mass media, expropriation of property,
незаконний призов українських громадян
deep demographic
до
changes,
російської армії на тимчасово
new
окупованому
martial law that
півострові.
require
Пропаганда
Crimean
війни
citizens,
серед
the
дітей
Ukrainian
в
citizens,
школах.
to
Такими,
be
на жаль,
conscripted,
такими, на
ongoing
жаль,
war
сьогодні є
propaganda.
Реалії сумні. Реалії
This is what is happening now in the Crimea.
І Україна, я особисто буду робити все можливе, щоб повернути Крим, щоб Крим разом з
And
Україною
I
став
personally will do
частиною
everything
Європи.
I can
Для
to
цього
restore the
ми
Crimea
будемо
as a part
використовувати
of
всі
Ukraine, as a part of a greater Europe,
можливі політичні, юридичні,
and we
перш за
will
все,
use for this
дипломатичні
purpose
засоби.
every
У
possible
березні цього року було
political
ухвалено стратегію деокупації і
juridical
реінтеграції
measure
українського
or
півострову Крим.
lever.
Це перший фундаментальний документ, який визначає конкретні кроки
We've
України.
developed a strategy of deoccupation and reintegration of the Crimea, and this is the primary, the first document
Він мав би з'явитися ще, якщо чесно, у
that we've designed to
2014
start
році.
thinking about the
Нещодавно був
occupation of
схвалений
the
закон
peninsula.
також про корінні
It is a
народи,
continuation of the
який
process that started in
закріплює
2014.
статус та
We have a law
відповідні права кримсько-татарської спільноти.
core nations adopted
Скасовано
recently, and
ганебний
this law
закон про
particularly
вільну
enshrines the
економічну
rights and
зону
freedoms of the
Криму.
Crimean Tatars.
Верховної Ради України внесено законопроект
As
щодо
regards
державної
the
політики
economic
перехідного
zone,
періоду
the free economic
на
zone of the Crimea,
тимчасово окупованих територіях. Ми свідомі того, що наодинці, і ще раз вам вдячні, що наодинці наша незалежна
We are
країна,
conscious of
Україна
the
ніколи
fact
не зможе
that we
повернути
can
Крим.
little do
Нам
alone, and we
потрібна
are deeply thankful
дієва
to
підтримка на
you
міжнародному
for your
рівні,
efforts,
підтримка
because by
на
acting
новому
alone,
рівні,
Ukraine will never be able
питання
to
деокупації
return the
українського
Crimea.
півострову.
We do
Сьогодні
need
потрібні
international
подальші
support at
дієві
the
кроки для
international
звільнення
level.
Криму. Наші спільні зусилля змогли би
We do need support
позбутися
at the
збройної
level of further
агресії
steps. We need joint
і
efforts to be
призупинити
able to withstand the armed
агресію
aggression.
на тимчасово окупованому території.
We need to stop this aggression
тимчасово окупованих
on the temporarily occupied
Але поки
territories
що
of Ukraine, particularly on Ukrainian Donbas.
поки що ми не повернули, на жаль, Крим Україні. Тимчасова окупація
Unfortunately, we've never recovered our territories. We've never recovered the territory of the Crimea yet.
І триває вже 2741 день. Це надто
The
багато,
occupation
якщо чесно. Час
has been going for 2,741 days since February 2014.
жодного дня. Я дуже радий, що ми запустили
I
наш
think that we must not
спільно з вами,
lose any more days. We need to start the process, and I'm very happy that we are able to inaugurate today this joint collaborative platform to start writing a new page in the history of Ukraine, in the history of the Ukrainian Crimea.
нашої держави, кінцева мета роботи, щоденної роботи Кримської платформи. Синергія наших зусиль.
And this is the end objective of the Crimean Platform.
За стіл перемовин про повернення нашого півострова. Сьогодні ми
We also need to make Russia sit on the table of negotiations for that purpose, and we are going to sign a joint declaration today.
Я впевнений, що створить
This will be an open document for others to join. I think it will create a solid political background for our joint work, and this will help us to resist aggressive actions of the Russian Federation. And we will continue the policy of non-recognition of the Crimea until it is restored as a part of the Ukrainian territory. This question should not be left out of the international agenda. It has been 7 years of this occupation, and because of that, I think we need to focus on our joint work. We need to think about sanctions, about ways of protecting human rights. We will have to think about economic and environmental consequences of the occupation. We need to think about the consequences to the navigation in the Azov and Black Sea region.
Він вже почав працювати, і я вам сьогодні продемонструю його роботу з задоволенням, працюючи 24.
The website of the Crimean Platform has already been inaugurated. I will gladly show you to it later on today, and it will be working as the platform will be working 24/7. We will gather information about military activities and their increase in the area of Crimea. We will be monitoring economic and environmental situation on the occupied territory. And we will be doing this through authorized representatives on sites who will coordinate the operations with the central office. The Crimean Platform needs to become the focal point for making all key decisions on the Crimea. And today we are officially announcing the countdown to the time when the Crimea will be deoccupied. So who knows, maybe 23rd of August of 2021 will come into history, go down in history as the date when the deoccupation of the Crimea really started. Thank you for your attention.
Дякую, пане президенте.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now we give the floor to Mr. Dmytro Razumko, who is Speaker of the Korean Parliament. Dear colleagues, good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, dear guests, dear friends. For us, this is a very major event today. This is not just another summit which is taking place on the Ukrainian soil, where we talk about the occupation of Crimea. This is indeed an efficient mechanism which I'm sure will operate for the sake of Ukraine, in favor of Ukraine, in order to ensure the rule of law, which we all would like to see implemented worldwide. For us, the year of 2021 is a decisive year. This is a year full of landmarks in our history. We recently celebrated 25th anniversary of our constitution, which clearly enshrines that Crimea is territory of Ukraine. Tomorrow, we are going to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Ukraine's independence. From the very first day when Ukraine regained its independence, Crimea was, is, and will remain to be the territory of our country. We are aware of that, we remember that, and we will do everything in order to ensure that this remains so. Today marks not only the beginning of the Crimean Platform, but also one more state holiday. This is the day of national flag of Ukraine. And virtually this day marks the 30th anniversary of the Ukrainian flag. This was the flag which emerged and was hoisted over all Ukrainian cities and towns which are part of our territory. I would like the Ukrainian flag to always billow in the breeze over all Ukrainian cities, starting from Lviv to Donetsk, starting from Chernihiv to Ukrainian Sevastopol. And it will be so. But in order to ensure that this event comes as soon as possible, we have to put in much effort together with you, coordinating our efforts, consolidating our strategies, and devising these strategies and turn them into action. The Russian Federation divided the mainland part of Ukraine, separated it from the Crimean Peninsula with a barbed wire and checkpoints, but it will never be able to mentally separate Ukrainian people living here and living there in Crimea, because this is a unified people. It cannot be divided by bodyguards, by trenches. This is the people that has withstood great tests. It will endure this test too, and it will achieve victory. So I urge you to unite around the efforts that Ukraine is making today and in which you assist us. For us, this is of crucial importance because, unfortunately, the menace and threats comes not to just somebody's home. This is the general threat that besets all of us. And it is only together that we can conquer such challenges. So thank you, my dear colleagues, that you are here. I hope that we will continue working in all dimensions. Today also marks the irregular session of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, where the parliamentary dimension of the Crimean Platform will be inaugurated. Today, President of Ukraine will present to you the office of the Crimean Platform. Activities will be held at the level of cabinet of ministers, governments of your countries. It is only by this that we can achieve the purpose that we have set for ourselves. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister of Ukraine, to deliver his statement. Пане прем'єр-міністре, прошу.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear esteemed participants of the summit, the Ukrainians, international partners, dear friends. Today marks a major event for Ukrainians and the international community. The inaugural summit of the Crimean Platform has united politicians around the occupation of Crimea. This question is our collective task, because this comes to restoring international law and restoring international security. This is not a political issue solely for Ukraine. This is an issue of a worldwide scale which disrupts international security. In recent years, Ukraine has come a long way in its understanding of how the occupation policy should look like, both domestically and internationally. We are moving toward a practical and systematic and comprehensive approach. Upon the initiative of the President of Ukraine, we have drafted and devised the strategy of the deoccupation of Crimea, which determines not only the foreign policy tasks to be taken and domestic steps that have to be achieved in relation to humanitarian issues and ensuring the rights of Ukrainians in Crimea, as well as information, social, economic and legal rights of these people. In furtherance of this strategy, we have developed a number of tasks which determines the measures to be taken by Ukrainian agencies in the foreseeable future. Ukraine has suffered greatly from the occupation of Crimea. This damage is estimated to be more than $100 billion, which includes assets of Ukraine industry and, above all, the negative ramifications for Ukrainian people suffering from the aggressive policies. So the priority task is to force Russian Federation to start paying for its aggression. We have many positive examples when Ukrainian private and public institutions win court cases related to this problem. The temporarily occupied peninsula of Crimea is on the verge of ecological catastrophe. This is the home for many Ukrainians, which is being turned into a military base, which once again testifies to the global magnitude of the problem and the menace that besets all of our allies in Europe. These issues will always stay on the agenda of the Crimean Platform and will be permanently controlled by the President of Ukraine and the Ukrainian Parliament. Crimea is a Ukrainian territory, which is incontrovertible fact, and we will never recognize it as a lost territory. Crimean Platform is not only a practical platform for cooperation, but also an indicator which reminds us that the issue of Crimea should not recede from public view until the occupation is fully achieved, and we will do our utmost for this end. We have proposed a number of priority work streams of this platform, which include international policy of non-recognition, strengthening international sanctions against the aggressor, and free navigation in the sea, restoring the rights of the Crimean people, resolving ecological and economic issues. We are ready to take such steps within the framework of projects and forums. We hope that our partners, diplomats and experts will be deeply involved into this process. The Crimean Platform is the primary forum within which we concentrate our efforts. Thank you for your attention, and thank you to all the partners that have joined us here today in the inaugural summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Now, I open the floor to our distinguished guests. We appreciate every word you intend to say, and yet I would kindly like to appeal to everyone to respect the 3-minute time limit. Thank you in advance. The first speaker on the list is President of the Republic of Latvia, His Excellency, Mr. Egils Levits. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, let me congratulate the people of Ukraine and you, President Zelensky, personally, with the 30th anniversary of the independence of Ukraine and today's National Flag Day. 7 years have already passed since the annexation of Crimea. But this flagrant violation of international law is still on international agenda. 7 years, it is not so long time, but the violation of international law by annexation and occupation annexation of the foreign territory, of a part of foreign territory, is a politics of the 19th century and not a politics of the 21st century. And for this reason, I think this kind of politics could not be accepted by international community. Because the respect for borders, the respect for territorial integrity of the states is a basis for peace involved in Europe between the states. And this principle, respect for territorial integrity, is enshrined also in UN Charter. And since then, it is obviously that the peace in the world is based on respect for the integrity of the territory of the member states of UN, of the states at all. Latvia has its own experience with illegal occupation and annexation like our neighbors Lithuania and Estonia. And the international community never recognized the illegal annexation of the Baltic states. And after 50 years, it's a precedent in international law. After 50 years, the independence of the Baltic states were renewed. And since then, it's already 30 years over, we are members of the European Union, NATO, and with international recognized government and borders. And I think this unique precedent in international law is now part of international law, and we are sure that also the few cases, in Ukrainian case is the one case, there are few other cases where such kind of flagrant violation of international law happens, will at the end lead to a situation where the law is re-established. And therefore, I am absolutely sure that sooner or later, Crimea would be also Ukrainian. The Crimean Platform is a group of states and other international actors, like European Union, who is represented today, in order to keep the Crimean issue on international agenda. And it is crucial that the issue is not forgotten, but always is kept on international agenda. And I would say from Latvian experience, it would be good if there would be already during the Baltic occupation such kind of platform of international states which are constantly reminding of the issue. But now we see that this initiative of President Zelensky of Ukraine, and with the support of all states which are committed to international law, is a powerful tool in order to keep the issue on international agenda, and also at the end to promote the law, the rule of law, also in international relations. Latvia is a supporter, and Latvia was the first state which said that we will participate in this platform. And we have already in our parliament created a group of parliamentarians which support Crimean platform. And we are asking that maybe other parliaments too would create such a support group. We will also initiate to create such support group of Crimean platform in international parliamentary associations like NATO Parliamentary Assembly and so on. I think this all will contribute to the goal of of the platform to keep the Crimean issue on international agenda. Because of our history, we are committed to international law, and this is a cornerstone of our foreign policy, and I can ensure that we will always support the Ukrainian territorial integrity, and we are sure that sooner or later Crimea would return to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before giving the floor to the next speaker, I would like to explain that the bell you will ring during your speech is a very gentle time limit reminder. And now, with great pleasure, I invite President of the Republic of Poland, His Excellency, Mr. Andrzej Duda, to take the floor.
Thank you. Szanowny Panie Prezydencie Ukrainy, Ekscelencje, Szanowni Państwo, дорогі друзі, велике спасибі, пане президенте, за запрошення і можливість зустрітися з вами. Przyjechałem do was z sąsiedniego kraju, w którym
I've come to you, arrived today from neighboring state where words like aggression and invasion were used quite frequently. In Poland, we very well understand what are the feelings of the person who loses its property, who faces the risk of losing its identity. And I'm here before you in order to clearly enunciate our position. Poles understand you. Poles understand your feelings, your suffering. You can count on our support. In our country, the word solidarity is particularly powerful. Ukraine indeed requires profoundly the feeling of international solidarity, and this is an occasion for us to articulate our solidarity with the Ukrainian people and the Crimean people, and to deliver the message that we do not recognize the illegal occupation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by the Russian Federation. We are well aware from the history of our region and our country what it means when allies abandon us at moment of threat. We know how the indifference of our allies feels. We underwent the situation when our former allies abandoned us and in a treacherous act, just leaving us behind the Iron Curtain, together with the Soviet Union. For many years, we've been fighting with many problems, with the absence of democracy and the Soviet domination. Thus, today's meeting is an opportunity to state clearly that the issue of Crimea is not indifferent to us. And no one that's present here will not be indifferent to how Russia tramples down on international law and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Now, let us also not be indifferent to illegal detentions and torturous acts and inhumane behavior of Russia, forfeitures of property, discrimination on the basis of nationality and religion. This is a daily experience of residents of Crimea. Indigenous people are being persecuted, the Crimean Tatars. The Crimean Tatar language is being eliminated from schools. Freedom of confession is also being limited. Particularly flagrant is the issue related to church activities which are construed as extremist movements. The Crimean Peninsula is being militarized, and military propaganda is widely used, and people are forcibly recruited into the Russian army. And this is the fact that we are all well aware of. We cannot accept that, and it is my deep conviction that decisions we will take here today will allow us to convince the international community about the need to fight against the ramifications of the illegal annexation. It is our common task to do that. I am convinced that we will be able to deliver it, and I'm sure that Poland is and will be a vigorous member of the Crimean Platform. Crimea is Ukraine. Ukraine lives.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie prezydencie. I am pleased to welcome President of the European Council, His Excellency, Mr. Charles Michel. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear President Zelensky, dear Volodymyr, dear friends, dear colleagues. Crimea is Ukraine, and I am glad to be here with you for this first Crimean Platform Summit on the eve of the 30th anniversary of Ukraine's independence. And I will go straight to the point. Independence means sovereignty. It means territorial integrity within internationally recognized borders. And I am here to reaffirm the EU's unwavering stance. We do not and will not recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol by Russia. We will continue to staunchly enforce our non-recognition policy, and we will stand tall against any violations of international law. Such illegal action bear and will continue to bear a heavy cost. The restrictive measures imposed by the EU and regularly reinforced since 2014 serve as a clear demonstration of that. These measures are complemented by comprehensive guidelines that restrict EU activities on the peninsula, and our aim is to make sure that the illegal annexation will in no way be legitimized. As you well know, the EU has also put in place measures to mitigate the consequences of the annexation for Ukraine, with a focus on the Ukrainian regions adjacent to Crimea. They are part of our unprecedented support to Ukraine across the board, and in the context of our ambitious association agreement, the EU has dedicated more than 16 billion euros to your country since 2014. The illegal annexation and the situation in and around Crimea must remain high on the international agenda, and this is why the International Crimean Platform has our utmost political support. The illegal annexation constitutes an affront to the very rules-based international order in which we all have a vital interest in preserving. And this is why we call for the broadest international support possible in addressing the annexation of Crimea through non-recognition measures and advocacy in international fora. Unfortunately, Russia continues to act in ways that multiply the negative impact of the annexation. The continued militarization of the peninsula heavily affects the security situation in the Black Sea region. This should be reversed. The human rights situation remains dire due to Russia's efforts to forcibly integrate the peninsula into its mainland. The Crimean Tatars continue to be persecuted, pressured, and have their rights gravely violated. All this and ongoing destructive actions against the peninsula's cultural heritage must stop. As we mark the 30th anniversary of Ukraine's independence, the EU will continue supporting the Ukrainian people on their path, on your path, towards a stable and prosperous future. We want to reiterate that Ukraine will never be alone and that Crimea is Ukraine. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I welcome President of the Republic of Lithuania, His Excellency, Mr. Gitanas Nausėda. The floor is yours.
Dear Mr. President Volodymyr Zelensky, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will start from the statement I had the opportunity to deliver some time ago in Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Lithuania will never recognize the occupation of Crimea. For every Lithuanian, it's more than clear that Crimea is an integral part of independent state of Ukraine. It's my great pleasure to meet you at the inaugural conference of the Crimean Platform. I feel truly at home here, among the closest friends of Ukraine. It is good to know that we are ready to address the great injustice done by the illegal occupation and annexation of Crimea. More than 7 years have passed, yet the territories of sovereign Ukraine state remain occupied. What brings us all hope today is sincere efforts of you, dear Volodymyr, to keep the issue of Crimea high on the international agenda. We are united by the belief that the sovereignty of Ukraine, of the Crimean Peninsula, must be restored in full accordance with the international law. We are committed to the independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Our pledge is to properly implement and strengthen non-recognition and sanctions policies until the full restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity is reached. Many challenges still lie ahead. We know perfectly well that Russia continues Crimea's occupation, systematically violates human rights, and suppresses the fundamental rights of Ukrainian citizens. However, I believe that much will depend on Ukraine's internal development. The country is currently on the right track towards European and transatlantic integration. Lithuania supports all the efforts to strengthen Ukraine's state institutions, to safeguard the rule of law, and to ensure fair competition in the liberal economy. These reforms shall create a free, strong, and prosperous Ukrainian state. I believe that the day is close when it will become a symbol of hope for the people of the occupied territories. Our task is to help the Ukrainian people to achieve their goals and set the best example possible. Finally, the eventual deliverance of the Crimean Peninsula and other occupied territories, as important as it is, forms only a part of the bigger picture. We live in truly challenging times. The whole democratic world must stand together in defending freedoms and fundamental values. Today is necessary more than never before. Our immediate goal should be to strengthen regional cooperation. That will certainly help us to address the new challenges facing the future of Europe in the most effective way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I give the floor to President of the Republic of Estonia, Her Excellency, Madam Kersti Kaljulaid.
President Zelensky, dear friends, 2 years ago, when I visited the eastern boundary line in eastern Ukraine, the village I intended to see came under fire the day before. Yesterday, I visited the armed checkpoint at Chonhar. It separates occupied Crimea from the rest of Ukraine. I saw people making their way on foot, women, men, small children, young and old, going and coming from occupied Crimea to see their relatives and close ones. According to the road signs, the route they had to take was surrounded by mines. Suddenly, I imagined a 3- or 4-year-old running off their parents onto the field to pick a flower. dear friends, it was an eerie feeling. It was truly an eerie feeling, seeing this forced separation of a country, people, and families in the 21st century in Europe, where we long ago decided that each and every nation has the right to decide for themselves their future. That's why we have Crimea Platform. Crimea Platform is one tool we have to show that we assume together this responsibility to stay our course until Ukraine's territorial integrity is restored. We use Crimean Platform also to talk about what this occupation means. Deterioration of basic freedoms, violation of human rights, lost homes and broken families, militarization of the Crimean Peninsula and the Black Sea. We have to stay our course and assume the responsibility so that one day there are no armed checkpoints leading to Ukraine's Crimea and all women, children and men can return safely to their homes. And meanwhile, while we are exercising this strategic patience, we can also do more to support and help all our Eastern partners with European ambition. I'm sitting here beside my good friend Charles Michel, and therefore I think in Europe we could do more topically to involve Eastern Partnership countries into scientific cooperation, into trans-European network construction and building, and also to help state building, reform building in Eastern Partnerships countries with European ambition. We can do more while we stay our course, and we have to think about these women and children and the risk if they run off the road. Thank you, dear friends, for being here with us.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm pleased. I'm done. I'm out of time. I'm pleased to welcome Prime Minister of Sweden, His Excellency, Mr. Stefan Löfven.
Thank you, President Zelensky, Excellencies, colleagues, dear friends. Speaking here today, I follow a long history of Swedish support for Ukrainian statehood and of close bilateral relations. Our historic relations are exemplified by the 18th century Ukrainian Philip Orlik, who actually lived in Sweden. And in 1710, he wrote the first Ukrainian constitution, which ended up at the National Archives in Stockholm. But in honoring of the 30th anniversary of Ukrainian independence, that original Orlik constitution is now put on temporary display in the Saint Sophia Monastery here in Kiev. Now, since gaining independence 30 years ago, Ukraine has made impressive progress toward becoming a reformed and vibrant European democracy. And at the same time, it remains clear that the vision of a democratic and sovereign Ukraine is perceived as a threat in other parts of Europe. 7 years have passed since the illegal annexation of Crimea, and today I once again reaffirm Sweden's unwavering support for Ukraine, for its territorial integrity and for its sovereignty. Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea is a blatant violation of the European security order as enshrined in the Helsinki Final Act, and it is a flagrant breach of international law. Military aggression, annexation by force, and occupation have no place in today's world. The ongoing Russian violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and integrity is not only about Ukraine, that is serious in itself, but it also has consequences for all countries and for the security in Europe and globally. Sweden welcomes the Crimea Platform as an important contribution by Ukraine to strengthen the rule-based international order and to uphold international law. I fully affirm Sweden's commitment to the non-recognition policy. Sweden will continue to work toward the full restoration of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is only through a coordinated and principled response that we can hope to prevent similar aggression from being repeated elsewhere. Now, since the illegal annexation, the human rights situation in Crimea has deteriorated significantly, residents of the peninsula, not least the Crimean Tatar community, face systematic violations of their freedom of speech, assembly, and conscience. Lasting security cannot be achieved without respect for human rights, and I therefore particularly welcome that today's summit puts emphasis on the human suffering caused by the occupation of Crimea. Sweden will continue to work with Ukraine and other partners to highlight the human cost of the aggression. For all these reasons, Sweden warmly welcomes Ukraine's platform initiative for Crimea, and I'm proud to be a part of its launching. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And on behalf of the people of Ukraine, we particularly thank you for the Constitution of Orlik. Now I invite President of Hungary, His Excellency, Mr. János Áder, to take the floor.
Madam President, Mr. Presidents, dear colleagues, I will wait for everybody to grab their headset. And because there seems to be some problems with the channels and with interpretation, I hope you are hearing my interpreter. I cannot expect you to actually learn Hungarian while I'm speaking, so you will have to stick to the English translation. President, dear colleagues, we Hungarians have often been called the nation of freedom. Why is that? Because in our more than 1,000 years of history, we have repeatedly experienced what it is like when a great power imposes its will on its neighbor and does not hesitate to do this despite the threats or any armed force that they are threatened with. This is what happened under the Ottoman and the Habsburg empires, and this is precisely what happened in 1956, when the Hungarian people tried to free themselves from the grip of the communist world empire. And for us too, it is indeed a historic experience. We know firsthand when foreign powers arbitrarily redraw the borders of a state that is in difficulty. After the First World War, 2/3 of Hungary's territory and population was torn away. As a result of this, millions of Hungarians found themselves in new states without ever wanting to, or without anyone ever asking them which country they would want to live in. The Hungarians who found themselves in a minority situation have suffered this grievance of centuries, because the states that acquired their residents took away their old schools and did everything they could to stifle education in their mother tongue. If a state, defying its international obligations, forces the mother tongue of a national community out of schools, if it restricts the use of the mother tongue in public life, if it threatens those who use their mother tongue with fines and with penalties, this is not only a serious violation of minority rights, and not only is it not worthy of a country with democratic commitments, but it is also no benefit to the majority nation. Honoré de Balzac once wrote, "Nothing in the world can understand each other like two kindred pain." In the memory of the Hungarians, the aggression of the great powers and the trauma of Trianon, the Versailles Peace Treaty, is deeply edged. That is why we know exactly why the annexation of Crimea is such a sensitive wound for the people of Ukraine. We Hungarians, because of this kindred pain and because of our commitment to international law, stand firmly by Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We agree with those who believe that there is no alternative to peaceful settlement of the crisis in the Ukraine. We recognize the efforts made by Ukraine to finally move forward in resolving this conflict. But we also see that there is much more perseverance, consistency, and patience that will be needed for the peaceful settlement of the Crimea. The Ukraine is our biggest neighbor. We were among the first to recognize its independence, and we respectfully congratulate you on your 30th anniversary of independence. We sincerely wish that this state, which is so important for us, can now continue to develop in peace and stability. We want the Ukraine to offer a secure and attractive future to all its citizens, and for the Hungarian national community to feel at home in the country. To achieve these goals, we, just as till now, remain ready to offer all our assistance. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now welcome His Excellency, Mr. Borut Pahor, President of the Republic of Slovenia.
Dear President Zelensky, colleagues and friends, let me state at the very beginning that Slovenia reaffirms its strong and unwavering support for sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within internationally recognized borders. Today's summit comes at the times of growing instability in the region and beyond. I see it as a prominent step in support of joint efforts to keep the illegal annexation of Crimea high on the international agenda. We have gathered here to demonstrate collective responsibility and tell the world that we care, that the events of 2014 are not forgotten. Slovenia shares concern over deterioration of human rights situation in the peninsula and reminds Russian Federation to uphold its obligations under international humanitarian, human rights, and maritime law. We welcome and endorse the joint declaration of the International Crimea Platform participants as agreed between the European Union and Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, nevertheless, I came here also to call for a sincere dialogue between Ukraine and Russian Federation and between European Union and Russian Federation. Slovenia has good relations with both Ukraine and Russia. As a strong advocate of good neighborly relations, I sincerely wish Ukraine and Russia will someday somehow settle their bilateral relations, and Slovenia will always support this determination. This will be an extremely difficult and challenging task, which will require a lot of political courage and wisdom. I firmly believe that sustainable peace, security, development, and well-being can be achieved only through sincere relations and dialogue. Even in the most difficult of times, it is important to search for dialogue and to keep channels of communications open. We welcome and support the efforts of political leadership of Ukraine, as well of Germany, France, and others, and of the Russian Federation for the resolution to the conflict in eastern Ukraine, based on Minsk agreements and the so-called Steinmeier formula. Mr. President, colleagues and friends, I commend Ukraine very much for its commitment and progress achieved on that path and encourage authorities to accelerate the reform peace, in particular in the field of rule of law, fight against corruption, and independent judiciary. Let me conclude by saying that Slovenia is committed to a strong partnership with Ukraine on its reform path. We are proud to contribute valuable experience and expertise in the decentralization reform and will continue to do so. President Zelensky, I wish you and your country all the best.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am pleased to give the floor to President of Finland, His Excellency, Mr. Sauli Niinistö.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by a quote. reaffirming their objective of promoting better relations among themselves and ensuring conditions in which their people can live in true and lasting peace, free from any threat to or attempt against their security. This is the opening sentence of the Helsinki Final Act, signed in the Finnish capital in 1975. At the heart of the document are 10 principles guiding relations between states, which begin with a familiar list: sovereignty, refraining from threat or use of force, inviolability of frontiers, and territorial integrity. These principles are an essential foundation of the European security order, and we must be unwavering in defending them. Mr. President, the establishment of the International Crimea Platform shows the determination of Ukraine and you personally to address the importance of these principles. And all of us gathered here today know that for Ukraine, this is not just a question of principle, but a hard reality. I want to thank you, President Kaljulaid, for sharing your experiences with us about that. Finland's support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders is firm. Finland supports international efforts to restore Ukraine's territorial integrity. Allow me to thank you, Mr. President, for this important initiative in which Finland naturally participates. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to defending its letter, we should also revive the spirit of Helsinki. The willingness of adversaries to engage in dialogue, despite their differences, could serve the future for our planet as a whole. In order to tackle our own common challenges, we need to shoulder our human responsibilities for the generations to come. In order to ensure conditions in which our people can live in true and lasting peace, we need to rebuild trust. In short, the world needs Helsinki spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am pleased to welcome President of Moldova, Her Excellency, Madam Maia Sandu.
Thank you. Dear President Zelensky, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this invitation to speak at the important event, the founding of the Crimea Platform. I'm here to reaffirm Moldova's unwavering support to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Crimea is Ukraine, and its illegal annexation is a blatant violation of international law. Moldova has been and will continue to be your reliable, trusted partner. We support Resolution 68/262, territorial integrity of Ukraine, of the United Nations General Assembly, as well as its subsequent resolutions. Moldova is a state committed to peace and peaceful diplomatic solutions. As a country, we have always depended on a rules-based regional security order. This order has been under siege for some time now. It is a threat to everyone's security when rules inscribed in the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Helsinki Final Act, the Paris Charter for New Europe, and other fundamental provisions of international law are undermined. Rules-based international order, not the raw use of force, is the only foundation on which a peaceful and prosperous region can be built in the interests of everyone. Looking back through the ages into a distant past is not a good guiding light into the future. The future is not coercion. It is not arms twisting. The future is cooperation, respect for human rights, and economic development for everyone. These are the principles that my country firmly believes in. Similarly, in a region fraught with insecurity and instability, where norms of behavior are falling like dominoes, states must follow a set of fundamental rules which guide relations between them and underpin a regional order. For Moldova, it is more important than ever to reaffirm the principles of international law, order, justice, and peaceful resolution of disputes. We cannot allow historical grievances, revisionist policies, undisguised use of force, and disregard for human rights to become the new normal. We all need to return to peaceful political resolution of disputes. We need to jointly counter threats to regional security. We all need to chart a different path, one that is constructive and sustainable. Thank you once again for the invitation to speak at the opening of the Crimea Platform, to which Moldova is firmly committed.
Thank you, Madam President. I now have the honor to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Valdis Dombrovskis, Executive Vice President of the European Commission for an Economy that Works for People. The floor is yours.
Honorable President Zelensky, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to address the inaugural summit of International Crimean Platform. 7 years have passed since Russia's illegal annexation of the Crimean Peninsula. First, let me reiterate the EU's unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Crimea is Ukraine. I come from a Baltic country. We know what it means to lose freedom and sovereignty. 82 years ago today, Hitler and Stalin made their secret pact against the freedom of the Baltic nations and other nations throughout Central Europe. The years that followed were bitter and they were long. But we survived, and 50 years later, standing together at the Baltic Way, we reclaimed this day. With this experience in mind, I look today at the illegal annexation of the Crimea. The EU will continue to support Ukraine's diplomatic efforts to end the illegal annexation and temporary occupation of Crimea and to retain this issue high on the international agenda. The illegal annexation of Crimea is a test case for the whole international community as it represents blatant violation of international law by Russia. As a response, the EU has progressively imposed restrictive measures against Russia. The measures were adopted in response to the illegal annexation of Crimea and the deliberate destabilization of Ukraine. We are very well aware of dire human rights situation in the peninsula. Ethnic Ukrainians, Crimean Tatars, and other residents of Crimea have been particularly affected by Russia's actions. Their fundamental freedoms remain severely restricted. We are very worried about the lack of international access to Crimean Peninsula, which leaves many severe human rights violations not accounted for. Despite the ongoing conflict with the responsibility of the Russian Federation, Ukraine has been able to advance on the reform path. It has undergone and is continuing to implement a wide range of reforms, including public administration reform, decentralization, anti-corruption, judiciary, macroeconomic and digital transformation with the EU support. We will continue to support Ukraine to this end. Since 2014, the EU has mobilized more than 16 billion euros in loans and grants to support reform efforts and also implementation of the association agreement. We are convinced that there cannot be resilient Europe without resilient Ukraine. The EU has therefore supported Ukraine to strengthen its resilience, including by working on conflict prevention, countering hybrid threats, cybersecurity, critical infrastructure protection, and countering disinformation. Support to conflict-affected population remains a priority for the European Union, which includes measures in favor of internally displaced persons, as well as restoration of governance, reintegration of veterans. In addition, the region of the Sea of Azov region and Crimea are benefiting from special activities within the broader conflict response, including through the recently initiated EU for Resilient Regions program. Let me reassure that the EU will continue supporting Ukraine's efforts in keeping the illegal annexation of Crimea on the international agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow Ukraine celebrates 30 years of independence. Its achievements over the last 30 years are impressive despite often difficult circumstances. The EU will continue to support Ukraine, its sovereignty and territorial integrity, its work towards prosperity and closer integration with the European Union. Thank you.
I thank you, Vice President. I now give the floor to Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic, His Excellency, Mr. Eduard Heger.
Thank you, dear President Zelensky, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. More than 7 years ago, Russia has breached the international law and illegally annexed part of Ukraine's territory. The passage of time does not diminish Russia's responsibilities for its action or the need for the international community to pay attention to Crimea. Slovakia welcomes and supports the establishment of the Crimea Platform and will be an engaged partner of it. Крим – це Україна, which in English means Crimea is Ukraine, should not be just a slogan. It should also continue to guide the actions for all of us, for the international community. Rule of force cannot be stronger than the rule of law. It is our obligation to continue proving that might does not make right. We will never accept that borders can be redrawn by force. We will not recognize Crimea's illegal annexation, and Ukraine will have our full support for diplomatic and legal efforts to restore its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Our sanctions on Russia will continue as long as the occupation does. We also applaud Ukrainians' effort to reach out to the residents of Crimea, including through the recently adopted Crimea strategy, which we hope will be inclusively implemented and followed up by practical policies. Ladies and gentlemen, we should be clear-eyed about the challenge we all face. The case of Crimea or Donbas is not an isolated one. Security in Europe cannot be taken for granted, and we must remain vigilant. This goes for the existing military threats, but also for the hybrid efforts aimed at undermining our unity and determination. By being here today, we reaffirm that Ukrainians are not alone in the effort to restore their territorial integrity. I'm proud that beyond many diplomatic activities, Slovakia provides practical support to partners in Ukraine in country's reforms and transformation, and we will continue to do so. Last but not least, President Zelensky, let me recognize your efforts also in a wider context. Despite great security challenges we discussed today, Ukraine has demonstrated being a valuable partner to NATO members in evacuation of number of people from Afghanistan over the last days, including a Slovak citizen, Shara Karimi, and its colleagues, artists. All this despite a very dangerous situation on the ground in Kabul. I want to thank you for this. We are on your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, and thank you for your kind words about evacuation. I can tell you that as we sit here and discuss the issue of Crimea, another Ukrainian plane took off from Kabul carrying almost 100 citizens. And we wish all countries to safely evacuate their citizens and those Afghans who find themselves in danger and receive them and give them a new life. Having said this, I invite to take the floor Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, His Excellency, Mr. Andrej Plenković.
Дякую. Вельми шановні президенте Зеленський, вельми шановні прем'єр-міністре Шмиχал, шановні колеги.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be here in Kiev again, in the city which I love, and the country which is very well known to me. Let me congratulate the Ukrainian government on the beginning of this important initiative. Crimea Platform is a great platform for mobilizing the much-needed attention of the international community around the issue of Crimea. More than 7 years have passed since the illegal annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. And I've come here today in Kiev in order to, together with my European and Ukrainian colleagues, reaffirm Croatia's unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. Crimea is Ukraine.
Croatia, together with other EU member states, continuously supports Ukraine in the United Nations General Assembly and all the other international fora. The two recent examples of the UN General Assembly resolutions on human rights and on militarization were concrete proof of such policy. This annexation of Crimea clearly for all of us constitutes a violation of international law. The temporary occupation provoked violations of human rights among peoples of Crimea, especially Crimean Tatars, Ukrainians, other minorities, and ethnic and religious communities. Residents of the peninsula should not face restrictions of their fundamental freedoms, such as the freedom of expression, religion, or belief, and the right to peaceful assembly. The international community expects from Russia to fully comply with international humanitarian law and human rights standards and to provide full access to Crimea for international monitoring mechanisms, particularly those by the United Nations and the OSCE, and there we see also an important role of the Council of Europe. We regret to witness the ongoing militarization as well as further attempts to restrict freedom of navigation through Kerch Strait, including to and from the Sea of Azov. Croatia knows very well how difficult it is when a country is faced with an ongoing conflict and part of its own territory under occupation. We can understand you a little bit better than those countries who didn't have this experience. We have a very good model of a peaceful reintegration of the Croatian Danubian area that ended the occupation of part of our territory back in 1998 through an efficient mission of the United Nations, perhaps the most successful one on the territory of Europe in the last 70 years. We are willing to offer you all the assistance to apply such a model without any casualties and with the ambition for coexistence and the rule of law. We believe that Crimea should be high on the agenda of the international community, together with your efforts to reintegrate the Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts, and therefore we will do our best with all international fora and bilaterally to help you achieve that goal. Ja вітаю вас з Днем Незалежності України. Дякую.
Hvala puno, Mr. Prime Minister. I invite to take the floor His Excellency Mr. Irakli Garibashvili, Prime Minister of Georgia.
Dear President Zelensky, dear colleagues, dear friends, I want to thank President Zelensky for making this event possible in times of the global pandemic. Creation of the Crimean Platform is a window of opportunity to speak out of the atrocities that the occupation forces have been committing against our people. And we must remind to the world that Crimea is Ukraine. Ukraine and Georgia have a long history of friendship, standing shoulder to shoulder in times of peace and war. Our will to fight for freedom against the common foe and our pursuit for core values of liberty and democracy have always made us stronger against any other force that has attempted to disrupt our unity. The Ukrainians fought Russian aggressors alongside the Georgians during the armed hostilities inspired and participated by Russia back in the 1990s. Leonid Tkachuk, whose remains were recovered and handed over to his family just several days ago by my government, is a symbol of Ukrainians who bravely fought and fell for the independence of Georgia. His sacrifice was honored by Georgians, awarding him with State decoration posthumously. 13 years ago, the Russian Federation launched a large-scale military attack against Georgia, killing hundreds of civilians and militaries, burning and destroying to ashes dozens of Georgian villages, starting another wave of ethnic cleansing which caused hundreds of thousands of ethnic Georgians to flee from their homes, and subsequently occupying two indivisible Georgian regions by Russia. This move shattered the entire European security and the rules-based international order. Later, in 2014, Ukraine shared the same fate. We witnessed Russia's deliberate policy directed at undermining the peace processes, destabilizing the security situation on the ground, hardening the burden of conflict-affected people, and all this while disregarding its international commitments. Most importantly, EU-mediated 12 August 2008 ceasefire agreement. Unresolved conflicts create a gloomy picture for the regional countries and undermine the whole European and Euro-Atlantic security. With joint efforts, along with our partners, we should take a stronger stance against the illegal occupation and creeping annexation. Without resolving the conflicts in the region, the West is bound to come face to face with ever-increasing sources of destabilization. Despite the existing security threats, Georgia and Ukraine continue to aspire for the European and Euro-Atlantic structures. Georgia is committed to peaceful conflict resolution, and we are determined to further define a broader and proactive vision for peaceful resolution. We have assumed this responsibility towards our people, and we are very persistent on this path. In parallel, we are pursuing unequivocal consolidation of democratic reforms, sustainable economic development, along with European and Euro-Atlantic aspirations. No matter how hard our opponents try to hinder our development, we continue to push harder. We have been tested many times throughout our history, but have never cracked against the challenge. In this light, we hope that Crimean Platform will become an important stage supported by our international partners, which will have far-reaching impact against existing challenges in the Black Sea region. And finally, with joint efforts and strategic approach, we will be able to shape Black Sea region into the area of opportunities where economies thrive and people prosper. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Now I welcome Prime Minister of Romania, His Excellency, Mr. Florin Kitsu.
Thank you. Dear President Zelensky, dear heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be in Kiev and take part in this important event for Ukraine, as well as for the international community. I take this opportunity to announce that today Romania joins the International Crimean Platform. As you may know, Romania has been and will continue to be a firm supporter of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. At the same time, Romania remains strongly committed to the implementation of the non-recognition policy of the illegal annexation of Crimea by the Russian Federation. Romania supports Ukraine's aspiration of becoming a member of the European and Euro-Atlantic community. Romania was the first EU member state to ratify the association agreement between EU and Ukraine. Also, the NATO summit held in Bucharest recognized the right of Ukraine to become a member of the alliance when conditions would be met. We know from our own experience that achieving these goals requires vision, solid public support, and political will. As a neighboring country and partner of Ukraine, I strongly encourage the political leadership of Ukraine to speed up the necessary economic and social reforms in order to achieve the democratic transformation of society and its long-term prosperity. The dividends will be shared across the whole Ukrainian society, including by the Romanian minority living in Ukraine, and will help foster social harmony, stability, and prosperity. Dear President Zelensky, we are acutely aware of the current challenges and threats to our values and to the regional stability and security that we face in the Black Sea region. Today's summit is a clear proof. These challenges can only be met by principled and consistent answers, by strengthening our resilience and deepening our cooperation. The most effective answer we can provide is by strengthening our democracies, by fully upholding the basic rights and freedoms for each citizen, irrespective of their background, by ensuring proper functioning of the public institutions and the rule of law. Against common challenges, we need to demonstrate solidarity and encourage dialogue and cooperation. Romania has made consistent efforts to develop a positive, mutually beneficial bilateral agenda with Ukraine. I am confident that differences can be solved if we approach them constructively, with openness, always having in mind that we share aspirations, strategic instruments, and common values. I trust this spirit will further guide our cooperation in the future. Wishing success to Ukraine in coordination of these activities of the International Crimea Platform, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I am pleased to welcome President of the National Council of the Swiss Confederation, Mr. Andreas Ebi.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, sehr geehrter Herr Parlamentsvorsitzender, Exzellenzen. Im Namen der Schweiz möchte ich mich bei der Ukraine für die Initiative der Krim-Plattform bedanken, welche wir unterstützen. Es sind mittlerweile mehr als 7 Jahre seit der völkerrechtswidrigen Annexion der Krim durch die Russische Föderation vergangen. Es ist deshalb an der Zeit, dass die ukrainischen und internationalen Bemühungen gebündelt und verstärkt werden, um die territoriale Integrität der Ukraine und den völkerrechtsgemäßen Zustand wiederherzustellen. Für die Schweiz ist und bleibt die Krim ein
the growing attempt of Ukrainian international community to fight this and to restore the Crimea as a part of Ukraine. We see human rights and freedoms being violated and degraded in the Crimea for the past 7 years, and this shows a rather fragmented picture with how rights and freedoms are observed there, whether it is about the freedom of speech or other. The so-called Russian anti-terrorist laws are effectively aimed against human rights. And this has been widely criticized, particularly by the EU, by Switzerland. We know of multiple cases of tortures that the Ukrainian citizens and Crimean Tatars are being subjected to in the Crimea. We know of humanitarian law violations there, as systemic violations go on. In order to free the Crimea from these negative consequences, this platform has been set up, and we are very glad to see it being launched. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now the floor goes to Speaker of the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, His Excellency, Mr. Miloš Vystrčil.
Vážený pane
prezidente Zelenský, excelence, vážené dámy a pánové.
Mr. President Zelensky, dear ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President Zelensky today at the beginning of this conference said that in 1944 was the year of genocide for the Crimean people upon instructions from Joseph Stalin. And had he thought that none of these events would ever be repeated, that there would be such a situation when people would be forced to leave their homes. Today we can see that this is not the case. In light of this, I would like also to remind you of one historical event related to my country, Czechoslovakia formerly and now Czech Republic. In 1938, at the beginning of October, the Czech people were forced to flee their country. They were made to forcibly leave their country, and this event went down in history as the Munich plot. When we ask ourselves why this event occurred, it turns out that Hitler had great ambitions, and this was also related to the fact that we were let down by our allies because at a certain moment in history they did not support Czechia and its independence, its sovereignty and the inviolability of its borders. I say this for two reasons. The first is that, Mr. President, you can count on the fact that thanks to its historical support, the Czech Republic will always be on the Ukrainian side. It will always support Ukraine in its fight for inviolability of its borders, because we know the price of freedom. And the second reason is that we sometimes talk about the Munich plot of 1938 because it was the result of the fact that discussions about us took place without us. So we would very much like that decisions about Ukraine are taken with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to give the floor to Federal Minister for European and Foreign Affairs of Austria, His Excellency, Mr. Alexander Schallenberg.
Thank you very much, dear President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The legal annexation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol marks the most disturbing attempt in recent history to redraw borders in Europe. 7 years on, Russia's actions still undermine the sovereignty, political independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. They threaten the safety and security of Ukrainian citizens. In doing so, these actions also weaken the safety and security of us all, because the blatant violation of international law is a direct threat to the rules-based international order. It implies that we are guided not by the rule of law, but by the law of the jungle. We are here today to deliver one very simple message. Might makes no right. International community has not and will not recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea. We will not tolerate one state infringing on the sovereignty of another. We will not condone the violation of Ukrainians' internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. On the contrary, we will speak up time and again to make clear that we do not accept Russia's ongoing militarization of Crimea, the Sea of Azov, and the Black Sea, that we condemn Russia's violation of the human rights and fundamental freedoms of so many Crimeans. They face restrictions, intimidations, and unlawful measures such as forced conscription into the Russian armed forces. And that we deplore the ongoing repressions against ethnic and religious minorities, including Crimean Tatars. They're increasingly under pressure and deprived of the right to maintain and develop their culture and traditions. In order to counter these dangerous trends, We need to jointly have diplomatic efforts. This is why Austria welcomes the establishment of the International Crimea Platform. We support Ukraine's initiative to bring us together and to keep the spotlight on Crimea's illegal annexation. Crimea, to put it very simply, Crimea is part of Ukraine. Ukraine can count on Austria's continued support in defending its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I now welcome Minister for Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, His Excellency, Mr. Tom de Bruijn.
Thank you, President Zelensky, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I remember very vividly how 7 years ago today, Russia demonstrated a shameless and complete disregard for international law when it illegally annexed Crimea. It violated the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. This was unacceptable when it happened, and it remains unacceptable today. It is also 7 years ago that Ukraine and the Netherlands were united by another tragedy, the downing of flight MH17, in which 298 people were killed, innocent people. Since that day, our two nations have stood side by side, pursuing truth, justice, and accountability. I'm grateful for our strong cooperation, and we will continue to work together along with our partners in the joint investigation team. We also work together within the UN General Assembly, where we helped initiate the annually recurring resolution on Crimea. Because security, human rights, and justice are bound together. This is the essence of the Helsinki Accords, and it remains the foundational principle of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Russia has long proclaimed respect for the values of Helsinki, for sovereignty and international law. That is why the continuing violations of human rights and humanitarian law, the militarization of Crimea, and the increasing tensions in the Black Sea are so deeply troubling. This must all come to an end. Excellencies, the Netherlands and the European Union, like President Charles Michel and Vice President Dombrovskis have said, fully supports Ukraine and refuses to recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea and its 2 million citizens, while acknowledging the large number of IDPs. We will continue to cooperate with you wherever possible, in trade, in diplomacy, and in the pursuit of justice. We hope that this Crimean platform will be an important step on the road to deoccupation, stability, and the rule of law. And we look forward to the return of the occupied territories to Ukraine and the return of constitutional rights and freedoms to the people who live there. Thank you and congratulations on your 30th anniversary.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I am pleased to give the floor to Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Luxembourg, Mr. Jean Asselborn.
Dear President Zelensky, dear Prime Minister, dear Dmytro, Your Excellencies, I want to thank our hosts first for organizing this inaugural summit of the Crimean Platform and giving us the possibility and the opportunity to publicly highlight our support to the Ukraine regarding the illegal annexation of the Crimean Peninsula. It is important, I think, to showcase our unity on this matter. This is my second visit to Ukraine in a short time. In May, I visited together with my foreign minister colleagues from Belgium and the Netherlands, Lugansk region, and I received a first-hand impression of the difficulties that arise from the destabilization of Ukraine. 2 years ago, I was in Shirokino, and I saw awful pictures. Let me clearly and unequivocally state that Luxembourg remains firmly committed to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. This is a principle that is not negotiable. It extends to the question of the illegal referendum and elections in occupied territories. Such actions cannot be recognized by the international community. Since the illegal annexion of the Crimean Peninsula by the Russian Federation in 2014, we have witnessed a dramatic deterioration of the human rights situation. The residents of the peninsula face grave and systematic restrictions of fundamental freedoms, such as freedom of expression, religion, association, and the right to peaceful assembly. Furthermore, the progressive militarization of Crimea undermines the security and the stability in the wider Black Sea region. We strongly oppose these unilateral attempts to challenge the international order. As a response, NATO countries have pledged more cooperation with Ukraine. Also in the region, this message is clear. We stand side by side with our Ukrainian partners. As a member of the European Union, we have also clearly shown that we will react to any further provocations from the Russian side. In the absence of progress in the Minsk implementation, the European Council has regularly prolonged the economic sanctions and the restrictive measures against Russia. And I think, Mr. President, that the presence of Charles Michel, the President of the European Council, is very, very important here today. Finally, Luxembourg will continue to give its full support to all genuine international efforts to end the illegal annexation of Crimea and the destabilization of Ukraine. And I want to assure once again my complete solidarity with your country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I would like to give the floor now to Foreign and Defence Minister of Ireland, Mr. Simon Coveney.
Thank you, President Zelensky, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends. I want to congratulate our hosts, first and foremost, on the eve of the 30th anniversary of Ukrainian independence. Ukraine is an important part of the European family of nations. I'm pleased that later today I will officially open Ireland's new embassy to Ukraine, marking a new and very positive chapter in our bilateral relations. Ireland strongly supports Ukraine's sovereignty, its territorial integrity, and the extensive international efforts, including this summit, aimed at supporting such objectives which are fundamental to the progress and liberty of any nation, big or small. Today we meet to send a clear message. Crimea is Ukraine. The people of Ireland stand with you in the face of the continuing illegal annexation of Crimea. Respect for internationally recognized borders is a fundamental cornerstone of a rules-based international order. The violation in 2014 of this bedrock of international security was a matter of deep concern throughout the world, but it was particularly alarming for smaller countries, such as Ireland, who depend on the rules-based multilateral system for peace, for progress, and for prosperity. It's essential, therefore, that we continue to call out the truth about what took place. A powerful country decided to avail of a moment of crisis to annex a large and strategically significant territory of a neighbour. The role now of the international community remains as urgent and as necessary as it was in 2014. The gathering of nations together in Kiev today is a powerful signal of the international community's determination to not let the passage of time create a new normal or dull in any way our collective resolve to restore the territorial integrity of this country, Ukraine. Residents of the Crimea Peninsula face restrictions of their human rights and fundamental freedoms, such as the freedom of expression, religion or belief and association, and the right to peaceful assembly. The situation of Crimean Tatars is of particular concern and have been mentioned by many speakers. They, along with other Ukrainians and all ethnic and religious communities in the peninsula, must be allowed to maintain their identities and traditions. I want to recognize the important work being done by Ukrainian human rights organizations. It is crucial that regional and international human rights monitoring mechanisms, including the OSCE monitoring mission, as well as non-governmental human rights organizations, have unimpeded access to Crimea. Also, free media must be allowed unimpeded access as well. So finally, I congratulate our hosts on organizing this summit and reaffirm Ireland's support to continued diplomatic efforts to end Russian occupation and to restore the full sovereignty of Ukraine in accordance with international law.
Thank you, Minister. And now the floor goes to the Federal Republic of Germany, represented by Minister for Economic Affairs and Energy, Mr. Peter Altmaier.
President Zelensky, Excellencies, colleagues, dear friends, Germany has not and will not recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea by Russia. It violates Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, but also the international rules-based order, and is a big, big problem in the region. This is why the EU has imposed sanctions and prolonged them many, many times. And we will continue in doing so as long as the reason for the sanctions continues to exist. We deplore the lack of freedom and rule of law on Crimea as well. We denounce the repression that Crimean Tatars and ethnic Ukrainians are facing. And it is unacceptable that Russia is restricting independent observers and human rights defenders access to Crimea. We will not allow Crimea to become a blind spot. It is and will remain a part of Ukraine. Today, we stand firmly together to condemn what happened, and we ask for improvement, we ask for talks, we ask for restoring of the international order. It is impressive how Ukraine has moved towards the European Union in recent years by the development of different formats of cooperation by different countries and the European Union as such. The German-Ukrainian energy partnership is a good example of how we are also strengthening our economic ties. We will continue our close cooperation in the fields of energy transition, decarbonization, climate policy, and energy efficiency, as well as energy security. And we will do our utmost to assure that gas transit through Ukraine will continue beyond 2024. We have a good memory in Germany of the difficult years after the Second World War, when our country was divided. And we have seen that the development of a flourishing democracy based on market economy and rule of law has impressed many people in former GDR and in the former Eastern Bloc. Therefore, today on this special day, we wish Ukraine all the best for the future. Congratulations for organizing this event. Congratulations for what was achieved over the last couple of years, and may a sovereign Ukraine enjoy a bright, peaceful, and prosperous future it deserves. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. The next speaker is Mr. Frank Riester, Minister Delegate for Foreign Trade and Economic Attractiveness of France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents de chambres parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chers amis. Voilà plus de 7 ans que la Russie a illégalement annexé la République autonome de Crimée.
We are all aware. Excuse me, technical difficulties. For 7 years now, Russia has been occupying Crimea, and the international community found itself facing this terrible fact. Thank you, Mr. President Volodymyr Zelensky, for inviting us here today. For us, it is of crucial importance to show that abidance by international law is our priority, just as the abidance by the principle of territorial integrity of countries is. On behalf of President Macron, who authorized me to visit this occasion, I would like to underline 3 important things. Let me remind you that France does not recognize and will not recognize the illegal annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by the Russian Federation. Our support for the territorial integrity of Ukraine remains consistent. We really believe that this situation threatens a global order. We are deeply concerned by the situation in Crimea, the situation with systematic violations of human rights in Crimea, and this particularly concerns Crimean Tatars living there. Russia has to be reminded that it is responsible for these actions, as it is the occupying power in the territory. The construction of the Crimean bridge has also negatively affected the ecological situation in the Black Sea area, also the freedom of navigation and freedom of movement. These matters that I mentioned are key for European freedom, for European society. We believe that Ukraine has done its utmost in order to avoid the escalation of conflict, and we have to commend Ukraine's proclivity to diplomatic dialogue at the moment when Ukraine's territory is suffering from the annexation. France is consistently working towards ensuring peaceful settlement and restoration of Ukraine's sovereignty over Crimea. As you all know, France, together with Germany, within the framework of the Normandy format, is working towards ensuring a stable political settlement of the conflict in Donbass. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. And now I give the floor to Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria, Mr. Svetlan Stoyev.
Your Excellency Zelensky, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to represent the Republic of Bulgaria at the inaugural Crimea Platform Summit, an initiative which I am firmly confident will bring a strong impetus to the multilateral efforts for the restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity. The impressive high-level participation in this important event is the best expression of the international support for Ukraine and its leadership to seek a diplomatic approach for a peaceful and sustainable solution and an end of the temporary occupation of Crimea and Sevastopol. It is the right place to reaffirm once again the staunch support of Bulgaria for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. As a member state of the European Union and as a friend and partner with a historical community in Ukraine, the Republic of Bulgaria will continue to be strongly engaged with the implementation of the policy of non-recognition, including through the EU restrictive measures. The deoccupation of Crimea and the settlement of the conflict in eastern Ukraine must remain high on the international agenda. This summit serves another important purpose as well. It debunks Russia's narrative that the illegal annexation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol is a fait accompli and shows the unwavering persistence of the international community to adhere to the rules and principles of the international law. The full and comprehensive implementation of the Minsk agreements remains the only viable option for a political solution to the conflict in and around Ukraine. Regrettably, we have not seen the desired progress. To the contrary, as a Black Sea country, we are concerned with the growing militarization of the region, which does not increase the feeling of security, but rather has the opposite effect. The construction of the Kerch Bridge, with its rail link and the related infrastructure, the restrictions obstructing of the freedom of passage to Ukrainian ports in the Sea of Azov further complicates the situation. At the end, I would like to wish every success to the International Crimea Platform. It's my firm belief that the open exchange within the platform will contribute to the finding meaningful solutions and ultimately to achieving peace, security, and prosperity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. I now give the floor to Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro, His Excellency, Mr. George Radulovic.
Thank you very much. Honorable President Zelensky, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to take part in this important event on behalf of the government of Montenegro. I'm likewise grateful to our host for warm hospitality here in Kiev. Firstly, I would like to emphasize that we highly appreciate a diplomatic initiative of Ukraine to inaugurate a new multi-level consultative and coordination format called Crimea Platform, thus driving more global attention to the Crimea issue and strengthening its international connotation. We are glad that Ukraine has chosen the path of diplomacy, as diplomacy is always the best answer and there is no alternative to a diplomatic solution. The best way to proceed towards the solution is to have multi-layer, multifactorial, and comprehensive approach. And that's why we understand the efforts and initiative of official Kiev oriented towards consolidation of international attention to this very much important issue. We are here today to hear more from our esteemed Ukrainian hosts about this project that intends to unite and strengthen international efforts and response to growing security challenges related to Crimea issue, which should undoubtedly remain high on the international agenda. We are familiar with the fact that current status of Crimea directly affects the existing system of regional and global security. It is an indisputable fact that dispute over Crimea represents a great security risk for the stability of the region and the European continent, and it must be perceived in a broader context of international relations, which is crucial for peace and stability, not just here in the region, but much far beyond. By its participation today, Montenegro, along with all other esteemed participants, NATO countries, EU members, and those countries that are about to be, reaffirms time and time again its credibility. The credibility is best proven when you are small, intimidated by the big ones, threatened with possible repercussions, but still act as one if European values are at stake, and act intrepidly with indomitable spirit. Just to remind you, for the sake of the facts, Montenegro has been staunchly on the side of Ukraine since the very beginning of the crisis back in 2014, and as a reliable European partner continues to fully align with EU common foreign security policy declarations and positions. We are one of the numerous countries that supported the new UN Security Council resolution on the territorial integrity of Ukraine in March 2021. I'm particularly pleased with the fact that Montenegro and Ukraine have become close partners and friends, which has been reflected in increasing cooperation in the field of tourism and economy, and I'm more than confident that we'll continue to intensify and develop friendly relations and fruitful cooperation in the coming years. At the end of my intervention, please allow me to congratulate, this is definitely last but not the least, the upcoming Independence Day of Ukraine, and to extend my warmest congratulations and best wishes for the further prosperity of Ukraine and well-being of the friendly Ukrainian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I welcome His Excellency Mr. Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Dimitro, Your Excellency President Zelensky, honorable heads of state and government, colleagues, friends. Let me also congratulate President Zelensky and Ukraine for the 30th year of independence, the Flag Day, and for organizing this important event. More than 7 years passed since the illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea. Our support to the territorial integrity of Ukraine is so strong. The international community should speak as one voice against this violation of international law. We believe that Crimea Platform will serve as an effective forum to show our commitment and solidarity. The Crimea Platform is not only about territory, it's also about people. I know large Tatar communities live in your respective countries. Turkey is also home to millions of citizens of Tatar origin. The great Tatar intellectual Ismail Gasparli once said, "It is easy to fall, but difficult to stand up again." The Tatars have managed to get back up after all hardships throughout history. And we thank the efforts of President Zelensky, together with the parliament, in recognizing the Crimean Tatars as indigenous people of Ukraine. I hope the Crimean Platform will work closely with the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people. And this platform should serve as an avenue to raise global awareness about Crimea. The proposed interparliamentary contacts, effective public messaging, and expert-level meetings, especially on international law, will add value to this work. Under the present circumstances, there is no easy solution to this problem. And unfortunately, the international system, including the UN mechanism, is not well designed to resolve it. Still, peaceful resolution through diplomacy is only the way. And this requires effective coordination. And this summit marks an important start to coordinate our efforts to achieve a peaceful and lasting solution. Crimea is Ukraine. Thank you.
And now the floor goes to Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of North Macedonia, Bujar Osmani.
Thank you, President Zelensky, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by conveying my congratulations on tomorrow's 30th Independence Day of friendly Ukraine, an important jubilee, while underlining the fact that in 2 weeks, on the 8th of September, the Republic of North Macedonia will be marking the exact same jubilee, the 30th anniversary of our independence. Marking these important jubilees in the same year reflect the shared interest and similar challenges that our two friendly countries have been facing throughout the years since their independence. The Republic of North Macedonia and Ukraine in the past 3 decades have successfully built good relations in both political and economic context. The two countries, in fact, share similar strategic priorities being reflected in their aspiration for Euro-Atlantic integration. we have continuously supported Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic aspirations, including Ukraine's request to become enhanced partner in NATO. Ukraine is one of NATO's closest and most important partners, and therefore we recognize Ukraine's valuable contribution to the regional peace and stability. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize that the Republic of North Macedonia fully supports the unified character of Ukraine, its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, as well as the inviolability of its borders. We acknowledge the conflict in the eastern part of the state and the annexation of Crimea as a serious threat and potential danger to the international peace and security, and we believe that a peaceful resolution of the issues is the only possible solution. The Republic of North Macedonia has been regularly aligning itself with the EU statements on the situation in Ukraine, which, among other things, condemn the annexation of Crimea. Republic of North Macedonia hails the hosting of the summit on the Crimean Platform, with the platform itself being launched as an international coordination mechanism for the issues of Crimea by accentuating the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, as well as calling upon the standards of international law and on the resolutions adopted by the UN General Assembly and the international organizations on that matter. Therefore, Republic of North Macedonia aligns with the joint declaration on the Crimean Platform. In the end, I should like to once again voice my position that the Crimean Platform provides an opportunity to refocus the attention and resources of the international community on the matter, while underlining at the same time how important it is to protect human rights and international humanitarian law in that context. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. And now I would like to give the floor to the Presidential Delegate of the United States of America, Secretary of Energy, Madam Jennifer Granholm.
Thank you. Mr. President, the United States of America is proud to be here to participate in and support the Crimean Platform. Let me be clear, we stand with Ukraine and with all of you in condemning the illegal annexation of Crimea. We're here on your 30th anniversary. The United States is proud to have stood with Ukraine throughout these 3 decades. And our partnership will be solidified even further next week when our 2 presidents meet in Washington, D.C. On behalf of President Biden, I want to reaffirm our support for Ukraine in its efforts to advance reforms, to achieve its Euro-Atlantic aspirations, and to deliver a better future for all Ukrainians. And that includes your fight against corruption and your broader fight against Russian aggression. I want to affirm and reinforce that our support will remain concrete and substantial. We have provided some $4.9 billion in security and development assistance to Ukraine since 2014 alone. This support will certainly continue, as will security assistance for Ukraine's armed forces, including lethal defensive weapons that Ukraine needs to defend itself against Russian aggression. And at the same time, we'll continue our diplomatic efforts with allies and partners to end the conflict in eastern Ukraine. We'll keep sanctions on Russia in place until Russia ends its occupation of Crimea and its aggression in eastern Ukraine. We'll continue to reiterate that Russia must uphold its commitments under the Minsk agreements and work in good faith to end the conflict. And we will continue to support the Crimea Platform, keeping true to our long-held view that Crimea is Ukraine, will always be Ukraine, and that Russia must be held accountable for its aggression. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I am pleased to welcome Albania's Minister of State for Relations with Parliament, Madam Elisa Spiropali.
Dear President Zelensky, Excellencies, dear participants of the Crimean Platform Summit, since the illegal annexation of Crimea in the international arena, Albania has a clear and unwavering position in defense of Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, independence, the same position as the EU, US, and other democratic countries, in line with rules and principles of international law. We remain committed and firm in holding and promoting this position. Albania has joined not only the EU statements, but also related sanctions against Russia. Albania welcomes the Crimean Platform with its priority areas, security, including freedom of navigation, security threats to Eastern Europe, wider Black Sea region, and the Mediterranean. Albania voted in favor of the UN resolution the problem of militarization of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, as well as parts of Black Sea and the Azov, submitted by the core group on Ukraine. We truly appreciate Ukraine's cooperation during the Albanian chairmanship of the OSCE in 2020. In Kiev, Moscow, New York, and elsewhere, Chairperson in office and Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama, praised the important steps toward the peaceful resolution. And we always stressed the need for full and free access of the special monetary mission of the OSCE throughout Ukraine. Protection of human rights and international humanitarian law. Albania is a traditional co-sponsor of the resolution on situations of human rights in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol in the Third Committee, and also votes in favor of this resolution. Overcoming negative consequences on economy and environment. We also welcome the establishment by Ukraine of the National Office of the Crimean Platform that through the International Expert Network will provide information and analytical support for the platform's activities and contribute to public visibility of this platform, which we find it's crucial. The Crimean Platform will provide long-term vision of the de-occupation of Crimea, consolidating attention and resources of the international community, creating synergy of efforts within and between intergovernmental, interparliamentary, and non-governmental levels. The establishment of the International Crimea Platform as a consultative and coordination format will aim a peaceful ending of the Russian occupation, as well as restore the control and integrity of Ukraine over its territory in accordance with international law. Albania joins the declaration of the International Crimea Platform participants. For us, Crimea is Ukraine. Finally, on the eve of the 30th anniversary of Ukraine's independence, allow me to express best wishes to the people of Ukraine and its authorities for a bright future. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I am pleased to welcome the United Kingdom's Minister for European Neighbourhood and America, Madam Wendy Morton.
Thank you. President Zelensky, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, I'm delighted to be in Kiev on behalf of the UK Prime Minister to welcome the launch of the International Crimea Platform. We commend Ukraine's leadership, not just in bringing the international community together, but in using the platform to drive a long-term, comprehensive and integrated approach to Crimea. The UK is already deeply engaged. We have consistently campaigned for the release of illegally detained prisoners. We led an international coordination group on Crimea, bringing together partners in Kiev to strengthen information sharing and donor activity. We continue to work closely with Ukraine's presidential representative for Crimea and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to support Ukraine's international and multilateral engagement. And most recently, we funded a set of policy papers from the Centre for Defence Strategies that help the government of Ukraine to develop this platform. I'm delighted that we are continuing to work together to build on this. This platform calls on us all to raise global ambition and engagement on Crimea under Ukraine's leadership. We applaud the steps Ukraine is taking to broaden our discussions of critical issues, whether it is the increasingly worrying environmental degradation or the growing security risks in the Azov and Black Seas. We can only begin to turn the tide by working together. The UK commits today to working alongside you all to ensure this platform delivers on its ambitions. We stand ready to provide further support and to strengthen our work to protect and promote human rights in Crimea and to bolster regional security. It has been 7 years since Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea, an annexation that we will never recognise. Since then, Russia has conducted a systematic campaign of human rights abuses, increasingly militarised the peninsula and conscripted Crimeans into Russian military service against their will. Russia's conduct in Crimea reflects a pattern of hostile and reckless behaviour that it pursues in eastern Ukraine, at its borders and beyond, without regard to international law. The International Crimea Platform is an important tool for holding Russia to account, and we are committed to supporting the platform to succeed. On the eve of Ukraine's 30th anniversary of independence, we stand together in solidarity with all Ukrainians, from the west to the east and from the north to the very southern tip. Thank you. Crimea is Ukraine.
Thank you, Minister. The floor now goes to State Secretary to Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway, Mr. Audun Halvorsen.
President Zelensky, Excellencies, Norway remains clear and resolute in our condemnation of Russia's illegal occupation and attempted annexation of the Crimean Peninsula and our support for Ukraine. I am honored to represent Norway today. Prime Minister Solberg, who is regrettably prevented from attending due to coming parliamentary elections in Norway, sends her regards to you, Mr. President, and to the people of Ukraine on the occasion of your 30 years of independence. In 2014, Russia violated international law and challenged European security by first occupying and then illegally annexing the Crimean Peninsula, and further by fomenting and fueling the armed conflict in Donbass, which so far has cost 14,000 lives. Since 2014, we have witnessed a massive and ongoing militarization of the Crimean Peninsula and a deteriorating security situation in the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea, and beyond. In addition, the human rights situation is extremely serious and worrying, with numerous cases of long prison sentences based on groundless claims, illegal transfers of prisoners to Russia, frequent reports of maltreatment of prisoners, as well as harassment and intimidation of minorities and human rights defenders. Not least, this has targeted Crimean Tatars. We expect Russia to abide by international law, to uphold universal human rights, protect cultural heritage, and grant international human rights monitoring bodies access to the Crimea. Norway will remain firm in its non-recognition of Russia's illegal annexation. We will remain aligned with the EU's restrictive measures against Russia and support their continuation. And we will continue our support for Ukraine's European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite State Secretary for the European Union of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain, Mr. Juan González Barba-Pera, to take the floor.
President Zelensky, Excellencies, this platform is a reason for concern, but also a reason for hope. Concern because the illegal annexation that started 7 years ago continues to this very day. And we could also hear you, President Zelensky, in your words, referring to the exact number of days in which this situation continues. We could feel in your words the pain that this situation elicits in you, and through you, in your nation. Also, the concern extends to the situation in Crimea, and notably the situation regarding human rights, and around Crimea, especially the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. But also it is a reason for hope, because thanks to the launching of this platform with a very high level attendance and at its inaugural session, you will secure that the international community will continue to have its focus on this illegal situation. And also you have provided us with a guide to work together, to move ahead in order to overcome through joint cooperation this illegal annexation. And finally, you can count on Spain's support, first of all, to participate in this platform, and also, and most importantly, to keep on supporting you in your endeavors, your aspirations, to live in a prosperous, secure country within its internationally recognized borders, because Crimea is Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I give the floor to Undersecretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy, Mr. Benedetto della Vedova.
Thank you. President Zelensky, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first let me thank you, our Ukrainian host, for their hospitality in this beautiful city. Over the last 30 years since its independence, which you will celebrate tomorrow, and for which I congratulate you, Mr. President, Ukraine has faced a number of significant challenges. We cannot but commend the resilience of its people and its institutions in face of the ongoing threats to its peace, security and stability. More than 7 years since the illegal annexion of the Crimean Peninsula, we are still concerned about human rights and other developments that have an adverse impact on the situation in the region. You are aware of the hardships that Crimean Tatar people face, and we stress the importance of the full respect and protection of fundamental rights and freedoms of all minorities. To be here in Kiev on its important occasion testifies to the consistency and strength of our support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty and independence. We reiterate our unequivocal and unanimous condemnation for the illegal annexion of Crimea and our determination to uphold the non-recognition policy agreed at the European Union level, as reaffirmed today by President Michel and Vice President Dombrovskis. This is what unites us here today in support for your initiative, Mr. President, to create the Crimea Platform as a tool to reinstate, strengthen and coordinate our policies, to advance those basic principles and showcase our unity towards this objective. This is in the best interest of the international community as a whole, to ensure that universal values are common rules apply to all, and that they cannot be discarded or, worse, violated without consequences. We will continue to be firm in our messages. This includes working to ensure that access is granted to international and regional organizations to monitor the situation in the peninsula throughout and independent reporting. Mr. President, Italy stands with Ukraine in the aim to restore peace, territorial integrity, and the exercise of its sovereignty throughout the country and within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I give the floor to Madam Maria Pejcinović Burić, Secretary General of the Council of Europe.
Thank you very much. Dear President Zelensky, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, after the illegal annexation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, the Council of Europe was the first international organization to issue a condemnation. And we remain steadfast in our support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. And we support the full implementation of the Minsk agreements and the Paris summit conclusions that are crucial to ending the military conflict in Donbass. Our organization exists to protect and promote human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And it is from this perspective that we approach the ongoing crisis. At our 2019 Helsinki ministerial session, our Committee of Ministers affirmed the importance of the organization's unhindered access to every area of Europe, to ensure that European Convention on Human Rights is implemented to the benefit of every European. But this remains impossible in parts of our continent, including Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. And we need to right that wrong. In May of this year, the ministers' deputies went further, adopting a specific decision on the human rights situation. It calls on Russian Federation to release unlawfully detained and convicted Ukrainian citizens, to repeal decisions that curtail the Mejlis, and to cooperate with the Council of Europe's human rights bodies. The decision restates the deputies' commitment to a peaceful settlement and calls on Russia to end the current occupation. And it invites me to engage in dialogue with all parties to secure our organization's unrestricted access to Crimea and to issue regular reports on the human rights situation. The implementation of this decision has already begun. More recently still, our Parliamentary Assembly adopted a resolution on the situation of Crimean Tatars. It condemns human rights violations, including killings and disappearances, and it calls for investigations to be conducted with lawyers allowed to work without hindrance, for the rights to freedom of expression, association, and assembly to be respected, and for an end to the ban on Crimean Tatar media outlets. The injustice of the current situation burns deep, and no one can promise a quick fix. But the Council of Europe will do its utmost to ensure that Ukrainians can live in freedom and security provided by human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And finally, last but not least, happy 30th anniversary, Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. The next speaker on my list is Secretary General of Guam, Mr. Altai Efendiev.
Pane Presidente, Pane Holova Verkhovnej Rady, Pane
Mr. President,
Premier-Minister,
Mr. Speaker of Parliament, the heads of delegations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
With congratulations on the occasions of 30th anniversary of independence of Ukraine, and to wish every success in the course of state building as well as restoration of territorial integrity and sovereignty within internationally recognized borders. I also wish success to the Crimean Platform aimed at these objectives. Guam activities are firmly based on the norms and principles of the international law, UN Charter, Helsinki Final Act, and other major documents and provisions defining the principles of peaceful coexistence. Hence, mutual support and of territorial integrity and sovereignty within the internationally recognized borders form the cornerstone of cooperation among our friendly nations and strategic partners. 4 states are united by shared goals and interests, as well as by common challenges caused by belligerent separatism and foreign aggression. As a result, the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all 4 have been violated in flagrant infringement of international law. Conflicts on the territories of Guam member states hamper national development and pose a serious threat to regional and international peace, security, and stability. For over 2 decades, Guam member states have been voicing their concerns at all major international platforms. Regardless of numerous resolutions and decisions of United Nations General Assembly, UN Security Council, and other major international bodies in support of the territorial integrity of Guam member states, all international mediation initiatives in conflict resolution in the region so far have failed. The following lessons can be drawn from the experience in the region in this respect. Inadequate and insufficient actions of the international community in response to blatant violations of law and impunity of perpetrators in first instances consequently or subsequently led to more violations. As a consequence, the force of law is being substituted by the law of force, becoming so-called a new norm. Against that background, endless and fruitless efforts in conflict resolution mediation prove neither sustainable nor justifiable and provoke new escalations of tensions with potentially dangerous and unpredictable consequences. The recent war in the region to liberate illegally occupied territories is a stark reminder. As a regional stakeholder, Guam is keen and willing to support all initiatives promoting peace and cooperation. Furthermore, Guam geography is becoming of ever-growing geostrategic significance, and it should become an integral part of emerging connectivity and security architecture in a wider European space. Our flagship initiatives, Guam Transport Corridor and Guam Free Trade Area, serve these objectives. We are confident that the development of the alternative artery connecting East and West, passing through the zone of free trade and transit, will contribute to peace, security, and development in the wider Black Sea region and thus support the objectives of this initiative. We are looking forward to close cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. And now it gives me particular pleasure to give the floor to NATO Acting Secretary General, Mr. Mircea Joane.
Thank you for the promotion, Minister Kuleba. Dear President Zelensky, congratulations for you and your team for this remarkable event. This is a real pleasure to be part of this exercise. And let me start by congratulating you on the 30th anniversary of your country's independence. You have described Ukraine, Mr. President, as a nation, and I quote, at the same time, centuries old and young. For someone coming from a young democracy myself, I know the importance of this centuries-old struggle for freedom and independence. The Ukrainian people have chosen the path of freedom, democracy, and Euro-Atlantic integration. And as the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, said, Mr. Speaker, in front of the Verkhovna Rada in his speech, NATO stands firmly by your side. NATO strongly condemns and will not recognize Russia's illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea. Crimea is the territory of Ukraine, and we call on Russia to return control of the peninsula to Ukraine. The security situation in Crimea, eastern Ukraine, the Black and Azov Seas affects us all. Russia's actions have brought untold suffering and loss to the Ukrainian people, and they undermine international law and threaten the rules-based international order. The subject of Crimea is not only a matter to Crimea itself. It's a matter for all of us in the free democratic world. At our summit in June, NATO leaders confirmed their unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We condemned Russia's military buildup and destabilizing activities and called on them to stop the human rights abuses and violations against all Ukrainians, including the Crimean Tatars, and I salute the leaders of this important community. And to end restrictions on freedom of navigation in the Black Sea, including access to the Sea of Azov and Ukrainian ports. We reiterated the decision of the Bucharest summit that Ukraine and Georgia will become members of NATO. And we condemned and we commended Ukraine's commitment to a peaceful resolution of the conflict in eastern Ukraine. And your efforts to defend your sovereign rights and interests, including the illegal and legitimate annexation of Crimea through legal and diplomatic means. And this Crimean platform is an important example of this. There are many references to the Black Sea security, and this region is of paramount importance to NATO. 3 NATO allies are little states with their own forces in the region: Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania. Since Russia's illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea in 2014, NATO has increased its presence in the region. NATO ships routinely operate in the Black Sea in line with international law. We have stepped up our cooperation with Georgia and Ukraine with more exercises, more port visits, and sharing of situational awareness. Only last month's Sea Breeze exercise, co-hosted by the US and Ukrainian navies, with more than 30 participating nations, 32 to be more precise, was an important example of this. NATO continues to support Ukraine's effort to consolidate democracy, strengthen the rule of law, and reform your security and defense sectors, including through capacity building support to the Ukrainian armed forces and to tackle cyber and hybrid threats. So, Mr. President, thank you again for this important initiative. NATO stands by the Ukrainian people. We call for the return of Crimea, and we support the freedom and independence of all Ukraine. And Minister Kuleba, a NATO 3-minute rule functions. Thank you so much.
Nothing makes me more happy than knowing that NATO functions. And now, as we will overcome all difficulties to deoccupy Crimea, I'm happy to learn that Minister of the National Defense of Portugal overcame all difficulties with connecting flight to join us in this hall. It therefore gives me pleasure to give you, sir, the floor now to address this gathering. The floor goes to Minister of the National Defense of Portugal, Mr. João Gomes Cravinho.
Thank you. Your Excellency, President of Ukraine, Your Excellency, the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear colleagues. Portugal applauds the creation of the International Crimean Platform and commends the initiative undertaken by the Ukrainian leadership in bringing about a multilateral space dedicated to the peaceful solution of the temporary occupation of the Ukrainian territory of the Crimean Peninsula and the promotion of and protection of human rights in that region. I am honored to be here today in representation of my country in order to give a clear signal of my country's commitment to Ukraine's territorial integrity and to the primacy of international law. The current situation, both in temporarily occupied Crimea and in the wider region, is abundantly clear. We have heard and understood the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian people, and we believe that the context does not require additional description. I shall therefore be brief. Portugal stands unequivocally by Ukraine and all her partners in the effort to peacefully restore Ukraine's sovereign integrity and with it, international law over the Crimean Peninsula. From the earliest days of the invasion and the illegal annexation by Russia, Portugal has been a part of all international efforts to restore legality, internationally recognized borders, and the protection and promotion of human rights in the Crimean Peninsula, be they at the United Nations or through European Union initiatives. Bilaterally, Portugal and Ukraine have developed a fruitful cooperation in many areas, and as Minister of Defense, I consider it a privilege to support the Ukrainian armed forces and to offer a contribution to fully restoring and strengthening this fundamental part of Ukraine's sovereignty. Portugal has contributed recently and is ready to continue to do so upon request with non-lethal military equipment for the Ukrainian armed forces, and we provide treatment and health care to wounded Ukrainian soldiers sent to Portugal. We stand ready to cooperate, to continue to cooperate with Ukraine on these issues. I end with a call upon Russia. Cease the occupation. Abide by international law. Engage in meaningful dialogue with Ukraine. In short, become a contributor to the peace and stability that Russia itself needs. Finally, Excellencies, I would like to evoke the poetry of Taras Shevchenko. It speaks recurrently of fortitude in the face of adversity and of hope in the face of apparently overwhelming odds. It is deeply appropriate that Shevchenko should be considered Ukraine's national poet. Taking inspiration from Shevchenko, I am sure that Ukrainians will continue to find strength not only in their own identity and in history, but in the increasing international solidarity surrounding their fight for justice. Dziękuję.
Obrigado. Now this exhausts multo, my president corrects me, multo obrigado. This exhausts my list of international speakers, but as you may know, the Crimea Platform has a very special structure. It consists of the intergovernmental, interparliamentary tracks, but also it includes the Crimea Platform Expert Network. It will be a distinctive feature of this international format, the platform, and I'm happy to give the floor to the representative of this expert network, Madam Olga Skripnik.
Pana Presidenta, Your Excellencies,
Mr.
I highly
President,
appreciate the honor
Excellencies.
to represent the Crimea Platform Expert Network today. At the same time, I undertake the responsibility to speak on behalf of the Ukrainian nationals for the occupied Crimea, and I do want to make their voice heard at the Crimea Summit. I'm from Crimea, one of the thousands of Crimeans who were standing unarmed against the assault rifles of Russian soldiers to defend Ukrainian Crimea, who were shoulder to shoulder on the rally of the Majlis of Crimean Tatar people on February 26, who supported the Ukrainian military blocked by Russian army in 2014, and one of those who was forced by Russia to leave home. My family have remains in Crimea, one of the more than 2 million Ukrainian citizens who became hostages of occupation. None of Crimea residents can feel protected. There, today's reality is a system of politically motivated persecution, increasing the military presence of Russian Federation in the region and militarization of the civilian population, including Crimean children, attempts to eliminate all manifestations of Ukrainian identity and culture, persecuted of Orthodox Church of Ukraine, the persecutions of Crimean Tatar people, and attempts to sever the ties with their only native land of Crimean Tatars, changing forcibly the demographic composition of Crimea, the information isolation, and the threat to the environment. The unreserved condition for the protection of human rights and the restoration of violated rights must be deoccupation of Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. Without the deoccupation of Crimea, there would not be possible to guarantee the security of the region. The expert network is a community of Ukrainian and international experts and organizations that all support the establishment of Crimea Platform and will coexist with the governmental and parliamentary dimensions of the Crimea Platform in order to consolidate international support for the liberation of Crimea from occupation, ensure security and navigation in the Black and Azov Seas, and to recover from the negative impacts of the occupation. May I use this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to the participants on the Crimea Platform Summit for their solidarity with Ukraine. The Crimea Platform should make it possible to consolidate the efforts of civil society, Ukrainian authorities, our international partners around the occupation of Crimea, its reintegration and restoration of international law and order. Crimea is Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. And now it is my great honor to welcome here and give the floor to the leader of the Crimean Tatar people, Mr. Mustafa Džemilev. Mustafa Ага, запрошую вас до слова.
Спасибо. Saygılı Ukrayna Cumhurbaşkanı, Başbakanımız, saygılı Ukrayna Parlamento Başkanı,
Dear Mr. President, Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker of Parliament, distinguished guests and participants in the Crimea Platform. I would like to cordially welcome and thank you for initiating and taking part in this platform dedicated to finding a peaceful solution for the deoccupation of Crimea and restoring territorial integrity of this country. I would also like to thank you on behalf of my compatriots trapped in Crimea, for whom this forum is a ray of hope to a liberation that will hopefully come soon. Given the time slot, I may not have enough time to express to this summit all my thoughts, so I have asked the Secretariat to print off and circulate my speech, and as soon as my time elapses, I will simply stop talking. I'm one of the representatives of Crimea's First Nation, indigenous people, who in this war by Russia against Ukraine has been the one that has suffered the most. Those who survived the deportation and genocide of 1944 that the singer Jamal sang about at the opening of this forum. They fought for over half a century for their democratic rights, for the right to return to their homeland, which only became possible in the years of the final perestroika of the of the Soviet Union and the independence of Ukraine. And once again, my people is under occupation. And this occupation regime, by many measures, is even worse than Soviet occupation. And my people have been forced to leave their homeland again. Over the past 7.5 years, they have succeeded in expelling over 30,000 Crimean Tatars. And according to varying estimations, they have brought in 6,000 to 1.5 million people from mainland Russia. In those turbulent days of February 2014, when we had Russian military helicopters flying overhead, and we saw a motorcade of Russian military hardware approaching, we couldn't believe what was actually happening, that it was an occupation, in fact. Under the Budapest Memorandum of 1996, we had surrendered Soviet nuclear weapons against guarantees extended by nuclear powers, including Russia, guarantees of our territorial integrity. We had signed an international, a bilateral treaty with Russia, establishing no territorial claims between the two countries. And there is also the final act of the Helsinki Accords and the UN Charter, which clearly establishes that national boundaries are inviolable. And we were certain that the international community, and in particular the nuclear powers that had signed the Budapest Memorandum, that they would act very strongly and very decisively to curb the aggression. But this, unfortunately, never happened. We appreciate the resolutions passed by the UN Security Council and various international institutions demanding that Crimean occupation end. And we would also like to extend our appreciation for the sanctions that have been imposed on the aggressor country. But that, unfortunately, has not sufficed to secure a deoccupation. The UN has proved incapable, and it's not to be expected to become capable of ending this aggression of those flagrant land grabs and international terrorism, as long as the aggressor power retains its right of veto in the UN Security Council. Russia has openly stated that it refuses to abide by international sanctions and decisions of those international institutions. And the massive Russian propaganda that has been unleashed keeps repeating the rhetoric that Russia is so strong it can annihilate the whole world. And that's why no one could possibly impose any decision on Russia. 4 months ago, the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, in his speech on the US channel CBC, indicated that the Russian invasion into Ukraine was the product of too much trust being put by the international community in Russia, and now those red lines should finally be established. These words certainly fill us with hope, because this clearly indicates that at long last the international community, Western countries, are prepared to act to counter Russia's aggressive actions. And this is what really matters. Where is that red line? And how far are we still away from it? The Moldovan partition, essentially, and the grabbing of Georgian territory and land grabs in Ukraine, and the murder of thousands in Syria through their puppet representatives, and millions of refugees that have flooded the world, and meddling in other countries' electoral systems, killing people holding dissident views, and the use of internationally banned chemical weapons. Do these things not clearly indicate Russia has crossed all possible red lines? We very keenly appreciate that each country serves its own national interests. But isn't it in the wider international interest to live in a world where there is force of law, not law of force, where anyone violating international law should be punished, that each country will certainly defend its own territory from any foreign invasion, but if a land grab goes unpunished by other countries, can other countries feel secure in such an environment? There is a saying popular among Crimean Tatars: the kingdom of jackals will continue until the lions rise up. We very much hope that the international community will rise up and stand firmly on its feet in order to re-establish international law, rule of law in my homeland, not the law of brute force. And this is what the entire Crimean platform is dedicated to, and the declaration that is about to be signed. I would like to once again thank the distinguished representatives of the participating countries who, despite Russian threats, despite the ongoing pandemic, have carved the time out to attend this important summit. Thank you.
While presenting Mr. Dzhemilev, I missed one word. It's legendary. And I think he perfectly proved with his speech why this word applies to him. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much indeed. The people of Ukraine, including in the occupied Crimea, take with deep gratitude every word of your support and every commitment taken in this hall. On a personal note, I would like to say that it was an honor and privilege for me to moderate this meeting that brought together 46 states and international organizations, making it the biggest international forum ever hosted by Ukraine to establish the Crimea Platform. It is a true history in the making, and we are all part of it. Our deliberations sent a loud and clear message and laid down a solid foundation for the coming work on ending the Russian occupation of Crimea. There is ample political will, both in Ukraine and among our international partners, to keep the focus of the international community on the issue of Crimea and to work towards its deoccupation and reunification with Ukraine. Crimea is Ukraine. And now, President of Ukraine, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, who once tasked me personally with organizing this summit, will deliver closing remarks of the first inaugural summit of the Crimea Platform.
Дуже дякую. Дуже дякую. Перш за все.
Thank you. I would like to thank each and every one of you for attending our inaugural summit of the Crimea Platform. 46 foreign delegations of the highest level serve as at least 46 strong indications that this world has not eroded into one where everyone fends for themselves. That it is going to continue consolidating itself against injustice. It has been and will be on Ukraine's side, that is on the side of truth and principles of international law. It is critical not only for us, but for all Crimeans who, with every passing year, increasingly realize they have been deceived, they have been used, that Russia only needs them as a depot for military hardware. They are bound to see this summit. They will know that they, Crimeans, have not been forgotten, will not be forgotten, and finally, and it has been established conclusively at the highest international level. We have in front of us a declaration of the Crimea Platform endorsed by all participants. And I would like to thank each and every one of you. It clearly establishes that the illegal annexation by Russia of Crimea is illegal. It imposes commitments to seek additional political, diplomatic, and restrictive sanctions against the Russian Federation in the event of further aggression. It calls on all parties to consolidate their efforts in order to strengthen security and stability in the Black Sea region. For the very first time, internationally, the Russian Federation has been recognized as an occupying power. And under the norms of international humanitarian law, it must cease human rights violations forthwith in the temporarily occupied Crimean Peninsula and immediately provide unfettered access to Crimea for international humanitarian and human rights organizations. Apart from that, each country will designate a high government official to act as liaison with the newly created Office of the Crimean Platform. And I would like to reiterate, the declaration is open for accession to other countries, to other international organizations, and I'm confident many of them will be acceding to it shortly. And last but not least, the biggest accomplishment of this summit is the fact that it has taken place. Despite all odds and all spokes in the wheels and all efforts by, shall we call them, third parties, the inaugural summit of the Crimean Platform is not words, is not an announcement. This is a tangible platform that has begun its work. I thought that the Russian Federation, that certainly did not elect to attend the summit, but it has apparently been following very actively and commenting very actively on this summit. So I had the impression as if Russia had fully attended and had become a fully fledged member of the Crimean Platform. If this platform appeals to Russia so strongly, we are happy to extend an invitation to the Russian Federation to join the Crimean Platform in order to jointly explore ways of peaceful deoccupation of Crimea and correcting the big historical blunder. I promise that the declaration under this declaration of the summit always have a line left for a Russian signature. I do not suppose, I suppose this will be the last signature that will be affixed at the closing seminar of the Crimean Platform in Yalta. Let me once again thank each and every one of you, each President and Prime Minister and Speaker of Parliament, each Minister, all participants, everyone who's attended the Crimean Platform Summit. I would like to thank you for standing with Ukrainians and Ukraine. We shall never forget that. We believe in our success, our joint success, and we believe that you are all lions. Thank you, each and every one of you.
This meeting is adjourned.
Guests.
Вибачте. А, ми повинні почекати? Так? А, можна. Дуже дякую. Окей. Шановні пані та панове, доброго дня. Шановні гості нашого саміту, шановні журналісти. Сьогоднішній день є без перебільшення історичним для України. Ми провели саміт, на якому була створена потужна міжнародна коаліція для звільнення українського Криму з-під окупації Російською Федерацією. Це доказ, що в нелегкій боротьбі за відновлення територіальної цілісності нашої держави наша Україна має міцну підтримку міжнародної спільноти. Попри всі складнощі і виклики, Кримська платформа, я вважаю, дуже успішно стартувала. Її кінцевою метою є деокупація суверенної української території Кримського півострова. Ця ініціатива нарешті повернула Крим в міжнародний порядок денний. Питання, яке більше 7 років в такій практичній площині взагалі не обговорювалося, а в будь-якому міжнародному форматі сьогодні є пріоритетним для наших друзів, партнерів, для міжнародної спільноти, країн Європейського Союзу, країн НАТО. Щиро вдячний всім партнерам, які приєдналися до Кримської платформи. Це представники понад 40 країн, а також ще раз дякую представникам Європейського Союзу, НАТО, Ради Європи, ГУАМ. Результатом саміту стала ухвалена усіма учасниками декларація Кримської платформи. Вона чітко фіксує, якщо коротко, невизнання незаконної анексії Криму Російською Федерацією, зобов'язання розглянути додаткові політичні, дипломатичні, обмежувальні санкції відносно Росії у разі подальшої агресії, об'єднання зусиль всіх країн-учасниць платформи задля зміцнення безпеки, стабільності в Чорноморському регіоні. Вперше на міжнародному рівні Російською Федерацією визнано державою-окупантом. І відповідно до норм міжнародного гуманітарного права вона має негайно припинити порушення прав людини в окупованому Криму, забезпечити вже зараз безперешкодний доступ до Криму для міжнародних гуманітарних правозахисних організацій. Крім цього, в кожній країні буде визначено відповідального високопосадовця для подальшої співпраці із новоствореним Офісом Кримської платформи. Наостанок, я думав про те, як описати цей саміт і ухвалену декларацію максимально коротко і максимально влучно. Гадаю, достатньо 4 слів. Питання Криму не закрито. Або навіть 3. Крим – це Україна. Дуже дякую. Ось так, до речі, виглядає ця декларація, шановні журналісти. Я думаю, що навіть один екземпляр ми можемо дати, якщо хочете, будь ласка, подивіться. Не дуже цікаво. Так, можна. Дуже дякую.
Кілька заяв, але через те, що графік дуже щільний, їх не буде, тому на цьому все. Дякую вам дуже.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're launching the thematic panel, Colonization of the 21st Century, Recovery Plan and Restoration of the Crimean Tatars' Rights as a tool of deoccupation. This is the first thematic panel of today, and how it will go will, to a great extent, determine how we will work with the rest of the panels. Symbolism is important. Wearing tamga is important. Wearing elements of national attire is important. Hearing, listening, talking to each other is important. I saw a very symbolic inscription on the screen in the interval. It said, "Coming back soon, the Crimea Platform." This coming back soon I would like to apply to Crimea itself. Yes, Crimea is coming back. No doubt about this. But how soon? How soon will depend on your staunchness, on our staunchness, on our perseverance, on our solidarity inside Ukraine, and on solidarity with our foreign friends and people who can teach us a lot, from whom we can learn a lot, and people who have sometimes gone through the same tribulations and trials that we are going through. We have a marvelous panel of speakers today. They are Irina Venediktova, Prosecutor General of Ukraine, Oyer Skalnich, co-chairman of Ukraine-NATO Interparliamentary Council. He comes from Latvia. We have Anna Fotyga. She's a member of the European Parliament, and she was the minister, the foreign minister of Poland in very responsible years of 2006 and 2007. We have Ahmet Yildiz, who is chairperson of National Delegation of Turkey to the parliamentary, to the PACE, Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. And we will be joined online by Howard Morrison, judge of the International Criminal Court in 2011-2021. We're also expecting Emine Japar, the first Deputy Foreign Minister of Ukraine. The occupation of Crimea resulted in disruption of normal life for many, many people. But of course, most suffering are the Crimean Tatars, whose national institutions were banned or restricted in their activities. And restoration of the rights of the Crimean Tatar people and protection of their identity is an important element of the deoccupation process. Crimea is now being massively colonized by people who are flocking, or rather who are being brought from the Russian Federation with the aim to significantly change the ethnic composition of the peninsula. Deoccupation of Crimea is a pressing challenge for Ukraine and the whole world. It is a challenge and duty of every one of us, otherwise we wouldn't be here. How it will be resolved will define the future of Crimea's reintegration. It depends on the consolidation of international and Ukrainian efforts. And I think that the proper person to start the discussion with a keynote speech is Mr. Rifat Chubarov, head of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people. Mr. Chubarov, the rostrum is yours.
So, dear participants on this panel discussion, the very title of this panel itself that we launched in the framework of the Crimea Platform tells us that Crimean deoccupation and restoration of the state sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within the Crimean Peninsula, so it will lead us to the need to solve the number of problems. So, the results of the Russian occupation. And unfortunately, Russian occupation we have already for 8 years in the peninsula, and also some issues in the internal policy. So something that we managed to avoid within all previous years. So I don't have enough time, therefore I will take only 2 issues which are the most important for me. So colonization of Crimea by Russian citizens and the need to restore the rights of the indigenous Crimean Tatar people and to give them back the right for self-identification, because they are the integral part of the Ukrainian population. Of course, we do understand that, first of all, we need to note that the occupation by the Russian Federation itself of the Crimea and the attempts of its annexation that we still have today, this is a grave violation of international law standards, and we will not go so deep into this long list of international legislative acts violated directly by Russian Federation. So we speak about the UN statute that actually obliges the states to refrain in their international relations, to refrain from any force or use of force or any forceful actions if we speak about territorial integrity or political independence and autonomy of any state, and to solve any international disputes, settle these disputes with peaceful means. And again, I'd like to note that the Russian Federation, by this date, they haven't met any requirement that we have in the vast number of resolutions, contained in resolutions, declarations, adopted within these 7 years by the UN, by the Council of Europe, by the OSCE, European Union, and other international organizations. And those which call and even request from Russian Federation to cease the aggression and move away from the occupied territories, including the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the Sevastopol city as well. And still, the sanctions imposed on Russian Federation by international organizations and our international partners, the states, they somehow, of course, affected the level of aggression from Russian Federation towards Ukraine, but still, it's not enough. The sanctions are not enough to force Moscow to leave the occupied Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the Sevastopol city, and in future to stick to the norms and standards of international law. I think it's about time for us to realize when this deep concern demonstrated by the international community, and they've been demonstrating this deep concern for 7 years, we need to transform this deep concern into the condition of complete mobilization and practical actions and measures. But even in these conditions far from critical, I mean, for Russia, Kremlin, they are trying to conceal it so harshly, but they do recognize, the Russian authority recognizes that sooner or later they will have to bring the armed forces out of Crimea and to terminate their occupying administration, their activities. So this situation seems to be as unreal, fantastic for many today. But Russian Federation, from the very first day of occupation in Crimea, they've been nurturing these conditions. Even if they leave Crimea, in such case, for them to still have their physical presence kept within the peninsula. According to the results of the latest survey of the renowned Ukrainian experts Andriy Klemenko and Tatiana Hutyakova, within the years of occupation of Autonomous Republic of Crimea and Sevastopol city, the population of the peninsula, due to the migration from Russian Federation, it actually increased at least by 1 million people. So we have additional million of people there coming from Russian Federation, and Russian occupants are performing mass repressions. They're involved in mass repressions, and they act against the ethnic Ukrainians, the Crimean Tatars, attacking them, trying to push them away, to push all of those who are not loyal to occupants, all residents of Crimea, to push them away beyond the peninsula borders. And these actions are a direct violation of Geneva Convention of August 12, 1949 on protection of civilian population during the warfare. So what we claim is that colonizers, in the moment of Crimean occupation, in that moment, they must be immediately thrown out of Ukrainian territory. So I would like our distinguished speakers in this panel discussion, if there is an opportunity today, and if there is a wish, please do pay some attention in your presentations, pay some attention to the issue of decolonization of Crimea in the period of its deoccupation and reintegration. So the need, when it comes to the need of restoring the collective rights of the indigenous Crimean Tatar population, so the beginning of this process, well, we're a little late, 24 years late, but on March 20th, 2014, we had a decree signed by Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, where it was announced that there is a guarantee, a clear guarantee to protect the rights of Crimean Tatar population as a part of Ukrainian population, and that it is enshrined in our legislation. July 1st, 2020 was adopted. The law of Ukraine on indigenous peoples of Ukraine. We have it there, we have it. Initiated by Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, we have this law signed, and it's a very good beginning for us. And it fully complies with international standards and norms. The Declaration of United Nations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This is a good step taken by Ukraine, and it allows us today to finally improve it at a legislative level, to finally transform the current autonomous status of Crimea established in 1991 in conditions of former USSR. At that time, we still had the USSR existing. And they used the Kremlin format for it. And at that time, Moscow actually created this mine or explosive device, and they actually provided this autonomy to the Russian majority. And this mine exploded in 2014, we can see it. So the mine that was put there. And we need to correct these mistakes we had in previous years. And what should we need to do for it? To implement the law of Ukrainian indigenous peoples of Ukraine, and to improve the legislative, the regulatory framework of Ukraine in order to fix the autonomous status of Crimea as a national territorial autonomy, being a part of independent Ukrainian state. And this autonomy itself will mean that we will finally get this historical justice back, and that Crimean Tatars will get some justice. Because the Crimean Tatars will finally enjoy their right for self-identification. They will have a territorial autonomy. So, just to finish with my speech, I have to finish, and I'd like to ask you all, the participants of this panel discussion, so please do express your vision on the Crimean future from the moment of the Ukrainian state sovereignty restoration within the peninsula in the context of protecting the Crimean Tatars' rights, protecting the rights of all Crimean residents regardless of their ethnic origin and nationality. And of course, it's about ensuring the integrity of Crimea as essential part of the Ukrainian state. So, I'm almost over, and another issue is still there to be presented, but I have the messages. Okay, I have, I guess, 45 seconds, not the minutes, unfortunately. And we only start working in this area, many experts do. Many experts consider that Russian Federation has to be responsible for reparation process to compensate all those losses and damages and everything that Ukraine suffered as a state including Autonomous Republic of Crimea and Sevastopol city, and Ukrainian citizens, because they suffered from these losses, especially those families where we have people who are injured, where we have political prisoners, and those who unfortunately are deceased today. These are the key issues, these are the key actions that what we see as desirable thing for us. This is something that we really want to investigate and analyze within the framework of the Crimean Platform, then present it in the draft laws and other documents, and finally to enforce it without expecting the occupation start itself. For each stage, even the preparatory stage, the occupation and reintegration, we have certain tasks, and we must be worth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shubarov.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, some could say these are all figments of our imagination. But a couple of years ago, who would believe that such a representative international gathering could be assembled in support of Ukraine, in support of Crimean Tatars, in support of the restoration of historical justice? So let's listen to Ms. Irina Venediktova, Prosecutor General of Ukraine, as Mr. Chubarov has raised some very important judicial and justice questions. I think that she is best qualified to answer them. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for passing the floor. First of all, good day, dear partners, dear friends, dear audience. And I do believe that today we have to feel proud. We have to be grateful, and we have to be proud. We have to be grateful that we have this kind of summit today. It's very symbolical because today we celebrate the Day of the National Flag of Ukraine, and we think, we believe, we feel, and discuss the issues of the Crimean Platform. Personally, for me, I would like to start with the words of gratitude for this initiative, to the President, to the Cabinet of Ministries and Ministers who dealt with that. For Ukraine, it is a unique opportunity. And I also want to thank our international partners, our prime ministers and ministers, the representatives of all of the international institutions that today have already said those words that have already been said at the first panel. We can also recall what Mustafa Dzhemilev has said about the lines. So I do believe that we're not just starting to talk, we have started to act as well. We have a lot of things that we can now talk to one another. Unfortunately, we're limited with time, but we are sure that nothing stops us to have the sectoral discussion in every specific direction later on, and to have it every week, every month, to discuss it, how we already do that, so that the next time, at the next step of the Crimean Platform, we can already draw some annual resolutions and conclusions. I'm going to be speaking, of course, on the issues of the criminal justice, and I also wanted to outline what do we have today as the General Prosecutor's Office today. Throughout the time of our work during the occupation, without the access to the territory, we have already provided more than 300 accusational acts connected to the crimes by the Russian Federation, with first of all taking down the constitutional governance and taking down the sovereignty of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea on the territory of Ukraine. We have opened up the prosecution for the Ministry of the General Headquarters of the Russian Federation, the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation, the headquarters of the Sea Fleet of Russian Federation, the advisors of the Russian President that have organized the referendum on Crimea. Because of the institution of the remote responsibility liability execution, we have already provided the prosecution processes. Is it enough or no? Thousands of prosecutions that have been started. Of course, it's not enough. Of course, the Parliament of Ukraine has given us a lot of new opportunities, but then again, Ukraine lays a lot of our hopes for the international courts. In the international courts, we're currently working in the 3 international institutions, starting with the International Criminal Court, and we're going to discuss the ICC work today, the European Court on Human Rights, and of course the international justice in the UN framework. There's a lot of things to work for us. There's a lot of things that we can do, and we're trying to coordinate all of the efforts of all of our institutions. I would like to say that the ICC has already been sent with 12 messages. The final 4 messages have been on the expropriation and the usage of the cultural heritage of Ukrainian nation in the occupied regions. We have sent it last year. We have sent this documentation about the Khersonas memorial and more 6 objects from the UNESCO preservation list. The historical residence of the Crimean Hands, Chifuk-Kale Crimean Palace, and Chifuk-Kale Observatory. Another case of the systematic violations of international humanitarian rights that has also become the subject for the ICC's attention was the first removal of the Crimean Tatars population to the Russian Federation, so the forced displacement that has also provided the obligatory campaign of the passportization of the citizens, providing the legal decisions for displacement or deportation, and providing them with no environment for the survival at the peninsula. We now all know that the aggressor wants to change the demographical situation at the peninsula. So I completely agree with you that we have to discuss those issues. Of course, there's a lot of problems in Crimea. There is a lot of human rights that are being violated. I was speaking about the environmental crimes, about militarization. But the colonization, the main topic of our panel today, the change of the demographic disposition, wiping up the national memory, changing the national identity of the territory. I do believe those are the most serious crimes, the most serious issues that we're currently seeing. Among the most important cases are the prosecution of the Crimean people based on their ethnicity and nationality, based on their national or religious motives. The methodologies that the occupants are providing, the provision of the entering to Crimea, the criminal prosecution based on facts on participation in Hizbul and Krab, and also providing the falsified evidence, the illegal imprisonment of the citizens of Ukraine and the territory of the Russian Federation, the legal position of Ukraine on the discriminatory actions of Russian Federation towards the Ukrainian citizens and towards the Crimean Tatars has been accepted by the end of last year, has been accepted by the European Court on Human Rights. The claim from Ukraine to Russia is still going to be held. In the same time, in the criminal and legal justice, in the prosecution office has been provided the evaluations for the specific participants of those criminal actions. For example, for the actions of acknowledging the Majlis of Crimean Tatar people as the terroristic organization, Ms. Poklonska has been informed about being the part of the crimes against humanity. And there's going to be again the procedure of bringing her to liability as well. We're collecting the evidence and testimonies for the participation of the specific institution and courts institution and judicial institution in Crimea for drawing the responsibility to drawing people to prosecution for participating in the meeting in the pro-Ukrainian meeting. There's also, again, there has been the cases that has been opened by Russian Federation for Mr. Chubarov and Akhtem Chihos. They're also being prosecuted by Ukrainian justice. I just wanted to mention that Mr. President has already mentioned those cases that are very important for us. The military conflict is about the special judicial regime, and without preventing that and without the legal procedures toward that, we will not be able to be developing further on in the same pace. But still, one of the main problems of the occupation of the Crimea is that the Crimea has been annexed in March 2014. We're discussing the opportunities for resolving those problems in August 2021. The thing is that the Russian Federation has forced us and our partners to work in the working cabinets, in television studios, in courts, and all of our efforts have never driven us to the practical result. That is the biggest problem that we have. But then again, we're trying to get all of our efforts to that, and we will try to continue this job until we find the final result, the de-occupation of Crimea.
I would rather refrain from saying that the efforts have not put us closer to the aim. Sometimes the progress is not very visible by naked eye, but it does happen. And of course, when the Baltic nations were under Soviet occupation for 50 years, to many people it seemed that they will be broken because the colonization was happening there as well. But they endured. They showed the examples of resilience. And of course, one of the factors here was that the bigger part of the international community has never recognized the annexation of the Baltic states. I now give the floor to Oiras Kalniņš. He comes from Latvia. How do you view our problem today?
Well, unfortunately, it looks tragically familiar. When I was looking at the list of violations that have been committed against the Crimean Tatar people since 2014, I felt like I was reading about the history of my own country of Latvia. Grave violations of human rights, ethnic discrimination, religious and political persecution, arrests, executions, deportations, and especially, and I think this is the more long-term impact, is repression of language, culture, and national identity. This all happened to Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, but in our case, it lasted for 50 years. But the point is, and the reason that I am here is because it ended. And I think that's what we have to look at. That's what we have to look at in terms of the future of Ukraine and Crimea. One reason it ended was largely because of, during this period of occupation, there were Balts, both at home in the occupied Baltic states and in the diaspora, who continued to keep the idea of freedom alive. And I think this cooperation between those in the country and those outside, those who were living in exile, was very significant. It seems difficult to try to keep that alive for 50 years, but we managed to do that. We kept the flame of freedom alive. And although part of the topic here is recovery and restoration of Crimea and the Crimean Tatars, it's clear that that can only be resolved politically. But I think it's very important that the Crimean Tatar culture and society, wherever they are in the world, stay unified, active, and internationally engaged. It's obvious that change won't happen tomorrow, may not happen in the next year. But as we Latvians and our Lithuanian and Estonian neighbors learned during 50 years of occupation, if you keep the hope alive and if you work together, you can accomplish a great deal. But for that opportunity to come, you need international support. And that's what the Crimea Platform is all about. You need governments, you need parliaments, and international bodies to work together in support of what you are trying to do, both in country and also in the diaspora. And I think events like this are only the beginning. I was having a discussion with several parliamentarians from Ukraine that the Crimean Platform needs to become a regular program. It can change in formats, it could be parliamentarian, it can be experts, but it needs to continue as long as the occupation continues. And I think organizations like the European Union, NATO, the UN, and especially parliamentary assemblies are very important. They must keep the idea of the occupation and illegal annexation alive. They need to keep it a permanent part of the agenda, or permanent as long as it is still an issue. I'm here as a Latvian, I'm a member of the Latvian Parliament, but I'm also representing the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and that's a body of 27 parliaments, and there we get to spread the message much broader. One of the key issues that we have to remind our friends and neighbors, our allies in NATO, in the EU, and outside of these organizations is that Crimea is not just a Ukrainian issue. It's an international issue, and I think our legal experts have pointed that out. It affects all of us. And I think whenever people forget that, and especially when I talk to some of my colleagues in parts of Europe that are further from the border here, we only need to remind them of the Malaysian airplane that was shot down over Ukraine. How many EU citizens were on that plane? And even what's happened in Belarus and the hijacking of another commercial jetliner, which also affected Europeans that are nowhere close to the border of Russia or Belarus. And I think these are the issues that remind our neighbors throughout Europe that what's happening here, what's happening in Crimea, affects them as well. If we respect international law, if we respect the will of the people, if we want to safeguard our own futures in the European Union, within NATO countries, in the United States, in Canada, or anywhere else in the world, we have to keep the Crimean Platform alive as long as it's necessary. We have to be active. We have to be engaged in every possible way that we can. And that's where you mentioned the Baltic experience. Back in the 80s, I worked in Washington. I was a lobbyist. We struggled to keep the non-recognition policy alive. And we did many of the things that are in the Crimean Platform, but we did it ad hoc. And when I saw the program that was put together here, I thought, wow, if we would have had that in the 80s, we could have done it much faster. But a good program doesn't work if you don't have international support, if you don't have governments supporting you.
1 minute, Mr. Collins.
And so, and in closing, I think we've got to keep this going. In my previous life, in the previous century, I used to work in the advertising business. And one of the keys of advertising is repetition. If you want to drive a point home, you have to repeat it over and over again. And today I heard that repetition. And I think that's the idea that we have to repeat everywhere, in every parliament, in every country, in every international conference, that Crimea is Ukraine, and that Ukraine is Crimea. And we have to repeat this idea until everybody knows and until we finally resolve this issue. And I think this is a great start for that. And I know that the people from my region will do everything to help Ukraine to keep working on this diplomatic issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalnic. When you say that looking at the program today, you sort of thought of the 80s and thought that you would rather have such a program in the 80s. I would tell you that without your efforts in the 80s, today's program would not be as it is. So thank you once again.
Thank you.
And as Oiras Kalniņš said, they cherished the hope. And this is a very good approach. We usually say that the hope dies last. There's another way to say this. The hope lives longest. And that's how we should treat. The hope lives longest, and finally it materializes. When we talk about historical links between Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars, we sometimes tend to forget who and where were Ukrainians in the times when our links were developing, and we sometimes tend to forget that our neighbors, Poles, have relations with Crimean Tatars which also go far back in the history. Poland, or Rzeczpospolita, to be more precise in this case, had huge and very interesting and complicated relations with Crimean Tatars and the Crimean Khanate. So let's listen to Anna Fotyga, your word.
Thank you very much indeed. Let me use this opportunity to convey my very best wishes to all Ukrainians on the occasion of 30th anniversary of your independence. Honestly, I would love to ensure that also Crimea Tatars are able to fully enjoy this occasion. Of course, they are so loyal to Ukrainian state. In my work within the European Parliament, I can judge this on daily basis, actually. Of course, there are other inhabitants or former inhabitants of Crimea that suffer from annexation of this territory, illegal, vicious, aggressive annexation happening over 7 years ago. It was perpetrated by Russian Federation. Actually, the most blatant land grab happening in the contemporary world after the Second World War in civilized world. And we are able to witness this. My earlier speakers well described all results, effects of this illegal annexation. I commend the program of deoccupation. That's extremely important, and gaining international support by means of Crimean the platform is extremely important, because we need this and you need this support, certainly. I would like to raise in this respect the issue of creating narratives that fit in policies, international policies. We live in a very unstable world. There are so many conflicts all over the world. So I think that keeping Crimea high in the agenda, international agenda, is extremely important. I'm happy that within the European Parliament we were able to create this momentum. There are many MEPs over political divisions willing and able to push whole Parliament to adopt resolutions and reports that are favorable to Ukrainian cause, and in particular to the cause of indigenous people of Crimea. There are Crimean Tatars suffering actually under Catherine II, under Stalin, and now after annexation of Crimea, even being accused of terrorism in international community. It is especially vicious because it is usually done by the state sponsoring terrorism. So we have to be aware of this. We have to condemn contemporary colonization of the 21st century. Rafat Chubarov spoke about 1 million ethnic Russians being transferred to Crimea. That means that decolonization and even deoccupation without clear condemnation of this process, this transfer of Russia, may be extremely difficult. So we have to be very loud and clear about this. And we have to know that part of international legal system is acknowledging rights of indigenous people. I'm also a rapporteur on Arctic and in the European Parliament, and in Arctic report agreed by all parties to this process, to negotiations. The right of indigenous people is very prominent, very high in the agenda. So rights of Crimean Tatars, regaining rights, may be excellent tool in a contemporary world to promote the slogan that is so vibrant today, Crimea is Ukraine. I support this, of course, and I'm sure that Crimean Tatars support it. I hope that in the near future they are able to cultivate their culture, their religion, and enjoy their cultural heritage being protected. Of course, I'm fully aware of rights of other inhabitants of Ukraine. I'm aware of Ukrainians being deprived their right to education, to entity, to everything. But today I would like to stress the cause and the issue of Crimean Tatars being very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A clear-cut statement from a person who played and plays an important role in the foreign policy of the country to which we often look as an example in many cases. So this is a foundation for our future conclusions and another hint at where we should look for real friends. And across the sea, there's a country which I was surprised when I was first told how many descendants of Crimean Tatars live there in Turkey. And Turkey, of course, is one of the examples of self-sustained countries who choose their own path and then go along it. By the way, as a popularizer of contemporary Crimean Tatar music, and I don't know the language except for a dozen words, I sometimes go to Google for translation from Turkish into English or Ukrainian, because one of the dialects of Crimean Tatars is very close to Turkish, the southern coast. Anyway, what does Turkey has to offer? And what does Turkey want in this respect?
Thank you. You are right, and I will avoid repeating the other speakers. You're right. We have millions, around 3 million of descendants of Crimean migrants from Crimea. That's why my interventions will be mixed with geopolitical ones and humanitarian ones. Of course, this illegal occupation made a big disservice to the rule-based order in the world, to the norms of, well-established norms of conduct of international relations. Turkey is friend of Ukraine and will not recognize this illegal annexation and its consequences. Secondly, of course, it caused a lot of problems, humanitarian problems, for the whole people of Crimea, including Tatars and others. Of course, any Turk, especially Turkish diplomats, when they speak about Crimea, Crimean Tatars, they speak with insight and with misdemeanor. Personally, me too, because we live with them in Turkey, we study with them, we listen from them, their tragedies in 19th century, mid-19th century, 20th century, now 21st century. Indeed, I appreciate the European Parliament. Indeed, they formulated a very well resolution on this issue. So I am happy to be part of this historic moment, establishment of Crimean Platform. as Turkish MPs in the PACE and in NATOPA, we supported this initiative, and we will continue to do so. Of course, this law on indigenous people is a very positive step in the implementation of the EU Parliament resolution. Let me, since Madam Minister talked about it, let me read it here. The European Parliament calls on Ukraine to adopt the laws on the indigenous peoples of Ukraine, on the status of the indigenous Crimean Tatar people, and on amending its constitution to recognize the national territorial autonomy of the Crimean Tatar people with Ukraine, and particularly Crimea, which stems from the inalienable right of the indigenous Tatar people to self-determination. The Crimean Tatar diaspora in Turkey contributed a lot to the building of nation state in Turkey, with its philosophers, with intellectuals, with whole dimensions. So we appreciate them very much. I am sure that they will continue to do so for Ukraine. They are loyal citizens of Ukraine. They proved it. Of course, we, as prosecutors said, we follow closely the mispractices of Russia in Crimea against individuals, against institutions, both inside Crimea and outside. I appreciate the efforts of the prosecutors and international courts to following and bringing them to justice in the future. Of course, these human rights violations and violations of international law should come to account. I am member of Turkish Meclis. Rafet Bey is chairman of the Crimean Tatar Meclis. So we share a lot with Ukraine and the Crimean Tatars, loyal citizens of Ukraine. So I hope Crimean Platform will be successful, I am sure about it, on achieving its goals. And year by year, we will get more optimistic on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yildiz. And what the parallels in the history and the story of Turkey and Ukraine when Ahmet Yildiz says that the Crimean Tatar diaspora played a significant role in the building of nation state in Turkey? I'm thinking about these people, both women and men, from Crimea, Crimean Tatars, who are now making their weighty contribution into safeguarding the independence of Ukraine and into building a real state, a really independent state. We should mention them more often. We should disseminate this knowledge about other Ukrainians. And of course, we should learn more about the history, and we should know why there are so many descendants of proper Crimean Tatars in Turkey, because Turkey was the country to where they went when Russia first occupied Crimea. Okay, we have now a member of the panel who is supposed to join us online. This is Howard Morrison, the judge of the International Criminal Court in 2011-2021. I wonder if Mr. Morrison or Judge Morrison...
He's right behind you.
Oh! That's, yeah. Mr. Morrison, from your experience, what are the chances that Russia will be prosecuted according to, for instance, the depopulation or change in the ethnic composition of Crimea during the occupation? Also, what are the prospects of the case of Ukraine in the International Criminal Court with account to the fact that Ukraine has not yet ratified the Statute of Rome, and everything else that you can squeeze into 5 minutes?
First and foremost, thank you for inviting. It's important to make it plain that I'm a former judge. I'm not a judge of the ICC anymore. And I speak for myself as a private citizen now and a jurist, not as a spokesman for the ICC. The first thing I'd like to say is a generalization, but I think it's vital to understand it. I'm not a historian, but when you look at the history of the world, it is the history of invasion and colonization. Virtually every nation has either been a colonizer or has been colonized at some point in its existence. And that includes Britain. Yes? Hello?
Hello. Yeah.
No, sorry, I got.
Yes, we do hear you very well. We do hear you very well.
Thank you. So I would take heart from that flow of history. Colonization always comes to an end, and the history of the world has shown that. It's the speed at which it comes to an end which is critical, particularly in the case of Crimea. But we now live in a world where information flows at speeds hitherto unknown. And the message can be got across far more easily and far more readily than in times past. And I think that is a cause for hope as well. And I endorse what was said by my Latvian colleague. You've got to be resilient and never, never, never give up. I say that when I teach students who want to come into international law, where there are, in reality, very few jobs. But if they have a dream, they must hold on to it, they must persist, and they will, if they do that, get there in the end. But law must be outside political or national aspirations or emotions. They can be subsumed into justice, but they are not the same thing. And the ICC deals with individual criminal responsibility, not state responsibility. Although in practice, the two are inevitably linked. And some people mistake the ICC for the International Court of Justice, the ICJ. It's a very, very different animal indeed. The ICC has a huge potential mandate, but it is a small court. It has but 18 judges and 3 courtrooms. And the biggest problem, the biggest practical problem, is the limited funds. But let me answer the question as best I can. I think it's very reasonable to expect that Ukraine's situation will get the approval of the pretrial chamber should the new prosecutor, Mr. Karim Khan, decide to file the request seeking the authorization of a fully fledged investigation. One of the issues that may stand in the way is quite simply budget. Now, it shouldn't, but it does. The ICC has a limited budget. It has a lot of situations being referred to it, which makes it all the more important that the Ukraine is unremittingly persistent in its attempts to get the ICC to take this case on. All the prerequisites for opening an investigation, in my view, as a jurist, appear to be fulfilled. And what's the history of these sort of cases before the ICC? The ICC prosecutor has previously submitted proprio mutu, that's her own motion, requests for initiating an investigation in other cases, including Kenya, the Ivory Coast, Georgia, Burundi, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh, Myanmar. Now, all of those were eventually authorized by the pre-trial chamber to proceed to the investigation stage, and I would take comfort from that, because the case, the evidential case, as I see it, for the Ukraine is at the very least as strong as the cases in the countries which I have mentioned. The usual practice of the pre-trial chamber has been to agree with the prosecutor's assessment of the statutory criteria leading to the open of an investigation. In fact, it was challenged for the first time in the case of Afghanistan, where the pre-trial chamber declined to initiate an investigation after carrying out its own de novo assessment of the interests of justice criterion. However, the appeals chamber, of which I was at the time a member, reversed the pre-trial chamber's ruling, having found that the pre-trial chamber erred in its interpretation of Article 15(4) of the Rome Statute when it reviewed the prosecutor's assessment of the interests of justice. The pre-trial chamber should only have assessed whether there was a reasonable factual basis to proceed with an investigation, in the sense of whether crimes have been committed and whether the potential cases arising from such investigation fell within the court's jurisdiction. There's no doubt they did. The pre-trial chamber got it wrong. We authorized the investigation, and the fuss which emanated from that, from the Trump administration, is in the public domain. It's well known, including sanctions against the court, which the Biden administration has since resiled from, thank goodness. But you can see the emotions and the political issues which arise out of decisions which are made by the ICC. We were never blind to them, but frankly, you ignore them. The ICC is not a political institution, it's a court, and the court should proceed purely on the basis of evidence. And in my view, and I emphasize, this is my personal view, having looked at the evidence which has been presented to the ICC in respect of Ukraine, in my view, as a fairly experienced lawyer and judge, is that there is a very good chance that the pre-trial chamber will authorize the investigation, which will then go ahead, and that's when the real work starts, which is the work of accumulating and presenting powerful and compelling evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You actually preempted my question related to evidence. And what can I say? You may no longer be a judge, but you remain a lawyer. And thank you very much for this. We still have 12 minutes to go in this panel discussion, and I would like to ask a question related to what we heard from Mr. Chubarov at the very start in his keynote speech. And this is about the restoration, or rather the constituent establishment of the Crimean Tatar National Territorial Autonomy. We have waited far too long, and Mr. Chubarov has drawn our attention to this. How long should we wait again? Isn't it time to proclaim the autonomy, to set up its government in exile, and to start actually to interfere in the affairs of the occupied territories, so that when it is liberated, the government is already there? Mr. Chubarov, and then anyone who wants to chip in.
So, look, Miss Anna was very clear when she said that this law on indigenous peoples adopted in Ukraine and the status of Crimean Tatars, she said this is a key to the occupation of Crimea. So I'd like to continue in this aspect, because the question of self-identification for Crimean Tatars, self-identification as part of the Ukrainian population in the format as they see it, and this format fully brings no threats to territorial integrity or sovereignty of Ukraine. So in a format which is purely safe, I mean, within the context of autonomy. So this is, when now Crimea is occupied by the Russian Federation, this is not just about historical justice. For us, this is crucial to get the justice. Almost for 50 years, we've been fighting and struggling to go back to the land we were born in, you know, just with two slogans, with two mottos. First one so for us it was about to come back and to restore the autonomy. The opportunity to shape our destiny in our land as we wanted it, and Russian Federation's occupation it's a case when we need to think first of the deoccupation moment and think, what will we do when the Crimea is liberated? So the transformation of the Crimean autonomy status into a status of national territorial autonomy, on one hand, this is the enjoyment of the right of the Crimean Tatars, by the Crimean Tatars, of their right to self-identify for self-determination. And during this transformation, when we restore the rights of Crimean Tatars, we of course then provide certain support to protection of the human rights. You cannot simply work with this minority rights and violate the rights of the majority, for example. So everything must be there, equal and balanced. And the third thing is that we need to strengthen the Ukrainian impact within this territory. President mentioned recently that he considers Crimean Platform to be a forum, to be a background, a foundation where we will try to design this format together with Crimean Tatars, and then we will consider this format of the autonomy establishment. And we have various options presented, and the Constitutional Commission already presented a draft. I do think that we will fully comply with the requirements and wishes of the president. This is the vision of the Crimean Platform. I do think that in a couple of months soon we'll provide this version to a president. We will design it, and this will be okay for everyone. This will fully satisfy everyone. The state, residents of Crimea, regardless of nationality, and the Crimean Tatars.
Asks for the word, and I also want you to dwell a little bit on what you said, that not only Crimea is Ukraine, but Ukraine is Crimea. Go ahead.
I think it's important to establish as many institutions as possible to be ready for that moment. The Balts had one unique opportunity, and that was that Europe not only didn't recognize the occupation, but our diplomatic missions in the US and in the UK continued to function. We had 3 missions in the US for those 50 years. I happened to go to work for the Latvian legation a year before independence, and I was there the day the US restored diplomatic ties and our legation became an embassy. So we were already working, and it was just a legal change. And I think that's what's important, is that you have people in place, institutions in place, so that when the time comes, you're ready to immediately move in and start functioning.
Thank you. And please, just a moment, Anna. You said that we should always remember that Crimea is Ukraine, and that's a very popular slogan here. But you also said that we should remember that Ukraine is Crimea. Not everyone here may understand this. What did you mean?
it's an interesting, I think, well, first of all, it works as a slogan, but I think my understanding from the Ukrainian people is that they feel that this is an essential part of Ukraine, and it's part of the Ukrainian identity, and it has been. And I see that now even more, and I think, if anything, the occupation of Ukraine may strengthen that identity within Ukraine as well as within Crimea.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fotiga.
Oh, thank you. I'm absolutely sure that not only Crimean Platform, but Ukrainian people should have the concise project, concise vision of the occupation. We just started this kind of action. I agree with Omar that probably it should be creating as many institutions as possible, keeping Crimea within, because we fight for territorial integrity of Ukraine. That is obvious. We do not recognize illegal annexation, but we have to remember, and here allow me one remark, I'm active politician and active in international arena. There is a clash and debate among two principles, international legal principles, between territorial integrity that we support so much and policies of Russian Federation, earlier Soviet Union, using very simple procedure. Earlier grab of territories, then ethnic cleansing, and then promoting self-determination, sending waves of people to those territories, and then speaking and promoting self-determination. Actually, regaining control over territory may be difficult to any government or self-government or central Kiev government with avoiding discussion about colonization and those waves of Russians, also investment, building of infrastructure, trying to take control over commodity flows, banning freedom of navigation in Azov Sea, and so on. So we have to tend to many issues in between. But I agree that it should be clear-cut plan before the occupation. Later on, it may be very difficult in terms of international political situation.
Thank you. Irina Venediktova.
Well, I would like to continue what the topic that my European colleagues has raised, and would like to as well raise the question of the statute. As a politician, I cannot provide the evaluation of the autonomies, but as the prosecutor and a lawyer, I can also speak about the roadmap and about our plans. It is very important for us so we could understand what are the legal tools that we have to manage with, what are the procedures that we have. Once again, getting back to that, I'm not going to be mentioning the issue of autonomy of Crimean Tatar people, and I still believe that it's a tool and it might be a very powerful legal tool. Let us get to the Statute of Roma. So in this case, dear friends and colleagues, what we have to understand, so we have got to the International Criminal Court, and the former judge has said the right way. We can never say that there are the former judge, but we have to then understand there is a difference between the International Criminal Court and the justice this court. The ICC is a powerful court. The ICC basis, the one that we have appealed to, the one that we have sent 12 messages to, when we have Bensouda as the main prosecutor, and now we have Mr. Han as our main prosecutor right now. We have addressed this court, as we already have, but we haven't ratified the Statute of Roma. And that's a very interesting case, because if we are starting to work in the competences of International Criminal Court, where the basis of it is the Statute of Roma, the issue is why we want to ratify it. Now I'm addressing my citizens and compatriots, because yes, we have message by the Parliament of 2012, we have provided the opportunity for the ICC to provide us cases. But by providing these competences, we're taking down the opportunity to appoint judges, appoint prosecutors, to participate in some certain regulations. And that's weird. We have an internal discussion in our society, and we should raise those questions in the society as well. Because if we address the international institution, we might be somehow afraid that the international institution will prosecute our militaries as well. But still, wait a second. We have the State Investigation Agency, we have the National Police, we have the National Security Services of Ukraine that are in some way dealing with the crimes that are presupposed by the Ukrainian Criminal Code, especially in the issues of the crimes that have been committed by military. Or maybe you consider that Ukraine does not consider those crimes right now. Ukraine considers those crimes as well. But when the decree of the Parliament has then only limited it to the crimes committed by the executives that have been guided by the Russian Federation to that, would you believe that the international institution will also be limited to that in their prosecutions? No, they won't. So it would be better for us to trust the international institution, to be their loyal partners, than not to wait when those issues will be resolved with our participation. There is no Ukraine without
Ukraine cannot be without Crimea. Ukraine without Ukraine, Ukraine without Crimea. These are paradoxical and therefore absurd statements. What's the comment on the last intervention from Mr. Morrison? We still have 1 minute, please.
Okay, well, let me endorse what was said. I think it would be very valuable for Ukraine to ratify the Rome Statute, to become an insider within the Assembly of State Parties, rather than, as it were, an outsider in the sense of just accepting jurisdiction in respect of situations which immediately affect the territory. The reasons for that are threefold. First of all, you have the opportunity as a member of the Assembly of States Parties to guide the court and to amend the Rome Statute and to put pressure on other countries within the Assembly of State Parties. Secondly, because you would be a financial contributor, you would assist the court in that way. And thirdly, this is a matter really of human nature writ large. If the court has a limited budget and it has a choice between dealing with a situation which emanates from a country which is a member of the Assembly of States Parties or one that is not, psychologically, I think you're in a far more powerful position if you're an insider to persuade the court to utilize what is a limited budget to give priority to your case. I think that's an important psychological and practical matter.
Thank you.
The cost of joining the...
We have to fold this. 30 seconds from Ahmet Yildiz.
Thank you indeed. During these 7 years, both Ukraine as a whole and Tatar leadership proved their dedication to the country, to the Tatar community and as a whole, and to Crimea. That's why I will follow their insight on these issues. They were very vocal on raising this issue on the international arena, and this is not recognized in the international law. They participated in this effort. So it is a Ukrainian issue. Their solidarity, their wisdom in these 7 years, I think, will be enough to solve these issues among them. It is promising for 7 years, this working relationship between Tatar leadership, Mustafa Cemilev, Mejlis, and the Ukrainian state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, we should apply ever more effort to involve as many Ukrainians and as many people who sympathize with us abroad into this work. No, we have to tell everyone truth in advance, because at the moment we have a very huge and potent enemy, and this helps us a lot. But when the enemy will be gone, when we will be in Crimea again, we should be clear about what we have agreed upon and stick to those agreements, and not say, those were different times, we are now in a different situation. What is said should be done. The words were uttered, the deeds are starting, the future is bright, no matter what. Thank you very much. Thank you. This ends the first panel, and my deepest thanks to the simultaneous translator, who I think, at least the one who translated from English into Ukrainian, was brilliant. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Right.
Доброго дня всім. Отже, вітаємо знову. Думаю, що це чи не найбільш важлива панель. Вона стосується інтеграції Криму і відновлення. І хочу спочатку надати слово панові заступнику прем'єр-міністра.
Доброго дня. Велика аудиторія, дуже приємно виступати. Насправді, дуже поважна компанія, з якими приємно бути в одній панелі. Я всіх вітаю. І для мене насправді честь і велика відповідальність сьогодні розпочинати цю дискусію в такому поважному товаристві. І я пропоную такий контекст сьогодні, що саме ми сьогодні будемо з вами розглядати. Давайте згадаємо, яким порядком денним жив Крим до 2014 року. У якості візуального такого образу я вам пропоную уявити собі круїзний лайнер біля Ялти, тому що до початку цієї тимчасової окупації Крим був територією миру і відкритою, цікавою для світу завдяки своєму різноманіттю, поєднанню різних культур, фантастичної природи, історії кількох цивілізацій. Російська окупація все змінила. З круїзного лайнера півострів перетворився на авіаносець адмірал Кузнєцов, з якого здіймається стовп чорного диму. Все, що відбувається на півострові зараз, описується словами «мілітаризація» та «воєнний злочин». Дії Росії у Криму – це, по суті, облаштування військового плацдарму, з якого здійснюється експансія. З опорою на захоплений Крим Росія вже де-факто окупувала Азовське море, намагається окупувати весь простір Чорного моря, здійснює військові операції на Близькому Сході, в Африці, посилює тиск на Балкани. Росія виокремлює і системно переслідує групи, які можуть завадити її далекосяжним планам. Саме у такому контексті слід розглядати політику Москви щодо українців Криму та кримських татар. Саме це визначає той ступінь небезпеки, в якому за сьогодні перебувають наші громадяни. Стосовно етнічних українців в Криму, Росія на практиці демонструє, що таке кремлівська доктрина «один народ». А насправді це тотальна асиміляція і знищення всього, що може створювати суб'єктність. Українці – це друга за чисельністю етнічна громада на півострові, майже 600 тисяч осіб, що у 2014 році російська влада штучно зменшила у статистиці кількість українців на 40%. А також у 3 рази знизила кількість осіб, які називають українську мову своєю рідною мовою. На сьогоднішній день знищено українську та україномовну освіту, українську мову де-факто заборонено у публічному просторі, знищено українські медіа, громадянські та політичні осередки, замість них створені імітаційні структури для трансляції російських наративів. Українських активістів, журналістів переслідують, кидають у тюрми за сфабрикованими справами. І я впевнений, що шановний представник Радіо Свобода зупиниться на історії Владислава Єсипенка. Під постійним тиском знаходиться громада Православної церкви України. Тобто порушені усі можливі права на освіту, на свободу слова, на свободу совісті і, нарешті, на особисту безпеку та життя. Українці, які відмовляються бути єдиним народом, перетворюють на шпигунів та терористів. Кримських татар також складно зобразити як частину одного народу. Тому до них застосовуються також форми дискримінації за етнічною та релігійною ознакою. Незгодні миттєво стають екстремістами. Про це детальніше говорили колеги і на іншій панелі, як і про те, що Росія свідомо змінює склад населення, що прямо визначено як воєнний злочин. Таким чином, на півострові йдеться про системний конфлікт. Військові бази проти громад, проти осіб, що сприймаються тими окупантами як загроза. Замість миру і розмаїття – війна, один народ, гетто для інших. Це те, що Росія робить прямо зараз. Фактично, це, по суті, форма геноциду. І не варто перебувати в ілюзії, що м'яке ставлення до окупації Криму дозволить залучити Росію до якоїсь там коаліції. Це не реал-політик, як кому, можливо, здається. Це самообман. Такий підхід зруйнує будь-яку коаліцію. Адже агресор, який не отримує відсічі за ігнорування правил, він буде йти далі. Які мотиви у Росії зупинятись, якщо вперше. Але російська пропаганда впливає і на Херсонщину. І щоб змінити цей вплив, ми започаткували новий проєкт, мета якого забезпечити в кожній оселі, в зоні ризику, тобто вдоль лінії дотику, вздовж адміністративної межі з Автономною Республікою Крим, доступ до широкосмугового інтернету та українського телебачення. Це стосується і півдня, і сходу України. Міністерство цифрової трансформації, наші партнери, вже прокладає магістральні лінії, а далі залишається так звана остання миля кабелю до кожної домівки, в кожне домогосподарство. І це завдання наше на наступний рік. Цю ідею я вже розповідав пані Катерині Матерновій, яка сьогодні тут присутня, коли ми зустрічалися в Брюсселі. І з цього часу у нас вже більше конкретики, ми вже все порахували і готові рухатись далі. І ми вважаємо, що спільним викликом багатьох європейських
The occupation of the Crimean Peninsula by Russia continues for the 8 years. Restoration of territorial integrity of Ukraine is a pledge of international security in Europe and the rest of the world. For this purpose, at the initiative of the President of Ukraine, a new consultative and coordinating format, the Crimea Platform, was established. This is an international platform initiated by Ukraine to seek and further implement a set of measures to deoccupy the peninsula and protect the rights of Crimeans. The President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. A permanent office was established to increase the effectiveness of the Crimea Platform. The office is a platform for coordination and communication among the main stakeholders. The main purpose is to provide consulting, expert, and information support for the Crimea Platform operation. Among everyday office tasks, implementing certain measures within the Crimea deoccupation strategy, monitoring and preparing analytics, developing proposals and decisions on state policy, communicating with the Crimeans and consulting them, collaborating with international partners. The priorities of the Crimea Platform Office in the near future are as follows. Expanding the list of online services for Crimeans, implementing the program to support talented youth of Crimea and scientific research on Crimean topics, creating the Museum of Crimean Tatar Culture, informing about the Crimea Platform activities results.
будуть підвищувати поінформованість про Крим, будуть підносити Крим у переліку пріоритетів у порядку денному і будуть сприяти налагодженню контактів з деякими іншими міжнародними, зокрема, платформами подібної тематики, які займаються подібними викликами.
Could be the transformation and future of Crimea Platform.
Це може бути таким шляхом подальшої трансформації, подальшого руху Кримської платформи. Я згоден з вами щодо питання втоми від Криму, певно. Особливо у західній частині світу. Це питання дуже складно піднімати. Дійсно, спостерігається таке, знаєте, втомлюваність і втома від Східної Європи. Навіть Литва і держави Балтії теж є прикладами цього. Ми були тривалий час під окупацією радянською. Ніхто для нас платформи не створював такої, але, знаєте, 50 років стратегічного терпіння, попри еліту радянську, російську, ми таки стали незалежною країною, ми стали членом ЄС, членом НАТО. Тобто я думаю, що, знаєте, це залежить від кута зору. Можливо, 7 років – це не дуже багато ще. Просто дуже складна, тяжка робота попереду, робота з і для людей, які живуть у Кримі, робота у сфері боротьби з пропагандою, на прикладах, на добрих прикладах. Я гадаю, що у нас дійсно в історії можна знайти приклади, на які можна рівнятися, вибудовуючи правильну траєкторію руху для України у цьому. І третій момент. Ми чимало говорили про вартість з точки зору санкцій. І Литва однією з перших, власне, чи не першою, підтримує ці санкції. Але питання, як зробити Україну більш привабливою. Як, власне, приваблювати кримчан в Україну. Наприклад, з точки зору перспективи членства ЄС, у майбутньому Україна може стати новим членом ЄС. Це, безумовно, залежить від реформ, виконання інших умов. Литва.
After he speaks, I will return to the podium to introduce Mr. Jalal and provide my own statement. But please, if Mr. Connolly could now have the floor via Skype or Zoom, whatever it is. So welcome all to this panel. It's a wonderful day to be here. Mr. Connolly, Congressman Connolly, over to you. Let's pray he's here. Not sure. Okay. Do we have connection with? Oh, you're just. Oh, yeah, I think. It's open. So we have to be silent the whole time. We'll see. Well, I just said he's going to start. My apologies for the delay. We are trying urgently to connect with Congressman Connolly so we could begin this event properly. I'm told that we'll have contact with him any second. Let's pray that I've been told something that's going to happen. Let me start off, though, while trying to fill some time before he gets on. Today's event is very important. And whoever thought of this deserves a great deal of credit. And President Zelensky, for making sure it happened, deserves a great deal of credit. Because I've been following Ukraine for 30 years now, and I've been following it especially closely since Moscow began its war on Ukraine. Aha, Mr. Connolly, over to you. Oh no. I'll tell you something else about America later. We have video, we don't have audio.
Don't have audio. Can you hear me now, Mr. Ambassador?
Yes, sir. Please. We are waiting.
Okay. Super. And you will forgive me in advance, but right after my remarks, I'm going to have to leave. Congress has been called back into session today, and I must go to the Capitol. And unfortunately, this program is about an hour plus behind, and I have tried to follow it with audio problems. So I'm so sorry for not being able to stay with the panel, but I want to thank everybody who organized today, and certainly thank our panel and the previous panel for their wonderful contributions. I'm certainly honored to join this summit from Washington, D.C. I wish I could have gone to Kyiv, but I must, as I said, cast votes today and later this week in the House of Representatives. And I'm very glad my colleagues and friend Oyar's Eric Kalins is representing the NATO Parliamentary Assembly in Kyiv. As an independent organization of lawmakers from across the Atlantic Alliance, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, which I'm privileged to lead, was founded to defend an international rules-based order based on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. This order has come under persistent challenge and pressure across the globe as autocrats in Moscow and Beijing and elsewhere seek to promote parallel norms, institutions, and alliances that challenge the very foundations of our alliance. In Europe, Ukraine is on the front lines of this challenge and this dialectic alongside Georgia and Moldova. A revisionist Russia continues to deliberate and destabilize eastern Ukraine, including through daily human rights and ceasefire violations. It subjects Ukraine to constant aggression, seeks to discredit your democratic institutions, and holds up its own autocratic model as a better alternative. But the illegal annexation and occupation of Crimea is the most egregious example of Russia's revanchist disregard for international law and norms, unparalleled in Europe since the end of World War II. Crimea is the ultimate test of the international community's commitment to defend the rules-based international order. If we accept Russia's illegal and forcible annexation and occupation of Crimea, then we're really only quibbling over territory. We must repeat time and again, for however long it takes, we will never recognize nor accept Russia's illegal annexation and occupation of Crimea. During the Cold War, the United States stood firm on its own non-recognition policy toward the occupation by the Soviet Union of the Baltic states for 50 years. We could not accept the forcible seizure of territory then, and we must not do so now. And 50 years later, those Baltic republics are independent and faithful members of the North Atlantic Alliance. We also must use all diplomatic tools at our disposal, given the gravity of Russia's actions. In the Assembly, the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO, we will continue strongly and loudly and forcefully to condemn the annexation and call for Crimea's peaceful and full return under full Ukrainian sovereign control. We do so across Assembly activities as well as in the Ukraine-NATO Interparliamentary Group, which embodies our special relationship with the Verkhovna Rada. This year, we also established an informal support group for the Crimea Platform. Together with colleagues in the Rada, the group will seek to remobilize international attention on Crimea. Our nations must maintain a united posture that imposes costs and consequences on Russia. Sanctions play an important part. As parliamentarians, we're key to impose and maintain them. In the United States Congress, I've consistently urged the U.S. administration, this one and the previous one, to implement mandatory sanctions in response to the Kremlin's continued aggression in eastern Ukraine and the illegal occupation and annexation of Crimea, including through House Resolution 749, which I introduced in 2018, the Non-Recognition Act with respect to Crimea. Last but not least, all nations determined to stand up to the autocrats in Moscow, Beijing, and elsewhere must revive and strengthen their democracies. Resilient democracies are our strongest weapons in this contest of values. This is why we've proposed the creation within NATO of a Democratic Resilience Center to assist allied nations upon request in countering threats to democracy. NATO's next strategic concept must place the defense of shared democratic values at the very top of the alliance's priorities. After all, that's why we are an alliance. Ukraine as well must continue its path to democratic consolidation and reform, which you chose 30 years ago tomorrow. Ukraine can become the beacon that shines a bright light on the reign of repression in Crimea and eastern Ukraine, and a beacon of hope and democracy in the region. The road to a resilient democracy is long, arduous, and ever fragile, as we learned on January 6th in the United States Capitol. But ultimately, it will enable us to fulfill our constitutional goals and yours of joining NATO and the EU. It gets easier if you have loyal friends who support you. And the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and the U.S. Congress, I assure you, you have such friends. Thanks so much for convening today. Thank you for listening to me, and I wish you all Godspeed.
Thank you. Okay. As I started to say before we had this timely and necessary intervention from Congressman Connolly, this is an important day because this is the day where Ukraine truly starts to put Crimea back on the international agenda. My understanding is that we had 46 countries represented in the official session this morning, and that's an excellent start to getting this done. We have a superb panel, and we have Mr. Jalal, who will be with us by video in a minute. So I will keep my points to three. First, there are many peculiar things about Vladimir Putin, but perhaps the oddest is that he thinks he's an historian. And he insists that since Moscow conquered Crimea in the late 18th century, it is properly Russian. And a small minority in the West, not wanting to risk Kremlin ire, are prone to agree. But if this is true, why are the people with the greatest and the longest attachment to Crimea, the Crimean Tatars, proud and self-declared citizens of Ukraine? And why are they repressed in Putin's Crimea? And of course, it's not just the Tatars who are repressed. Ukrainians are repressed. Followers of churches other than the Moscow Patriarchate are repressed. Also, by Putin's logic, Eastern Poland, which Moscow took in the late 18th century, would also belong to Russia, would also be properly Russian, and even Moscow does not make that claim. The second point, and that's why we are all here, Crimea is going to return to Ukrainian control. We don't know when, but Ukraine's position on Crimea is unassailable under international law and common morality. The statement on Crimea issued by the U.S. State Department 3 summers ago which recognize Ukrainian sovereignty over Crimea, is reflected in the policy of many nations. Our job is to persuade Moscow over time that occupying Crimea is not in its interests. Third, this will happen because Moscow's occupation of Crimea is not only a violation of international law and morality, but it also represents a sharp danger to Western interests. Moscow has militarized the peninsula with nuclear weapons and other things, and that is a real danger, not just to Ukraine, but to NATO allies and NATO partners in the Black Sea region. This will not stand. And with that, we can begin the presentation. And I think Mr. Jalal will be with us by video any second. If not, I will pop up here again to fill the space. But let me add, as I think you all know, that Nariman Jalal is a long-time prominent and activist on behalf of Crimean rights in Crimea, on the peninsula, and he has a lot to say. So thank you all.
Dear friends, I'm so grateful to organizers for the opportunity to say this. As a person who continues to live and work in Crimea, I will share an inside view of certain aspects in Crimea. Crimea remains a territory where numerous human rights violations by the Russian Federation, we have its occupying authorities and officials, these are being committed. So we can confidently speak about the systemic policy of the Russian government aimed at restriction and violation of human rights. This is a hybrid policy. In an effort to avoid direct accusations of such violations, the Russian authorities have substantially changed national legislation over the past 7 to 8 years, and now most of the repressions against activist journalists, ordinary citizens, are quite legitimate, as they think. And this should be taken into account. However, I consider the actions of the Russian authorities aimed at replacing the civilizational activity gained by the inhabitants of Crimea during the years of independence of Ukraine. Democratic values and symbols to be the most harmful in their consequences. The desire to change the archetypes of human behavior through the educational system, television propaganda, and administrative control, in both public and private institutions, Crimean residents are taught not to think critically, not to be independent and aware, but rather offering government-approved views and opinions. Those who refuse to assimilate new notions of the world around them are subjected to various forms of threats, restrictions, and harassment by the authorities which have given them their place in a centralized, sometimes authoritarian system of social relations through official propaganda. It is highly important to record and combat not only specific violations of human rights committed directly by the Russian authority, or with encouragement by the Russian authority, but also against such policies in general. Otherwise, the distance of values between the citizens of Ukraine along the existing administrative boundary line will become so large that it will require tremendous efforts and resources to overcome it. It can also increase the risk for future occurrences. One of the ways to counter the Kremlin's hybrid policy is the direct recording, exposure by monitoring groups specifically in Crimea. At the moment, despite the hard work of independent human rights defenders, journalists, public activists on the peninsula, Russia has the opportunity to operate with alternative evidences of pro-governmental colleagues. Official missions carrying out comprehensive monitoring of the situation directly on the peninsula will be able to deprive Russia of this maneuver. Another important area is the support and protection of not only individual human rights, but also collective group rights, primarily the rights of the indigenous people of Crimea, Crimean Tatars. With the adoption of the law on the indigenous peoples of Ukraine, the situation on this issue had finally broken the logjam. However, major solutions are still ahead. We can say that a surge of negative emotions in the Kremlin is the result of Ukraine, but putting pressure on one of the most vulnerable points of Russia's policy in Crimea. It's obvious that further actions of Kiev in this direction until the issue of self-determination of the Crimean Tatar peoples involved will deprive Russia.
Can you hear me? Is my microphone working? Okay, good. Then no reason for me to pop up to the platform. We now have our live speakers. We have a wonderful panel. We have Paweł Jablonski, who's an undersecretary in the Polish Foreign Ministry, Undersecretary for Economy and Development. We have Rebecca Harms, a longtime Green member of the Parliamentary Assembly, excuse me, of the European Parliament, and a real expert on both energy issues and on Ukraine. We have online Dr. Frank Fukuyama, the noted author of The End of History. And we also have online, and Frank is coming from Stanford University, and we also have online Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent. And we'll start with Mr. Jablonski, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for organizing this. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be here today. And I wanted to congratulate the organizers, most of all, for doing this, for bringing this very important issue back on the international stage. Over the last 7 years that has passed since the beginning of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, still, despite continuous calls from the international community, Russia refuses to abide by its international obligations. And for these 7 consecutive years, this aggression remains one of the greatest challenges to security and stability in Europe. Today, we deliberate whether the non-recognition of illegal annexation of Crimea is a challenge, and I personally believe that it is. Yet, we have decided to face this challenge, and for a good reason, or actually more than one reason, because we believe that the non-recognition policy can indeed play a constructive role in international relations. If an entity claims to exert power over a territory that's overtaken by violent means, the non-recognition of the outcome of such an action by other states is crucial. Under international law, all states have a duty not to accept serious breaches of obligation arising under peremptory norms, such as prohibition of aggression. Therefore, non-recognition of Crimea as part of the Russian Federation is not a matter of political decision or approach. It is our legal requirement. But it is also a means of sanction. The state practice of withholding recognition of illegitimate or illegal territorial acquisitions as a form of exerting pressure, be it economic or political, it's not new to international relations. We believe that exerting pressure on Russia by introducing effective and efficient sanctions policies in order to counter its violations of international law can indeed contribute to change in Moscow's behavior. It is important to note that both the European Union and the United States have introduced their respective sanctions and restrictive measures regimes in response to Russia's invasion and occupation of parts of Ukraine, including Crimea. The Crimean Platform is an expression and a living example of an active non-recognition of the attempted illegal annexation of Crimea by the Russian Federation. By active, I mean not just refusing to recognize it, but actively rejecting the validity of Moscow's claims. It is my strong conviction that by building wide support for the non-recognition policy, with particular attention to states that tend to lean towards pro-Russian positions, we will amplify the effect of delegitimizing alternations of the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And consequently, we will get closer to the end of the occupation. But the second question that concerns us today is how to combine pragmatic interests with ethics and democratic values. And I presume that many before us have posed this question, and still, I believe the answer is quite evident. by acting in accordance with generally agreed and applicable rules and principles put in place in order to put an end to the world driven by mere power politics. The existing non-derogable rights and obligations under international law with ethics and democratic values, they restrict territorial acquisitions brought about by the use of force or the conduct of military occupation. This is exactly what happened in Crimea. Moreover, since Russia's attempted annexation and illegal occupation of the peninsula, we have been witnessing severe human rights violations and the repressive policies of occupational Russian administration. These include persecution of indigenous Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians, and also religious discrimination. The dire pattern of enforced disappearances, ill treatment and unlawful detentions of Crimean residents have since become a dramatic reality of the peninsula for the last 7 years. The de facto authorities violate fundamental freedoms and suppress independent media. What kind of interests can justify such flagrant breaching of fundamental rules of international order? If international relations are about cooperation, sometimes challenging, with partners presenting very different points of view and opposing interests, then all actions must be rooted in and carried out in line with the rules and norms that constitute the bedrock of international relations between states. There is no doubt that the prohibition of the use of force, human rights protection, and observance of humanitarian law constitute these standards. I truly hope that the initiative of Crimean Platform proposed by Ukraine will become an effective instrument of strengthening the non-recognition policy regarding the attempted illegal annexation of Crimea and the call for protection of human rights in the peninsula. Poland stands in solidarity with Ukraine. Today, as always, let me stress our unwavering support for the people of Ukraine, its territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. We do not and we will not recognize Russia's annexation of Crimea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary. Now I think we'll call on Dr. Fukuyama, who's in California. So please, Frank, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. So first of all, I'm very much honored to be asked to join this panel. I think the Crimea Platform is an extremely important initiative in global politics, and I want to do everything that I can to support it. What I thought I would do is put Crimea in a larger global context. Obviously, the annexation of Crimea was a tragedy, a human rights tragedy for the residents of Crimea, and especially for the Crimean Tatars. But it's also a piece of a larger geopolitical struggle between authoritarian and kleptocratic government and liberal democracy on the other side. There has been a global democratic recession over the last 15 years. The number of democracies increased from 1991 up until about the year 2008. Ukraine was part of that. And I, by the way, want to congratulate Ukraine on its 30th anniversary and its National Day. But around the end of the first decade of the 21st century, that pattern began to reverse. And you've seen a steady decline in the aggregate number of democracies and also many qualitative changes as countries moved away from democratic norms. The organization Freedom House, which charts civil and political rights over time, has noted that in the year 2020, there was a particularly dramatic drop, partly as a result of the COVID epidemic, and partly as a result of the self-confidence of many anti-democratic forces. I think there have been two, so obviously China and Russia have played an important role in this. They've consolidated their internal regimes and they're busy projecting influence to the outside world. That's something that was not nearly as evident 10 or 15 years ago. And they're now playing in many different parts of the world. The Russians are now in Latin America trying to prop up a failing and terrible regime in Venezuela. And the other development is one that is internal to liberal democracies, and that's the rise of populist movements that have blamed existing elites for conspiring against them and for drawing them into a global liberal order that they don't want. This is not a majority view in almost any liberal democracy, but it was strong enough to change the outcome of the 2016 election in the United States. And I think that in the long run, that's something that everybody has to worry about, because the bipartisan consensus that had existed in the United States over a strong international posture for the country has been severely eroded by the rise of this kind of populism, and it's begun to affect foreign policy, where, for example, the opposition to Russian influence around the world, which used to be extremely strong in the Republican Party, has turned into support for Russia, actually among many Republicans. And I think that even in countries in Europe that are not affected directly by this kind of populism, there's been a weakening of solidarity in Germany, in France, in other EU countries that I think are simply getting tired of the struggle. They don't like the isolation of Russia. They want to have a resumption of economic relations, and therefore you've seen support for initiatives, in my opinion, very misguided ones like Nord Stream 2. And then this past week, we've seen the American withdrawal from Afghanistan, whose chaos, I think, has probably dismayed many countries that are depending on American power. President Biden has said that this is a consolidation and not a global withdrawal. And I really hope that he is serious about that so that he can concentrate on the big threats to democracy, that is Russia and China. So that's the significance of Crimea in this larger struggle. It was a blatant violation of international norms of human rights and non-intervention. It defined a new phase in Russian foreign policy. And this is why Ukraine as a whole is, I think, the single most important frontline state of all of those that are combating the rise of this kind of dictatorship. Russia sees that the success of Ukraine is a threat to its own internal order. If Ukraine can succeed as a Western, as a European democracy, then it puts a lie to Putin's assertion that somehow democracy is not suitable to the culture of his part of the world. And for that reason, it is extremely important that democracies all over the world support Ukraine and Ukraine's transition into a functional democracy, and to support Ukrainian foreign policy, including its reabsorption of Crimea and the reversal of the Russian occupation these past few years. So as a result, I think that today's conference is extremely important in reminding the Western world of the importance of Crimea and the importance of Ukraine and the importance of the success of democracy there. That's the way you're going to get change in Russia. It's clear from the actions of the citizens of Belarus and from those in Russia that Putinism is not particularly popular for many people, especially young people, and that's why we need institutions like Crimean Platform to show that they have support. Thank you very much.
Dr. Fubiana, thank you very much. And now over to Ms. Harms, please, Rebecca.
Thank you, John, and thank you to the Ukrainians who took the initiative to bring me here. I feel quite honored to participate in this launch of the Crimea Platform. especially also the evening before the day of the 30 years of independence of Ukraine. I don't know how many events I joined since 2014, early in 2014, in which we tried, Ukrainians and friends of Ukraine, to protect the truth, and in which we tried to make clear that Crimea is Ukraine, against the very, very awful lie spread from the propagandists of the Kremlin, not only in Ukraine, but all over Europe and all over the world, that Crimea should not be Ukraine. This idea to refuse these kind of big lies produced by the Kremlin is a good starting point. It was, from my point of view, very, very necessary to contradict the lies spread by the Kremlin. And we can be proud as Ukrainians and friends of Ukraine that we managed, that the Kremlin was not so successful as Putin wanted them to be with the lies. Nowadays, so in international law, Russia is seen as the occupant state in Crimea. So legally, Ukrainian diplomats, Ukrainian human rights defenders have been already very successful. But what could be the next step? So I think with the preparation of the Crimea Platform, Ukraine moved into the future. And I share the congratulations to the government for daring to ask this new question or to fix this new goal. How we bring Crimea back. That's different from what we did before. It's, for me, kind of breakthrough, and so after many people have congratulated the government, I would like to congratulate especially my friends from Crimea, Mustafa, Refat, Emine, Tamila, Sevgil, and all the others. I would like to congratulate Oleg and Mikola, our former ambassador, your former ambassador to Brussels, because with their initiative, this new step towards a future was made possible. And so, while saying possible, I can only try to encourage you, really think what many people in the West would like to see as impossible. You can return Crimea, but you have to work on it. The international support for many of these actions which will be possible, the international support very much depends on the convictions at home, so that Ukrainians must be convinced that you can return Crimea is the starting point for our success in the future. I saw the interview President Zelensky gave to journalists, indigenous journalists from Crimea, and I found it very good what he said. I'm very supportive of this, including that he said it will maybe not happen tomorrow, but it will happen. So let's agree during this meeting these days in Kiev, let's agree on the most important actions which should be supported by the international community. I would say that Ukraine really delivered already some interesting decisions. I find it very good, and really my heart was going up when I read about it. I find it very good that the rights were given back to Crimean Tatars by an official act. I really love to see that also the Karaites and the Krimchaks are included in this new legislation decided by the Ukrainian government and parliament. I find it very good that there is meanwhile a strategy for deoccupation and transitional justice. So you really offer concrete things and ideas to the international community to be supported. Maybe to conclude here, I think what is really, or what should be in the core of the activities which we are responsible for altogether, I think it's very much about the interests of those people who live in Crimea, be it Crimean Tatars or other refusers who do not want to become Russian citizens. Quite courageous people, be it about the so-called displaced persons, people from Crimea now living in Ukraine and other parts also even of the European Union, or also again in Turkey. These people deserve our interest. They deserve, against the violation of their rights, they deserve the ongoing support of the international community. I listened to the judge of the International Court before, and I think he is right. We have to support them. Ukraine should ratify the Rome Statute, and we should make more pressure that there is ongoing international observation with international presence in Crimea. I think this also sounds like Mission Impossible, but if the international community agrees on such demands, it should be feasible. There are many issues we could talk about, but from my point of view, the people of Crimea should be in the focus of all our efforts. Thank you for your attention.
Ms. Harms, thank you very much. And let me just say, your last idea, even if it's Mission Impossible, if it started, it would put serious pressure on Moscow to improve its behavior in Crimea. Okay, last we have Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent, a longtime and great expert on Ukraine, an American diplomat. George?
Thank you very much, Ambassador Herbst. Joining my Polish and German colleagues, I would like to say that the United States strongly supports this necessary initiative to focus our international community's attention on Russia's occupation of Crimea. As John mentioned, the United States issued our own Crimea Declaration in July of 2018. It's actually right above my shoulder on my wall. I look at it every day. Consciously modeled on the 1940 Wells Declaration that refused to recognize the Kremlin's control over Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the United States reaffirmed as policy our refusal to recognize the Kremlin's claims over Crimea, territory seized by force in violation of international law. Our principled position is clear. Crimea is and will remain sovereign Ukrainian territory. The U.S. has supported this position consistently across administrations, and we are pleased to join the other partners, the 46 nations in the international community today, in supporting Ukraine's Crimea Platform Declaration, reaffirming this truth and pledging to maintain the policy until Ukraine's territorial integrity is restored. We join to refocus international attention on Russia's defiant violations of international law and to re-energize the international community standing with Ukraine, and to help those living under occupation, as Rebecca just said eloquently. As the U.S. Crimea Declaration asserted, quote, as democratic states seek to build a free, just, and prosperous world, we must uphold our commitment to the international principle of sovereign equality and respect the territorial integrity of others. Russia's armed seizure of Crimea in 2014 represents one of the most brazen affronts to the international order in recent history. Russia's actions as a permanent member of the UN Security Council have undermined that bedrock international principle shared by democratic states that no country can change borders of another by force. History has taught us that such actions should not go unopposed. The international community must send this clear, unified signal to Russia, as we are doing today, that its attempted illegal annexation of Crimea will never be recognized. Through this platform, and not just today, we must explore ways, large and small, to isolate, marginalize, and sanction those who would seek to recognize and legitimize Russia's claims. For instance, sanctions on Russia in response to its invasion and occupation of Crimea must remain in place until Russia reverses its course of action. Additional sanctions should be levied against those who participate in actions that violate Ukraine's interests in Crimea, such as building the bridge over the Kerch Strait or investing in property that is Ukraine's and Ukrainians. The international community must also look for ways, whether its citizens, companies, and officials are supporting Russia's false claim to Crimea, by traveling to Crimea, or by engaging in inappropriate business. Since 2014, the U.S. has refused to give any perception of support to the purported annexation. Crimean applicants for immigrant visas are still directed to the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv for processing. Documents issued in Crimea by the Russian government are not considered valid for U.S. immigration purposes. On visa applications, when applicants list their address as Crimea, Russia, we require them to change it to Crimea, Ukraine. We encourage other states to refuse to recognize Russian passports issued in Simferopol and to condemn Russia's forced passportization of Ukrainian citizens resident in Crimea. On a smaller scale, all of us can consciously look for opportunities to demonstrate non-recognition of Russia's attempted annexation of Crimea. For instance, we should call out maps showing Crimea as part of Russia and push companies to avoid that mistake in their own commercial PR campaigns. We should support efforts to counter Russian disinformation campaigns, and in so doing, we can constantly signal our non-recognition of Russia's attempt to seize territory that is part of Ukraine. A counterpart panel ongoing now focuses on human rights dimension of the challenge, and some of our speakers have already touched on those, including Nariman. We should increase support for civil society organizations, independent media, and cultural and educational initiatives in order to bolster the fabric of Crimean society and to counter any sense that they have been abandoned to occupation and fate. We salute the government of Ukraine and civil society efforts that resulted in the adoption of several historic strategic documents this year, including the Crimea deoccupation and reintegration strategy, the law on indigenous peoples, and a series of legal amendments that put an end to discrimination in access to services for residents of Crimea and abolished the freed economic zone in Crimea. As we did for decades with the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, the United States remains committed to refusing to recognize the Kremlin's claims of sovereignty over territory seized by force in violation of international law. The restoration of full control of Crimea to Ukraine will not happen overnight. It will not happen at all unless the international community continues to stand together with Ukraine in opposition to occupation and in support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. As many people have said today, Crimea is Ukraine. Krim – це Україна. Крим – Україна. Thank you. Дякую.
Deputy Assistant Secretary Ken, thank you very much for that informed presentation. All right, you know we're running late. According to the original program, I was supposed to ask each of our panelists 2 questions. I think I'll reduce that to 1 apiece so we can make up at least a little bit of time. So we'll start with the Undersecretary, Ms. Jablonski. As the world becomes more dynamic and chaotic, and as Dr. Fukuyama pointed out, less democratic, some claim that quote-unquote old Europe has no choice but to put interests first, even in the face of Moscow's seizure of Crimea and ongoing war in Donbass. Do you see this as a problem?
Oh, not at all, because I think that we should indeed put our interests first. But our collective European interests, and I don't like this distinction between old Europe and new Europe. Actually, the countries that joined the EU in 2004 and later on, it was almost 2 decades ago. It's difficult to distinguish it that much. And we continue to believe it is in our joint collective European interest, as the EU, as NATO, as countries that share the same approach to issues such as democracy, security, peace, human rights, rule of law. It is in our interest to be consistent, to be persistent, not to cave to violence, to breaking of international law, to politics that is just based on fait accompli. We cannot agree to that, because otherwise this would actually lead us to a situation where our interest would be at stake. If we would agree to accept what has happened since 2014, and if we would agree to say that we are going to recognize it, that we are going to live our lives as if nothing would have happened, this effectively would put us in much more difficult and dangerous situation, because this would only encourage Mr. Putin and his allies to go even further. We have seen that many occasions before, and we will see it again if we won't be persistent enough. Many mistakes have been made over these years by, I would say, most of the governments, but in general, Europe, NATO has been consistent. We need to keep pressuring Russia. We need to keep the sanctions and introduce even more if need be. And I believe this is the way to go. We strongly reject this approach of appeasement that we have been observing, that there is interest among many European politicians to just do business as usual. Nord Stream 2, one of the issues that Dr. Fukuyama also pointed out, is misguided. We continue to believe it is. This is a very big threat. And as we speak today, at the anniversary of the infamous Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, it is even more important, it's even more up-to-date to remind that constantly we need to see our interest in the long term, not just pure business that can be of economic profit for a couple of companies in our countries. It is much more important to continue this policy of approach that is deeply rooted in our values. And I believe if we continue to do so, we are able to win by being persistent, by being consistent, by being true to what we believe. Simple as that. This is our interest.
Okay. Thank you for that smart and comprehensive answer. Dr. Fukuyama, I'd like to go a little bit further on this theme. Ukrainians are frustrated that we've not seen more international attention to Moscow's illegal occupation of Crimea, although again, today's event is in the process of changing that. In your view, do the US and NATO simply see Crimea as a moral issue, or one that endangers their interests? No audio.
Muted.
Do we have audio with California?
Okay. I'm not sure what the problem is.
Okay, we got you. We hear you.
Oh, you hear? Okay.
Now we hear you. Great.
Okay. All right. I think that I don't believe that Crimea is regarded simply as a moral issue. Yeah. I think that there has been so much encroachment by Russia on other NATO member states and exercises and threats to material interests of the Baltic states, of Poland, of many other countries, that there's a realization that, in a way, Crimea represents a kind of soft underbelly of Europe, which is a big vulnerability if there's a broader conflict with Moscow. So I do think that this is increasingly seen as strategic. I think that NATO itself, had been simply, it had seen itself as a political organization primarily up until the past decade. But with the growing Russian military modernization, I think that it's beginning to return now to its original understanding of itself as a military alliance, and to think concretely about ways that it can improve the security of its members, centering on the Article 5 guarantee. And then finally, as I said, it's not, to say that something's a political issue, that's not just a moral question. It's also the symbolism of the Russian annexation and what that does to international norms that will weaken across the board if this is allowed to happen. There are many other countries that would like to do what Russia did in terms of simply taking what they want. And therefore, I think that the West has a very strong political interest as well in not letting this stand.
Okay, thank you very much. Wonderful. Okay, Ms. Harms, you have long understood the dangers for Germany and Europe of Moscow's war in Ukraine and its occupation of Crimea. Do you think this is well understood in Germany and in the EU? And German and EU support as it insists on the return of Crimea to Kiev's control? Or might commercial interests complicate this?
A difficult question, also not easy to answer, since so there are these consequences of the Biden-Merkel agreement still very dominant right now in Kiev, the agreement on how to proceed with Nord Stream 2. But so not only in Germany, so in the western part of the European Union, you see less understanding of what's going on in Eastern Europe than in Eastern European member states. That was also something I really would subscribe to what has been said by my colleague from Poland. But it's also true that the Russian lies about the occupation of Crimea were not so successful that everybody would believe in Putin. The doubts towards Putin are also planted in Western society. So there is no easy game for Russia to proceed with what they have started in 2014. And what I would like to add to what Mr. Fukuyama just said, so the Germans also understand that Russia follows big interests with the occupation of Crimea. So to occupy huge territory of a neighboring state and to occupy with this also huge energy resources of this neighboring state, to gain control via Crimea over a huge part of the Black Sea. These are tough interests connected to the occupation. So therefore, I think that the Germans and the Europeans, very much led and forced by our Eastern European member states and by friends from Ukraine, will proceed to stand against this aggression. There are some steps which I would want to happen soon. So I think Nord Stream, so not going into the details, but the Nord Stream agreement between Biden and Merkel should not be the last word about what is going to happen now. So the other stakeholders, Ukraine, all Eastern European states with other pipelines, should be included by the Germans if they are now talking about how to implement the deal. I would really love to talk about this, because this transparency, what is now needed, should be asked by the Germans. They should deliver on transparency, because otherwise, how should Germany be trusted in the future? And the last word on tough interests, so security, stability in Eastern Europe is in the interest of all Europeans. And the situation in the Black Sea, allow me also a critical word on Turkey. I know Turkey is very important for the Crimean Tatars, and for Crimea, and as an ally in this for Ukraine. but Turkey is also a bit unpredictable when it comes to other alliances, for example, with Russia. And therefore, the Europeans should really think about how to increase their own presence and their own control of the Black Sea region. The least what we could promote, also in the interest of Crimea and the coast of Ukraine, the least what we could propose is to strengthen our NATO partners, our NATO members, Bulgaria and Romania, and to develop their capacities, their naval capacities, to be more present as Europeans, as NATO partners in the Black Sea.
Rebecca, thank you. Very good. I just want to add one point here. I can tell you in Washington there's a great understanding that the need to counter Russia in the Black Sea region is a primary issue. A great deal of work has been done in the Baltic, much less in the Black Sea, and this is a new area of emphasis for Washington. I think we'll see more of this, following up on your idea. Finally, I'd like to give George Kent the last word. Many of you may not know that George played a major role in the formulation of the Crimea Declaration in 2018, when the U.S. issued a statement saying that Crimea was part of Ukraine, and the U.S. would never recognize Russia's illegitimate annexation of the peninsula. So, George, what drove the U.S. to issue this statement, and what impact has it had, in your judgment?
Thanks, John. I was just showing a copy of the Crimea Declaration, our declaration from July 2018. I think, first and foremost, it was important to have clarity of purpose and clarity of policy. At that point, it had been 4 years after the takeover of the Crimean Peninsula. And I think in certain parts of the world, a fatalism can creep in. It's the perception of maimo tesho maimo, that the Russians have it and it's Russians. And I think it was clear, it was important for us to go on the record unambiguously as a matter of policy issued by the Secretary of State before Congress that this was a principled policy of the United States. And that gave clarity not just to people in Washington, it gave clarity to our friends and partners in Ukraine and our allies and partners in Europe, as well as a signal to Russia. So I think that was critically important so that people understood that it was important to stand up on principle, that we would issue the declaration. And thanks to Pavel for reminding us that today is the anniversary of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. That was another statement of principle, and we worked tirelessly with the people of Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, those that were caught outside the republics, to support eventually the resumption of their independence 30 years ago this year. And I think what Rebecca talked about, the Black Sea security, that is indeed an area where more needs to be done. Co-opted a series of what were known as the Black Sea debates that were organized down in Odessa. I think they will resume this fall. And I think it's absolutely critical that the littoral states of the Black Sea, first and foremost, we've got 3 NATO members, Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria, the key NATO partners, Ukraine and Georgia, and naval countries with the tradition of asserting the rights of free passage, free navigation, innocent passage, work together. And obviously, the UK Navy did so recently this summer. They repeated the experience of the US Navy as long ago as 1988. And this fundamental principle of maritime navigation rights applies equally in the Black Sea as it does in the South China Sea. And so I think, we are talking about fundamental principles of a rules-based international order, and that is why we issued the Crimea Declaration 3 summers ago. Over to you, John.
Okay. George, thank you very much. As I said, we're only doing one round of questions. This way we can only end 55 minutes late and allow for the next event. I'd like to thank our wonderful panel, and please give them a hand. They've done wonderful work for us. До побачення.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Я говорю, да? Добрий день, шановні гості, добрий день, шановні панелісти.
Good evening, dear guests, dear panelists. I'm pleased to welcome you all here in this room, and I'm also really grateful to all of those people who have survived throughout all of our sessions and got to our session, because we're going to be discussing a very important issue today, the issue of security, not also of Crimea, but the overall broader context of the Black Sea and as a region.
Welcome everybody, all night olds here on this session, and welcome everybody who is still alive and who is keeping shape, because we will speak about very important issues. We will speak about security of Black Sea and Azov Sea region. And now a short introduction, video introduction, to give you the feeling of what's going on. Ролик, будь ласка.
August 24, 1991, Ukraine declares its independence. 23 years later, Russian Federation initiates acts of aggression against Ukraine. In total disregard of the norms and principles of international law, Russia tries to annex the Crimean Peninsula. More than 45,000 citizens are forced to flee the peninsula due to personal safety risks and barbaric oppression of human rights. Mass persecution of Crimean Tatars arise. The Majlis is being banned. The first year of occupation ends with the nationalization of Ukraine defense industry. The second year is marked by the beginning of illegal construction of a bridge across the Kerch Strait, which connects Russia with the occupied territory. Russian Federation adopts a maritime strategy, which implies strengthening of the occupying forces. 3 Ukrainian Navy vessels are captured by Russia near the Kerch Strait. A bridge across the Kerch Strait is opened. The ecology of the Sea of Azov is under threat. Russia demonstrates its strength by starting a war game in Crimea. Under the guise of military exercise, Russian Federation blocks the entrance to the Kerch Strait, curtailing freedom of navigation. Russia's forces on the peninsula continue to grow despite concerns voiced by the international community. Would-be nuclear weapons are being deployed. Nuclear infrastructure is being actively restored and developed, along with mass migration of Russians to the occupied territories. 7 years, 6 months, and 3 days ago, the world has changed. Russia has shattered the rule-based international order. Ukraine is not the only one who ended up in danger, as Russia keeps posing new threats to the world. Until the deoccupation of Crimea takes place, the rules of civilized community of the European continent will not be restored, and the world will continue to be under threat of potential attack. Enough with the talk. Take action.
So indeed, we are talking about not only Crimea, we are talking about not only militarization of the region, we are saying about the threat to much higher region, which includes not only Mediterranean or Baltics, because the bad behavior gives the wrong examples for other nations and harms international-based order. And I would like to introduce to you distinguished speakers which are here on this panel with me. Alexei Danilov, Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine. Mircea Joanna, NATO Deputy Secretary General. Jeremy Quinn, Minister of State, Minister for Defense Procurement, UK. Peter Hultqvist, Minister of Defense of Sweden. Kalle Laanet, Minister of Defense of Estonia, and Volodymyr Griska, who representing here the expert network of Crimean Platform and is Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine in 2007-2009. So I would like to start this set of questions from your understanding how the Black and Azov Sea security influence the global security. And моє перше питання буде до пана Данілова.
I would like to start with this question to Mr. Danilov, first of all, because Ukraine, unfortunately, is not yet the country that plays the most important role at the international arena, but we're definitely influencing the agenda, especially in the questions of defense and security. So do you believe that we can change the situation and that we can bring our agenda as well, that we can bring our issues on the international agenda? What is the role of Crimean Platform to building up the new agenda in the region in the more broader space? Thank you very much for your question, but I would like to start with a slightly different point of view, because today in this room we have already had a very important event taking place. We have had the summit, the first summit, the inaugural summit of Crimean Platform. And at this summit we've had multiple speakers and different representatives of nations and states. We have the opportunity to express the points of view that have been going on in the world today. But we had the final presentation during the summit, the final presentation at the summit that has given us the overall outline and understanding of what is going on. We've had the speech by Mustafa Jamilov, a legendary man who might not be tall enough, but who has the broadness of his heart. The person that has been born in 1943 in Crimea, the person that has been deported from Crimea in 1944 by Stalin, the person who has been born during the occupation in 1944 together with his family. He was forced to be displaced to Uzbekistan. Mustafa Jamilov, the person who has been imprisoned by the Soviet regime for multiple years. In 1968, when the Soviet tanks have been in Prague, this person has stood up for the honor of the Czech Republic. He, just one man, has stood up to protect democracy. When in 2014, Mr. Putin has already started the third wave of deportation, and that was the third time that Mustafa Jamilov has been deported from his land, from Crimea. No one stood on his behalf and no one stood to his defense. It is really terrible for us to see those stories going on in the 21st century, and we're going to be discussing it today. What should we do and in what way we should be moving further on to improve the situation? But I might say, if we will not take actions, then we will see the continuation of everything that we have seen before. I'm not speaking about action of military nature, of not speaking about military actions in no way. For example, on the 21st of June in Odessa, we've seen one of the vessels from the UK with a great title, Defender. So we have seen the Defender then, and when the Defender has been to Ukrainian basins, to Ukrainian water, and when it has been going to Georgia, Russia has been nervous. It was just the moment of a simple trip. If we will not take actions, dear friends, we can do summits, we can take a lot of conversations, but there will be no overall improvement over the situations that we currently see in the world. And we will still see again the situation when the Crimean Tatars are deprived of the right to live at their own land, to be developing their community, to educate their children there. And this is a terrible situation for the 21st century. It has been an interesting discussion, an interesting presentation when the representative of Czech Republic has mentioned that the head of Senate of the Czech Republic has been participating in the summit in the morning. He mentioned Stalin and Hitler. There's something like that, is something similar is going on right now, but the world is silent. The world is silent while we are being here. And we have to acknowledge now, are we speaking of money or are we speaking of human rights, of democracy, of the rights that have to be the same to all of the people all over the world right now? One country cannot behave as they want to and pay no responsibility of those actions. Moreover, when Ukraine is being targeted to the different institutions of the European Union, we might look weird. But getting back to your question, I think that we can have a really long discussions, and we've had this discussion with the deputy of the Secretary General of the Northern Alliance, and we've had a very good, productive meeting there. We understand that we have to deal with the issues of securities in the basins, but we have to have a clearer understanding that they have to follow the common rules. There cannot be separate rules for separate countries. Thank you.
Mr. Joanna, talking about actions, we know that there were some kind of periods when the focus of NATO was out of the Black and Azov Sea region. And we know that now you have developing of new strategy for NATO for the next decade. So will we see any transformation of security approach in this? Or NATO plan to focus on their traditional regions? And what about the future from your future attitude? What discussions you have about the Black Sea security for the next period in Alliance?
Thank you very much, and I'm privileged to attend this very important event. Thank you for having me. We had an excellent discussion this morning. Listen, what happened in 2014 with the annexation, illegal, immoral, illegitimate annexation of Crimea, is not only about Ukraine. I would dare to say it's not even only about the Black Sea region. It's about the architecture of the system of norms and rules in the world. This is why this topic is so sensitive and so emotional indeed for the people of Ukraine, for the Crimean Tatars, for all the people, minorities and others that are suffering there, but it's also a massive wake-up call for all of us. So in NATO, since 2014, we've done a lot. We've strengthened the eastern flank, from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. We created, in my home country, Romania, in Craiova, a regional multinational brigade. Allies are air policing as we speak. Our UK allies, our German allies now, our Canadian, our Spanish. If speaking of maritime patrolling in the Black Sea, probably we could and we should see probably even more. But today, as we speak, we have massive presence from allied navies in the Black Sea. Also, we are looking quite carefully not only to the situation in the Black Sea and the Azov Seas, as complex as they are, but the Russian militarization of Crimea and the buildup is also a massive power projection instrument for a much wider region, for the Mediterranean, for the Levant, for many other places. So my answer is very simple. The Black Sea security is paramount for NATO. As it is very important for us to have a 360-degree approach to our security. Because saying that we care about the Black Sea security or the eastern flank country security doesn't mean that we are not paying similar attention to the southern flank, to the north, and we have colleagues here coming from the Baltic region and from Northern Europe, some of them allies, some of them very close partners to NATO, like Sweden or Finland. So what we are doing today, we are in the process of a massive transformation of our deterrence and defense posture. As we speak, our political leaders have instructed the Secretary General and us on the way to the Madrid summit to revisit the strategic concept of NATO, to look even more attentively to deterrence and defense for all the geographies of NATO territory and also the domains. And here I'll make a final point because there are many speakers you have to control and instruct today. This is not only about the geography per se. Modern security and modern warfare is also cross geographies and cross domains. So when we are talking to our friends and learning from our friends from Ukraine, and for Georgia for that matter, we are learning in a two-way street effort, because you've been, unfortunately, so much exposed to aggression, to war from Russia, to hybrid warfare, to cyber attacks. You remember the grid, the attack on the grid in Ukraine a few years ago? It seemed to be an exception. Now it seems to be the norm. So what I'm saying that we take this thing very seriously. More will be done. And together, we have to show solidarity and support for Ukraine and Georgia. And this is something that also the three littoral countries that are NATO members, Romania, Bulgaria, and of course Turkey, they're also very important pillars of this Black Sea strategy that we have in NATO.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. And really, we do anticipate to see what will be in the strategy. Mr. Quinn, coming back to the defender, which was mentioned here already a few times, and this innocent passage, which was probably the first so serious demonstration of the protection of freedom of navigation in this region for a long period. What are your plans for the future? What else can be done to demonstrate the support of the community for this keeping the rules? And probably what lessons you learned from other regions where UK is present and where similar threats can be seen or foreseen?
Thank you, Lena. I'm delighted to touch on that. But more generally, just start off to say that it is a great honour to be here representing the UK, to be back in Ukraine. And I think this international Crimean platform has a very important role to play. We all very much welcome the initiative. Ukraine is a key partner for the UK, and we are delighted to have been building even stronger links over the last 2 years, including the bilateral agreement signed between President Zelensky and Prime Minister Johnson last year. We are fully committed to peace and stability in the Black Sea and Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The commitments are absolutely apparent in our recently announced defence review. As a proud maritime nation, and here we get on to Defender, as a proud maritime nation, we have a deep commitment to supporting the United Nations law of the sea and freedom of navigation. This underpins, for all of us, global trade and all our collective security. It is vital that these rights are protected wherever they are challenged, and indeed risk becoming challenged or risk coming under threat, whether that's in the South China Sea, in the Black Sea, or indeed in the Arctic. So let's be clear. When HMS Defender attracted a wholly unjustified and inaccurate Russian media storm this summer, she was, as you say, Elena, conducting innocent passage along a recognised international shipping lane. We will continue to support international norms and the laws of the sea. And in doing so, we know we will not be alone. Since 2014, NATO, as my colleague was saying, has upped its presence in the Black Sea. And only last month, exercise Seabreeze saw 30 ships as part of a multinational exercise making visible this wide commitment, a deterrent effect reinforcing the international rules-based order which is under such threat. And this is an important point about working together. Because fundamentally, we know it in this room, that Russia has no friends. Ukraine has many friends. And and we must all, in doing so, stand together. That's why I welcome this important platform and the international collaboration that it represents.
Thank you. I'd like to go now to the, that Ukraine is considered like a smaller nation in world international politics. And I'd like to also to hear the experience of other nations, which maybe not on the top 3, but also plays the substantial role in international community. Mr. Hultquist, let's talk about some kind of strategy. What you can share as a smaller nation. Why are you here? What are your interests in these regions? And do you still believe in all this situation that the smaller nations can have its representation and voice on international arena?
if you represent a so-called small nation, you need to rely on respect for international law and order. That's basic, because that is the only thing we have if we see to rules and regulation on the international arena, if we are going to have some sort of civilized world. Now we have a lot of interests and so-called big nations that not respect international law and regulations. And because of that, we have problems. And the fight for respect for international law and regulations is not only about Ukraine. The Crimea Platform, from my perspective, is not only about Ukraine, because if Russia, which they are ready to use military power to fulfill political goals, then they do not respect international law and order. And what we see from our perspective in Sweden is exercises / operations in the North Atlantic, when they exercise or operate, cut the line between United States and Europe. We see operations close to the territorial border of United Kingdom. We see activities at the Norwegian coast, the Swedish west coast, and up in the Baltic Sea. And we see also another way of behavior in the Black Sea. So we see all this in whole the map. And what we have to do then is to show that we must balance, we must show that we are not, we see what's happened. We have a clear eye, and we have also experience. And the real experience 2014 is the annexation of Crimea. And then we have had an ongoing conflict, war in Ukraine since then. And we must have a sustainable view of this, because nothing has changed since 2014. They try to infiltrate, they try to push, they try to make an impact on different nations. We must negotiate, we must be wise, we must be constructive, and then the goal is that Ukraine should back more, they should push back more. That is the message, and that is to be constructive. And I think that sort of constructiveness is not constructive, because that is also a step to violate international law and order. If they can do that at one place, they can also do it on another place. Now we have Belarus. They have free military access to that area. Now we have Zapad. The Belarusian troops will be involved in that together with the Russian troops. This will make pressure on Ukraine, make pressure on the Baltics. It will have an impact on all our region with Scandinavia. So this is the security environment we have to handle now. And what we can do is sustainable and in a long term say that we want respect for international law and orders, we will uphold the European Union sanctions, we will exercise together, we will keep up together, we will be together, united. And because of that, it's very important that we have all these countries represented here today, over 40 countries, because that is a security signal that we want something else with the future. We are not satisfied with this mess that they construct for the world just now, because we want a democratic world and we want to live in peace and have respect for the sovereignty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really good words. Coming back to the sovereignty, what else can be made for keeping it and restoring the peace and security in the region? Mr. Laanit, Estonia is, of course, one of the most prominent friends of Ukraine, and we appreciate it. And probably you also know the threat much better than our partners, because we have a common history. But at the same time, you are a NATO nation and you just see the discussions which are happening inside NATO with other nations on security issues. So from your opinion, from your side, do you have some recipes for Ukraine where we should be concentrated to make the deoccupation happen and where it should be concentration to make the security restoration happen here?
Thank you. Dear friends, it's a great pleasure to be here. Today we are celebrating Ukrainian flag. Tomorrow we are celebrating 30 years from gaining independence. But we have to look also to the history to know what will happen in the future. The 23rd of August is an infamous day in the history of Central and Eastern Europe countries. The so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was signed in 1939. That allowed Nazi Germany to start World War II and Stalin's Soviet Union to kill and deport millions of people, including Estonians and Ukrainians. Putin's Russia, differently from Gorbachev's Soviet Union, does not wish to condemn this act that is known in the whole world. Quite to the contrary, Russia's State Duma has criminalized even the mentioning of the Soviet-Nazi collaboration. But how to go forward? I believe the only way forward for both Ukraine and its partners is to demonstrate our unity, strength, and determination. While Crimea is most likely a long-term issue, Ukraine should not become desperate. History has shown that evil empires ultimately collapse and justice will win. It took Estonia 51 years to restore its independence. The Western non-recognition policy of the occupation and annexation of the Baltic states by the Soviet Union was crucial to our country's legal continuity and liberalization. So, our main efforts should be focused on maintaining the issue of Crimea high on the international agenda, continue the policy of non-recognition, as well as use any non-military means to pressure Russia to relieve tensions, for instance, by reinforcing sanctions. Unfortunately, experience shows that meaningful and fruitful dialogue with Russia is possible only in theory, but not in practice, because Russia is not interested in solving conflicts other than on its own terms. The Kremlin is not at all interested in recognizing its wrongdoings and consequently correcting its policies. Ukraine, in order to protect its independence and pursue its policy of regaining control over eastern Donbas as well as Crimea, must continue to strengthen democracy and the rule of law. Its economy, armed and security forces, and defense cooperation with NATO and individual partners in the West. Any steps that terminate or limit Ukraine's dependence on Russia, notably in the energy sector, also serve Ukraine's main goal. And finally, Estonia is a strong believer that NATO's door remains open in spite of Russia's aggressiveness. Article 10 of the Washington Treaty of 1949 states very clearly, the parties may, by unanimous agreement, invite any other European state in a position to further the principles of this treaty and to contribute to the security of the North Atlantic area to accede to this treaty.
Thank you. Mr. Griska, you are like in this part, they have the final words in this half of the session. So I'd like to know, you was in official shoes sometime. Now you're representing the expert community. You're a diplomat. You understand the language of diplomats. Although the defense people are more open-minded, let's say, than usual diplomat. But what our guests didn't say, what did they mean but didn't say about the situation in Black and Azov Sea region?
Thank you, Alina. I know that you will put this provocative question, but I would like to answer this. But probably allow me first to thank, first of all, Ukrainian authorities who invited me as an independent expert and representative of the civil society to take part in this event. In my view, it is a very good sign that we are building really a democratic Ukrainian society, because civil society is in fact very strong now in Ukraine, and we are ready to help the authorities by all possible means. So thank you again. Secondly, I would like to thank all participants, especially our NATO colleagues, because it's a real sign of solidarity and support for Ukraine. And I think that it is absolutely important to show the profile today. And I can tell you very frankly that we have already success. And I think the best proof for that is the very nervous reaction from Moscow. You know that the Minister for Russian Propaganda now called Minister of Foreign Affairs already very openly said that this is very anti-Russian gathering in Kyiv. It means we are doing a great job if we have so reaction from Moscow. But coming back, Alina, to your question, what I can see as an expert and what our colleagues as official representatives probably cannot say. I will rearrange this question probably because in fact we are talking about the question of the political will, whether we have this political will, whether it is available or not. And after that we will find very soon very proper words and very adequate position. So what I see as an expert, I see that strategically NATO has very strong interest in having Ukraine in. Simply because Ukraine is not a very small country. I would like to remind you that Ukraine is the largest country in Europe, and the question about the Ukraine's security is not about the global level. It is about the not about the regional level, but it is about the global level. So having Ukraine in NATO will dramatically change the global balance of power in favor of the alliance. On the other hand, I can also see that NATO, or better to say some NATO member states, are afraid of Russia. We know these countries, it's not so to say, big secret, but some countries, because of very, I would say, inaccurate assessment of what is going in Russia, still are afraid of Russia. So our Western partners, unfortunately, also in NATO are divided, and they unfortunately cannot take this very important political decision. In my view, the fair is not very good guide for our Western partners. Instead, we should have very concrete, very deep, very, I would say, all-sided analysis what is going on in Russia, and do understand that we, civilized part of the world, should have an initiative and should show Russia its place, otherwise we will lose. I'm sorry probably for my not very diplomatic formulations, but my understanding is that if we are with our friends, we should communicate directly and openly. Thank you.
Thank you. The next part I would like to dedicate to practical steps of the occupation and reintegration of Crimea, because we're talking not about the effect of the occupation, but also reintegration. Mr. Hultquist, I know you need to go for the next meeting, so I would like to address the first question to you. Sweden is known as the country of consensus. I think that this word is one of the most suitable for reintegration process which we need. Ukrainian nations is in many discussion about the different aspects of reintegration, the occupation, how to do it. What you can recommend as a nation which build up its attitude on consensus, how better to deal with such situation?
Thank you for the question. It's very difficult to answer. But in some questions that are very important for all the nation, we try to build a broad majority in our parliament, especially around security and defense questions. And if you have a broad majority on security and defense, then you also can make a very clear signal to your partners and the countries that you are cooperating with, but also to others that maybe have other ambitions. So they see that there are a body that are sustainable. So I think that if it's important for the nation, for the country, then you should try to build a broad majority, and then maybe also think that we need to push down a little about the political conflict, see it as it's more important to be united. And if you are united in some questions, you are stronger. This meeting here with over 40 nations and organizations, we are united around this Crimea Platform. And because of that, we also can make a very clear signal to the world around us. So that shows the strength when you are together. So if that is the driving force to build broad majorities, so you can be strong to your friends, but also be strong to others that have other motives, then you can also be successful in the long run, and also have the feeling that my ground position is not a problem with that. We can keep up with it for years if you have a solid ground for it. There is no need for a change. For example, it is against international law. It's wrong. It's not acceptable to have annexation of Crimea. It's unacceptable 2014, and it's unacceptable 2024 and 2036. So this will not change. It's the same position. And if we see to the Cold War, it was many years with this Berlin Wall, and it go away. But we have a Western world that were united in some way and keep up with a political goal and some sort of feeling of freedom and democracy, and that was very successful. So I think that if we are united, build broad majorities in nations, but also between like-minded countries, and I think most important is now that countries that feel that democracy is something good and freedom is something good, they keep together. And that is also a very important signal, and then we can be the winners in the end of this. Also in a peaceful way, because if we build a threshold that hold back an antagonist, then we also can defend our values. But we can also maybe create a climate when we see that we can solve the problems in a peaceful way, because we also are strong. So it can be a way to be strong can also lead to peace. So, and strong you can be in values, you can be it in military resources, you can be it in cooperation and you can be it in a political goal that you really fight for. So consensus can be many things. It can also be to fight, to have the platform of consensus.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. Thank you. And if you need to go, you just feel free. We appreciate your participation. Mr. Joanna, coming back to values and ability to protect yourself with the military forces. The NATO has just great experience of dealing with different aspects of peace and security stabilization. We're talking about the international stage, including Kosovo, Iraq, Afghanistan, yes, sometimes painful experience. But having in mind this experience and having in mind that we have few frozen conflicts in the Black Sea, what feelings and thoughts you have about how to better to stabilize security here, and what NATO else can do from the view of protection of values of democracy?
Listen, there is no better way in maintaining this consensus that the minister was referring to, and adding on top of staying united as nations that believe in democracy and international norms. Stick together, be united, and never, never accept this kind of attitude in international affairs. But on top of that, I think that something that is already in the declaration that we have, that has been proposed today and endorsed by many, we have to prove to our own citizens, but also to the citizens from the other side, from illegally occupied Crimea, from the illegally temporarily occupied eastern part of Ukraine, illegally occupied Transnistria, illegally occupied South Ossetia, illegally occupied Abkhazia, and any of those situations, that our system is better, that living in open society is better than to live in tyranny and totalitarianism, that having political civilian control over your intelligence services is better than unchecked power on your citizens. That living in democracy and sometimes being at odds with your opposition people in your own country is better than eliminating your political opponents and putting them in jail or even worse. I cannot only encourage Ukraine to continue on the path of reforms domestically. In the defense sector that we are encouraging, we talked at length this morning, when it comes to intelligence services reform, but also to the broader economic, social, and democratic journey of your great nation. Results would show people who live better. Already Ukraine has a GDP per capita higher than Russia's. My home country, Romania, before joining NATO, we had a GDP of roughly 70-something billion US dollars. 15 years after we joined NATO and the EU, my country has quadrupled this GDP. Quadrupled the GDP is 230 billion euros today. So I think the best way is for us to show our unwavering solidarity with the people and nation of Ukraine in its sovereign territory. To our friends in Georgia, to our friends in Moldova, stay the course, invest in this thing. But also you domestically, with our help, with our support, with our advice when it is needed, not preaching on you. Not preaching on you, but being your loyal partners in the journey of choosing the West as a way of organizing your society. Stay that course, and results would follow. Your country becomes stronger, your people will become prouder and more prosperous, all of us will be stronger together, And I have no doubt that the Bucharest Summit decisions of 2008 on eventual membership and membership for Ukraine and Georgia will become a reality if we stay the course. We have to stay the course. We are here with you to stay the course and move forward.
Promising words, and I hope also all Ukrainians will consider very seriously everything what's going on here. Mr. Danilov, talking about the deoccupation, and Ukraine just adopted the deoccupation strategy, which is great achievements, I think. But where we should put the focus? Okay, talking about reforms, or what are the ways of the occupation which Ukrainian authorities see as the most promising one?
Well, to start with, I just wanted to say and just wanted to outline that this issue is a very complex issue, and it's really hard for us to give the ready-made answer to this question. I do not understand that if we will put it this way, then we will just trick ourselves into that. The world is very changing. The world is changing fastly, and there's a lot of events take place in the world, and they will continuing as well be influencing and impacting our country and all over the world. So speaking about deoccupying Crimea and speaking about restoring Crimean and Ukrainian sovereignty, we are sure that this will definitely happen. This is an issue of time. It's just that I say that we're not going to be waiting until 2036. We have to understand, even during the occupation of Estonia, and the people of Baltic countries for 51 years have been stating their independence, it was a different situation in the world. Right now, the situation in the world is different. The speed of our existence is much faster. The events all over the world are much faster. The people have said that the events that currently take place in Afghanistan couldn't have been forecasted. It couldn't have been forecasted neither by NATO or any other country all over the world. It gives us the understanding there are some other issues we should consider, because those events that take place right now, they're going to be the key important issues that will then reflect and will then impact other processes as well, concerning Russian Federation and other countries as well. There are multiple factors influencing Crimea. So there's not one single recipe that we can use and we can apply to deoccupying Crimea. First of all, we're using the political and diplomatical points of view and approaches. We try to resolve this issue in a diplomatic ways. But I want to outline that and highlight that if there's going to be a different approach used by other countries, then we're going to be ready to resolve those issues in a different way. I understand that sometimes it happens that there are some windows of opportunities. And when we have some windows of opportunities, we should use that. And trust us, we're going to use that if there's going to be this opportunity windows opened. What is the most important for us? Human life is the most important for us. At this very moment, our country has already lost 13,000 men and women, the defenders of our country. And I want to remind you that that was the very figure of the losses of the Soviet Union for the 10 years campaign in Afghanistan. No one will bring back the lives of that people. This is the most important thing that we have to talk about right now. That is important for Ukraine. It is important for the president. So restoring the integrity of Ukrainian territory, bringing Crimea back is going to happen. In what way it's going to happen, it will depend. We have calculated multiple options, and together with our partners, we will hope that this is going to happen as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Lanet, Estonia has around 25% of population, of Russian-speaking population, which automatically makes it very very weak to the disinformation, to hybrid influence, to influence operations. So having this experience, do you think that you have some recipes of how to protect your population, how dehypnotize them, let's say so, from the influence? And can this experience be applied to Crimean population, which is fully isolated now from the information point of view?
Yes. In Estonia is approximately 32,000 Russian-speaking population, and most of them are living on the eastern part of Estonia and quite closer to the Russian border. What we have done in Estonia, the first main question is that do they trust Estonian state? And when they trust the Estonian state, then the next question is why they trust the Estonian state. And probably the answer is quite simple, because they have better to live in Estonia than in Russia. Of course, it's starting from the education. How educated will be these people? Language. Do they speak same language as we? And why they have to study, for example, Estonian language? The reason is why to study Estonian language: to reach better education, to be on the better positions on the labor market. And the main thing is that they will have equal possibilities to be on the development process. And I think the quite good example shows that they trust Estonian state if they would like to go to the army service. We have by the law 8 months and 11 months for the Estonian citizens who have to serve in the army. And every year, the number of these people whose mother language is Russian language, the number of them is rising. And the integration process in our army is very simple but very good. And that shows that they would like to protect Estonia, Estonian soil, Estonian state, Estonian values, democracy. I just visited Iraq, where we have our Estonian contingent. They are voluntary soldiers. They are not professionals. We have there more than 30 soldiers. And when we started to talk to them and how they are motivated and what they are feeling over there, the first hand what was raised, and person who said, I am only Russian here. I feel very well amongst my Estonian colleagues. And that shows that how much they are integrated to Estonian society. And the main thing to understand from these points is question why they have to be in Estonia, why they would like to be part of Estonian society. And the simple answer is they have better life in Estonia. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Quinn, I'd like to come back to some military actions, let's say, so more defense actions. Lately, Ukrainian expert community rang a bell about the Zmyny Island, which was well accepted by Ukrainian authorities, and this is coming back to what Mr. Agrysko said, that Ukrainian authorities pay attention and visited Zmyny Island, which is a very strategic point in the Black Sea. Not only Ukraine, but for many and for the region in the whole. So we try to make the actions in advance, further aggression of Russia, potential aggression of Russia to Zmyny Island. But let's talk about your feeling. What would be reaction of international community and our key partners if Russia starts aggressive actions towards the Zmyny Island, for example? And will we see some more rapid reaction than we saw in 2014? Did the situation change?
Well, firstly, the island in question, I know Mr. Danilov and the President have visited recently.
Yes.
And clearly we are concerned, as we always are, about rumours of potential Russian aggression. It's the type of thing that is monitored very closely by ourselves and by our allies. And I'm afraid this is part of a continuum. So Russian activity, Russian threats have been ongoing since 2014. And as the NATO Deputy Secretary General said, it is incumbent on all of us to expose them and call them out whenever it happens. When that malign activity takes place, they must be called out, they must be exposed to what it is. And it's vital that we are all acting in practical ways to support Ukraine. Our UK training operation, Operation Orbital, was the first on the ground here in Ukraine after Russia's illegal annexation. It's trained, I'm proud to say, over 21,000 armed forces personnel to date, and its work continues, as do our joint operations on land with the exercise Joint Endeavour commencing next week. And this is just one way in which the UK is providing that resilience, helping to build resilience with our partners in Ukraine to deter the activity of which you speak. Another is focused, very relevantly given the question, on a very comprehensive package of initiatives in the maritime domain. So last summer, my colleague, the Defence Secretary, launched the Maritime Training Initiative here in the UK, in Ukraine, working with our colleagues. And building on that, there's a memorandum I signed with my opposite number a couple of months ago on board HMS Defender. Mr. Danilov was there at the same time to set out our advanced plans to work together with Ukraine in developing the capabilities of her navy. All of this helps to build Ukraine's resilience and deterrence. And once again, we're not alone, far from it. On the maritime training, Canada and Denmark are with us, and other NATO allies and other friends are providing a huge amount of wider training and support and resilience to Ukraine. And on deterrence, and again, the NATO Deputy Secretary General mentioned this, we should put the Black Sea in context, not just the regular NATO maritime exercises that I referred to, but also, as has been said, Operation Biloxi, based in Romania, but seeing NATO aircraft patrolling out into the Black Sea. And as has been mentioned, aircraft currently doing that include Royal Air Force Typhoons, and I look forward to seeing them, as do a number of us, I'm sure, at the flypast tomorrow to celebrate Independence Day. So, to summarise, Alina, there are a number of planks to help deter malign Russian activity. The ongoing reform and development of the Ukrainian armed forces, deepening resilience and capability, as has been referred, and ongoing efforts by NATO, the Ukraine, and Ukraine's many friends to help support that reform and wider reform in the country to really make this proud nation even better into the future, as has been mentioned. And ensuring, and this falls on all of us, that peace-loving nations with shared values make sure that the world never forgets, not least through this forum, that Russia's annexation is illegal and that Crimea is Ukraine.
Thank you. Mr. Griska, you paid like a substantial part of your life to Russian studies. You know them, and you know their behavior, their mentality, I don't know. So what mistakes Ukraine and our friends and partners should avoid, and how we can make Russians go out from Crimea?
Thank you, Alina. Very important question. But my answer will be very simple. We should stop believing in Russian fairy tales. picture. But if you will went 30 kilometers from Moscow in any region, we will see absolutely different country. Moscow, it is not Russia at all. It's only, I would say, a very nice picture of not existing Russia. Next point, that the Russia could start nuclear war. It is also not the case because Russia and Russian regime don't want to die. Question is very simple. What for they have stolen billions of US dollars in Russia if they would like to die in the nuclear war? It is very banal blackmail. Very unfortunately, in the West, people are still afraid that Russia can start these military actions. My understanding is that, in fact, the West, the collective West, could change Russian policy within 4 or 5 months by imposing very strong and very target-oriented sanctions in the field of economy. I do understand that we should combine our efforts, but what is important in my view is that the Ukrainian part of this civilized world is much more better prepared to understand Russian psychology. In this sense, I would like to invite our Western colleagues not to avoid this opportunity to be with Ukrainians in very close contact, because we can really help better to understand what is going on in the Russian Federation. In such a way, our way to prevent the further aggressiveness of this country could be reached. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we come to finalization of our panel, and we have just few minutes before the end. So each of you have like 30 seconds to say not only the last words on this panel, but last words on official part of the Crimean Platform, and give some prognosis of the future, which we will live tomorrow in. So let's start from Mr. Griska, but please just like 30 seconds each, and then come to this way.
Probably, as far as my understanding of the conclusions we can make today, having in mind the first results of this Crimean platform. In my view, this platform should become part of the NATO's Black Sea and Azov Sea strategy. Otherwise, it could be only some kind of very nice slogans, but without any practical results. My second point is that the Crimean platform should become a permanent platform with specific plans of action in each avenue which we are going to have. For example, economic dimension, human rights, of course, security and defense, etc., etc. Otherwise, we will not move ahead. My third point is that that all participants of this platform, individually and collectively, should increase their pressure on the Russian Federation. It is one of the very important prerequisites for changing Russian policy. Otherwise, if we will only express concerns, great concerns, very great concerns, it will be the same policy we are witnessing now.
Thank you.
And my son, at my last point, and it is, in my view, a very important one, that Ukraine should show the leading role in this process, having a Crimean question on the very top of all international security forums.
Thank you. Mr. Quinn?
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we celebrate 30 years of Ukrainian independence. And the message from this platform is very clear. And it's a message that we welcome. We must never accept Russian aggression or her illegal annexation. Clearly this matters to Ukraine, but it matters to every nation. We must be very clear that aggression will continue to be deterred and resisted, that Russia's malign behavior will be called out at every turn, and we will not accept what is an illegal annexation. So on a positive note, Ukraine has many friends, friends who will help and support you. And I'm very proud that the UK will be at the forefront of that.
Thank you. Ms. Larnett.
I need just 5 seconds. That means that how solidar we are, not only in words, and also in real activities, actions, and time, how quickly we can make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hulswit.
We must fight for the rule-based international order. We must always fight for democracy and freedom. Don't change position. Handle provocations and infiltrations. This is a long-term commitment. Be united and be proud and stand up for the Crimean Platform.
Very good.
Mr. John.
I'm thrilled that in the Ukrainian public opinion, NATO is perceived positively by more than 50%. Keep your people committed to the Western direction for this great country. Stay the course of reform. Not one piece of reform for NATO accession, not another one for EU accession, not another one for the IMF, whatever. One coherent strategy together, and the Western direction is something that I know will bear results, including in the rightful fight of your nation for full control of your sovereignty, of your territory. So, congratulations, Ukraine, on the 30th anniversary of your independence. Together, we'll stay the course.
Thank you. Pan Daniel.
So this is a historical day today. This day will be carved in stone. Will be carved in the stone of history of Ukraine. And I'm really grateful to all our international guests visiting our capital. And I'm admiring what you all are doing. And Ukraine is above all, and everything will work for Ukraine in its best way. So. Happy Independence Day.
Я дуже дякую гостям нашої панелі. І я, як завершальне слово, хотіла би сказати, що всім людям, які чують нас в Криму, ми з вами, ми лишаємося бути єдиною країною, незалежно від того, які зараз обставини складаються. І з вами не лише Україна, з вами весь демократичний світ. Тому ми не просто віримо, ми знаємо, що ми побачимо, де окупований Крим, в якому нам буде приємно жити, працювати, і який буде знову частиною демократичної України. Дякую всім, хто дожив до кінця цієї сесії. Дякую.